I'll never forget that night. Started like any other long drive back home, with the Ouse road in front of me, endless, deserted, with nothing but my headlights cutting through the darkness. It was the kind of night where the world feels empty and the only sound is the hum of the engine and occasionally the rattle of a loose stone hitting the tires. I was an hour from home, moving forward at a brisk pace. When I first saw it, it was standing on the shoulder, just where the road was a sharp curve lit by the orange glow of a distant lamppost. At first I thought it was a mirage, one of those tricks that plays your eyes after many hours on the road. But as I got closer I realized that it wasn't an illusion, it was real, and I looked scared. I slowed my eyes down, fingers squeezing the steering wheel. She didn't make any gesture to get my attention. She was just there, hugging herself like she was freezing despite the warm night air. Her clothes were messy, a long coat hanging from her shoulders, and her hair looked matted, as if she'd been in the wind for hours. Everything inside me was screaming at me to keep driving, but something in her expression, in the way she was standing there, she stopped me. I couldn't leave her alone in the middle of nowhere. I stopped a few feet ahead and looked in the rearview mirror. She hesitated for a moment and then started walking towards the car. My heart was pounding harder than I should. I rolled down the window. "Just a little bit. You're fine?" I asked, my voice sounding louder than I intended in the stillness of the night. She nodded, but she didn't say anything. Her eyes were wide open, moving quickly as if waiting for something to emerge from the darkness at any moment. "You need a ride?" I offered, glancing at the empty road in front of me. There were no other cars in sight, just us. She opened her mouth, hesitated for an instant, and then nodded again. I unlocked the passenger door and slid inside, moving cautiously as if she wasn't sure if he should trust me. The air inside the car became instantly heavier. I couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was, but something was wrong. I shook off the sensation, telling myself that it was just the tension of the moment. Of course I would be nervous. I was probably in trouble, maybe running away from someone or something. But that didn't explain why I couldn't relax either. He didn't speak when I got back on the road. He just stared straight ahead with my hands tightly clasped in her lap. From time to time I watched her out of the corner of my eye, trying to figure out the situation. "Where are you going?" I asked after a minute. She turned her head slowly to look at me. Her dark and serious eyes locked onto mine. "Just drive," she whispered. That made me nervous, but I nodded and kept driving. The road stretched endlessly, and the further we went the more I felt like we were the only two people in the world. Didn't pass no other car. There were no lights except for the occasional flicker of a distant sign. The silence was suffocating. I cleared my throat, trying to break the tension. "What were you doing out there?" "Need calling someone." He didn't answer. Quickly, "I don't want to make any calls." "It's okay," you murmur. "I was running away from someone, an abusive boyfriend or worse." That thought made me nervous. I wondered if the person I was escaping from was about to there looking for her. She must have felt my discomfort, because after a long silence she spoke again in a soft voice and hesitantly. "Thank you for stopping you." I glanced at her sideways, but she was still staring at the road, her hands still tightly clasped. "Yes, of course," I answered. "It seemed like you needed help." "I needed it," she whispered almost inaudibly. "I didn't think anyone would stop." I didn't know what to answer to that, so I just nodded and kept my eyes on the road. The air between us became dense with unasked questions, but not the pressure. I just drove. A few more minutes passed in silence. Then suddenly she shifted in her seat and nervously looked at the rearview mirror. My stomach shrank at us. "Someone follows us?" I asked, looking in the mirror, even though I only saw the empty road behind us. She didn't answer right away. She just kept staring at the mirror as if to expect to see something I couldn't. He finally shook his head, but his expression remained tense. "No, not yet." That made my hair stand on end. My hands clenched on the steering wheel, trying to control my breathing. I wanted to ask him what he meant by that, but something in his posture, so rigid and alert, made me think that maybe he didn't want to know. The road was still long and lonely. The further we went, the more isolated it all felt. It was like the world had disappeared, leaving just the two of us in that car in the middle of nowhere. Then I saw it barely on the edge of the rearview mirror, a flash of movement. My heart skipped a beat and I quickly looked back. Nothing, just darkness. But she noticed it. She turned sharply in her seat, her eyes fixed on the mirror, her body stiffening. "You saw that?" she whispered. I hesitated. "I don't know. I thought I saw something. But—" "Keep driving," he interrupted me, his voice now urgent. "Don't stop." I didn't need him to tell me twice. I stepped on the gas and the car moved harder, the roar of the engine filling the silent night. I've always loved road trips, There's something liberating about the open road in the way it stretches out in front of you, like an endless invitation to leave it all back in one trip so you're in the middle of the road, disconnected from any stress that awaits you at home. That's what I was thinking when I decided to take the scenic route. I had plenty of time before I had to be anywhere, and the thought of driving on deserted roads, just me and the horizon, seemed exactly what I needed. But somewhere along that endless stretch of asphalt I started to feel like uncomfortable. It wasn't a sudden fear or a sense of imminent danger. It was more like an itch in the back of my mind. It appeared slowly, almost imperceptible at first, until I realized that I was gripping the steering wheel harder than usual and looking in the rearview mirror more often than usual. The road was empty save for the occasional roar of a trailer passing by. Tension that was building up in my chest. I hadn't seen another car, not even a gas station, for hours, and the idea of stopping anywhere began to seem more and more appealing to me. Finally a sign appeared in the distance announcing a rest stop. Its blue letters were barely visible in the waning light. I breathed a sigh of relief and decided to get off the road. I could stretch my legs, use the bathroom, and maybe shake off that strange feeling that enveloped me. The rest stop was like any other, quiet, almost deserted, surrounded by thick woods on either side, a couple of picnic tables under a small pavilion and a vending machine whizzing softly near the entrance to the toilets. I parked the car and walked out, feeling the fresh afternoon air as I stretched my numb legs. The sun was setting, casting elongated shadows on the asphalt. It was a peaceful place, but there was something strange about the stillness, as if the rest stop was frozen in time. I went to the bathroom, my footsteps echoing in the tranquility of the place. As I pushed the door open, I noticed something strange. There was no one else there normally. Even at the loneliest stops, you would see another traveler, a truck driver, perhaps, or a family heading somewhere. But this place was dead. I shrugged, convincing myself that I was overdoing it. The bathroom was surprisingly clean, but the fluorescent lights flickered every few seconds, casting strange shadows on the walls as I washed my hands. I couldn't help but notice that the room felt bigger than it should, as if the space had expanded since I walked in. I told myself that it was just the effect of the weird lighting, but then I heard it whisper. I stood motionless, my hands still under running water. I thought it was the wind or the hum of the vending machine outside, but the whisper became clearer this time, as if someone was standing right behind me, muttering so softly that I couldn't understand the words. I turned quickly, my heart pounding against my chest. The bathroom was empty. There was no one else there. I stayed for a moment, looking at the mirror, trying to rationalize what I had just heard. Maybe it was the pipe, some random noise from the building. But the longer I stayed there, the more the feeling that something was wrong intensified. The air felt denser, almost suffocating. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck. Hedgehog grabbed a paper towel, dried my hands as fast as I could, and practically ran to the door anxiously to get back to the safety of my car. The fresh air hit me again when I got out, but it couldn't calm the uneasiness that curled in my stomach as I crossed the parking lot. I noticed the RV wasn't there when I arrived, or at least I didn't remember seeing it. The interior lights were off. There were no signs of movement. It was just there, silent and dark, as if it had been abandoned. But I could feel it. Eyes on, I told myself. I was making a fool of myself. It was just an empty vehicle, probably a traveler resting before continuing on my way. Still, I couldn't help but glance out of the corner of my eye as I hurried to my car. The windows were tinted, but the more I watched them, the more certain I was that someone or something was watching me from inside. I accelerated. El Paso, feeling how cold to run my back. I climbed into the driver's seat, closed the door, slammed, and the trailer was ajar, moving slightly in the breeze. I hadn't heard that opened. I hadn't seen anyone come out. But in the dim light of dusk, I swear I made out the vague silhouette of someone standing by the entrance, watching me. Panic grabbed me tightly. I stepped on the gas and the car roared out of the stop, leaving the RV behind. As I walked away, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It clung to me like a shadow. I looked at the rearview mirror once and again, waiting to see the lights of the RV following me. But the road behind me remained empty. No cars, no lights, just the dark stretch of highway and that uncomfortable feeling that something was wrong. And then the whisper came back. I jumped in my seat, squeezing the steering wheel so hard that I turned. It was soft, barely audible over the sound of the tires on the road. But it was there, the same whisper I'd heard in the bathroom. This time I could almost make out the words, although they were distorted as if someone was talking underwater. I turned off the radio thinking maybe it was some interference, but the whisper didn't go away. Stop, my chest tense panic. Suffocating, I looked around me, my heart hammering against my ribs. The car was empty. But the whisper continued. I stopped, listened, I shook my head, forcing me to I had to be figuring it out on the road. It had to be my tiredness, playing tricks on me. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the whisper wouldn't go away. It kept growing, getting more insistent, and somehow I knew it wasn't coming from the radio or the wind. It was coming from inside the car. It's funny how quickly a place can start to feel bad, even when it's been your home all your life. That it was the first thing I noticed when strange things started happening on my farm. How quickly the feeling of comfort turned into restlessness. I've worked these lands almost all my life. I know every acre like the back of my hand, or so I thought. It wasn't until a few months ago that I realized that maybe I wasn't the only one here. I clearly remember the first time it happened. It was one of those perfect late summer nights just after sunset, when the sky is tinged with oranges and pinks, fading into a deep blue. I had finished my rounds checking on the animals and making sure everything was properly closed for the night. As I walked back to the house, something in the cornfield caught my attention. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light. Those long shadows can play tricks on you after a long day. But then I realized that it wasn't just a shadow. There in the middle of the field there was a strange pattern in the corn, a perfect circle. The plants were bent towards the ground, crushed, but the rest of the field remained intact. The corn around it was still standing tall and straight, as if nothing had happened. But in that one point it seemed to be that something had pressed it from above. I came closer. Feeling my heart beat faster for no apparent reason. When I reached the edge of the field I stopped something. It felt bad. The air was too still, too quiet. You couldn't hear crickets or the wind among the leaves. Just absolute silence. I stood there for a long moment watching the circle, trying to make sense of it. I had never seen anything like it before. I finally discarded it like a natural phenomenon. Perhaps the wind had blown in a strange way. I was not entirely convinced by that explanation, but it was better than considering the alternative. That something or someone had been there the next morning. The image of the circle was still haunting my mind. I decided to go back to the field in the daylight, hoping to find some clue that would explain what happened. But when I arrived, the circle had disappeared. The corn was there, perfectly straight, as if it had never been touched. It was as if the earth had healed overnight. That was the first warning. The first time I felt something watching me, something just out of my sight. I tried to ignore it. On a farm there is always too much work to keep thinking about strange things. But the feeling persisted, and as the weeks went by it only got worse. One night, a couple of weeks later, when the first circle appeared, I was sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, trying to relax after a tiring day. It was another one of those quiet nights when you can hear the distant song of the crickets and the frogs in the pond. The full moon was illuminating the fields with its 10 glow. Everything seemed calm until I heard it, a rustling sound coming from the cornfield. It was subtle at first, just a whisper between the plants, but it grew louder, as if something was moving between the stems, pushing it aside as it moved forward. My heart began to pound. It's one thing to hear the wind or some animal stirring among the crops, but this was different. It was intentional, like footsteps, heavy steps. I stood up, leaving my coffee on the porch rail, and I walked a few steps towards the field. The sound stopped as soon as I moved. The silence that followed was almost suffocating. I stood there looking between the rows of corn, feeling my skin stand on end. "Hello," I called, my voice barely trembling. Nothing. I waited a moment longer, but there was no answer. After a minute standing there like an idiot, I shook my head and walked back towards the house. But just as I got to the door, the sound started again, louder, closer. It was enough for me. I rushed inside and let's make sure the noises outside, but not daring to look out the window in the morning. Everything was quiet again. It was at that moment that I began to feel that I was no longer alone on this farm. In the following weeks things got even stranger. Every few days another one of those circles appeared in the corn. Always perfect, too perfect to be natural. No broken stems, just plants bent in a neat spiral. Sometimes the circles would appear on the edge of the field, other times further inland, where I didn't see them until I went out to work. No matter where they appeared, they always gave me the same feeling of unease. And it wasn't just the circles. My animals started to behave strangely. The normally calm dogs barked at nothing, looking fixedly in the distance as if they could see something I couldn't. The cows were scared for no apparent reason, running up and down the pasture as if something invisible was chasing them. Even the birds avoided flying over the cornfield. I told myself that. It was all in my head. After all, what else could I do? But the more I tried to ignore it, the harder the sound became. Every night from something moving through the corn I came back, and every night it seemed to be closer. One night I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was out there. I grabbed my flashlight, put on my boots, and walked into the field. The moon was shining high in the sky, casting long shadows on the earth. As I moved towards the edge of the mall, I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. The moment I took the first step into the field, the sound stopped. I turned on the flashlight and directed it through the stalks. Nothing, only corn as far as the eye could see. My heart pounded, my hands sweated as I squeezed the flashlight. And then I saw it just at the end of the lights. Something, it moved. It wasn't a person, it wasn't an animal. It was a tall, thin shadow slipping between the rows of corn as if floating above the earth. I froze, the flashlight shaking in my hand as I watched it move. "Who's there?" I asked in my barely audible voice. There was no answer, just the shadow approaching with a strange, unnatural movement, and then, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the darkness. I didn't wait to see what happened. Then I turned and ran back to the house as fast as my heart could. It was in my throat when I got to the porch and locked the door. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't erase the image of that shadow from my head. It wasn't natural, I wasn't human, but I was out there waiting, and I knew I'd come back. You don't expect to feel restless on the water. For me, fishing has always been a way to escape, a way to leave it all behind and immerse myself in the silence of the. There's something comforting about the stillness of the lake, the gentle rocking of the boat, the only sound of the water gently beating the hull. But something was different that day. It wasn't just the stillness, it was the way the air felt heavy, dense, as if the lake was holding its breath. I'd been in that lake hundreds of times before. It's not far from where I grew up, a small, secluded place tucked away in the middle of the forest. Almost no one comes here. Most prefer the larger lakes with more fish and less weeds. But I liked the solitude. It was just me, the water, and the endless expanse of trees. That morning began like any other. I prepared my equipment, loaded it into my old rowboat, and pushed myself away from the shore. The lake was calm, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the morning sky. The fog hadn't quite dissipated yet, and the trees on the other side of the lake were just shadows in the distance. It was perfect. I rowed to my usual spot near the center of the lake where the water was deeper, and I cast my hook. For a while, nothing happened. That was normal. Fishing, it's not just catching something. It's waiting, it's silence, it's anticipation. I leaned back in the boat, letting the stillness envelop me, but then something strange happened. I felt a tug on the line. At first it was smooth, as if something had just brushed the hook, but then it got stronger, much stronger. My hands clenched around the rod as I got ready, thinking maybe I had hooked a huge fish. The rod bent sharply, and I had to get on standing to stay in control. But as I started to pick up the seedle, something didn't feel right to begin with. Whatever I had caught was heavy. It wasn't the typical resistance of a fish struggling to escape. It was a dead piece, as if I'd caught something at the bottom of the lake. I tried to roll the seedle slowly, my heart beating with excitement to find out that there was on the other side. Maybe there had been caught the biggest fish of my life, but the more I pulled, the stranger the seedle felt. It would slowly creep up, crawling through the water as if it was pulling out something huge. And then I saw it. At first, it looked like an old fishing net, tangled and worn, covered in mud and seaweed. Axel, a little disappointed but intrigued. Sometimes people leave their gear on the lake, and it wasn't uncommon to catch a piece of old garbage. But as I continued to throw, I noticed something strange. The net was not empty, trapped in the tangle of threads. There were fragments of metal, rusty and recognizable. I frowned, bringing the net closer to the boat to examine it better. Among the pieces of metal there were shreds of rotten, faded and brittle fabric. It was as if I had pulled out the remains of something that had been at the bottom of the lake for years. A shiver ran down my spine as he untangled the net from the hook. What the hell was this? I didn't know, but the thought that it had been there, hidden underwater all this time, made me uncomfortable. I dropped the net back into the lake and lay back, looking at the place where it had disappeared under the surface. The lake was silent again, its surface calm and undisturbed. But the air felt different now, heavier, colder. I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination. I had probably snagged an old piece of boat or some kind of old trash. Nothing to worry about. I cast the rod again, determined to enjoy the rest of the morning. But the feeling of unease wouldn't go away for the next hour. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The water, normally so serene and cozy, now it felt darker, deeper, like I was hiding something. Every time the boat swayed I found myself looking off the side, hoping to see something, looking back at me, and then, just as I was about to pick up my line for the last time, the seagull strained suddenly. Pulling with terrifying force, my hands clung to the rod as I leaned back, trying not to lose my balance. Whatever it was that I had hooked this time, it was stronger than any fish I had caught before. My heart raced as I began to pick up the line, my mind running with possibilities. Maybe it was a monstrous fish, something hidden in the depths, something no one had ever seen before, but as I pulled, that same feeling of dead weight returned. The thirst came back. It cut through the surface of the water, and I could feel the mass of the object at the other end pulling me with it. It was not debating. It was just there, dragging me down. I stood up, bracing with all my strength to bring it to the surface. The boat swayed under the tension, the water stirring around me. I gritted my teeth, determined to see what it was, and then with a sudden pull the line it loosened. I fell backwards, almost tripping inside the boat. As the tension disappeared, my breathing, it was a mess of ragged gasps, my heart pounding against my chest. For a moment I just stood there staring at the line, trying to process what had just occurred. Then I looked up at the water, bubbles rising. From the spot where the line had been released, a steady stream of bubbles breaking the surface of the water. At first they were small, barely noticeable, but then they grew bigger, more violent, churning the water around me. My stomach shrank with a feeling of pure fear. Something was down there, something huge, and it was rising to the surface. I backed up in the boat, my eyes fixed on the bubbling water. The boat was shaking under my feet, the waves swirling around it as if something were surrounding it from below. And then, without warning, the bubbles stopped. The lake fell silent again, the surface smooth and calm, but the fear was still there, stronger than ever. I waited, my heart pounding in my ears, waiting for something to break the surface, but it didn't. Nothing emerged. Finally, with my hands shaking, I grabbed the oars. I needed to get out of there. I didn't look back as I rowed, every muscle in my body screaming to get out as fast as possible. The boat moved slow, too slow. Every crack of the wood made me jump. Every wave made me jump, imagining something huge lurking underneath. When I finally got to shore, collapsed, my body trembling, I looked out at the lake, trying to find an explanation, but there was none of it made sense. Pack of the dark water and invisible whispers chasing me all the way home. I haven't been back to that lake since then. I have no intention of doing some things it's better to leave undiscovered, and that lake with its still water and its hidden depths is one of them. Have you ever driven so late at night that the whole world seems to be asleep except for you? It's a strange feeling, as if you were the only person awake, with the road stretching infinitely in front of you, the hum of the engine and the lines of the asphalt as your only company. That was me, that night, lost in the middle of nowhere on a road trip that was lasting much longer than planned. I had no intention of driving until so late, but things don't always go as expected. My phone had run out of signal, so for miles, the GPS had stopped working and the fuel needle was dropping dangerously close to the E. When I saw the flashing sign in the distance, I felt relief. Vacancy, a motel, one of those old roadside motels with lights neon, twinkling, and a half-empty gravel parking lot. Wasn't pretty, it wasn't cozy, but it was a place where I could sleep. That was all I needed. I pulled up in front of the motel office. There was a light on inside, an open sign hung in the window. The place looked strange, like it was there forever, but at the same time like it didn't belong to any time in the world. Absolute, but I was too tired to worry about it. I just wanted a bed. I pushed the door open and went inside. It smelled of dust and stale tobacco. The walls were paneled in dark wood, and an antique clock marked the wrong time behind the counter. An old man was hunched over a newspaper. He didn't even look up. I walked in. "Hello," I said, clearing my throat. "Nothing." I came closer. "I need a room for the night." The old man, finally, he looked up. His eyes were pale and dull, as if he hadn't seen the light of day in a long time. He watched me silently for a moment that felt too long. "Sure he wants to stay here," he murmured. I frowned. "Why wouldn't he want to?" He shrugged slowly. "We don't have many guests." "Well, I'll be one," I said, trying to sound casual. The old man sighed and took a key out of the drawer. He slid across the counter with slow, deliberate movements. "Room 6, muttered. "Pay in the morning." I didn't bother to thank him. I took the key and walked out quickly. The motel hallway was Strangely quiet, the lights flickered slightly casting long shadows on the floor. I found room 6 and opened the door. The inside was as seedy as I expected, old furniture, an old-fashioned TV, and a bed. I'd seen better days, but it was clean and that was enough. I left my bag on a chair and slumped into bed with a sigh. I finally rested, or at least that's what I thought. There was something strange in the room. The silence was too absolute. There was not the typical hum of electrical wires, nor the sound of other guests in the adjoining rooms, not even the distant murmur of road traffic, just nothing. I closed my eyes, telling myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but just as I was starting to relax, knock, 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 I sat up. Suddenly someone was knocking on the door. I stood motionless, listening to nothing else, just that sharp knock echoing in the stillness. I waited a moment. Maybe it was the manager, maybe he had forgotten to tell me something. I took a deep breath and walked to the door. I stuck my ear to the wood silence. I didn't know why, but every cell of my body told me not to open it. A shiver ran down my spine. I took a step back, and then knock, 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 louder this time. I breathed heavily. "Hello?" I asked in a tense voice. Nothing, only silence. I looked through the peephole. There was no one. An irrational fear caught my chest. No, I opened the door. I didn't say anything else. I just waited. The blow didn't come back, but the silence, it felt worse, as if something was on the other side, waiting, watching. I slowly backed up to the bed and sat down. My phone had no signal. There was no Wi-Fi. The fear made me want to run out of there, but something told me not to open the door. I waited. The minutes felt like hours. Eventually my exhausted body gave up. I went to bed without turning off the light, with the fear still in my chest, and finally I fell asleep. When I woke up, the sun was already filtering through the curtains. The terror of the night before felt far away, almost as if I had imagined it. I got up quickly, gathered my things, and left the room. The hallway was just as quiet and empty as the night before. I arrived at the reception and left the key on the counter. The old man was not there. There was no one there, and not a sound. My skin stood on end. I quickly left the motel, feeling an urgent need to get away from there. I got in the car, turned it on, and drove away without looking back. Miles later, I stopped at a gas station. I still felt restless. When I paid, I decided to ask out of curiosity, "Hey, do you know something about the motel on the road, the one with the neon lights?" "Old women," the cashier frowned. "What a motel?" "The one about 20 miles behind," I insisted. "I stood there last night." The man looked at me with a strange expression. "There's no motel there." My blood froze. "How not? That place closed years ago." "Said they demolished it after a guy disappeared there in the 80s. My mouth went dry. "It can't be. I slept there last night." The cashier shook his head. "Friend, I don't know where you slept, but that motel doesn't exist anymore. I never talked about it again. I never looked for the motel again. I never took that road again. But there's something that still haunts me. If that motel didn't exist, if it wasn't supposed to be there, so where the hell did I spend the night? And even worse, who knocked on my door? Have you ever driven through a tunnel and felt that momentary chill, as if the outside world disappeared for an instant, as if they only existed? The echo of your tires on the pavement and the flashing lights above your head is unsettling. How a simple stretch of road can feel different when swallowed by rock and darkness. So it all started for me. It was just a night trip down an old highway, an old tunnel with nothing special, the kind of road you don't think twice before going through, until something makes you realize how lonely you really are. I had just come from visiting some friends, and I had decided to take the scenic route through the mountains. It was the kind of trip where the miles just disappear, with the road stretching endlessly in front of you, the windows down, the music down, perfect to clear your mind. When I saw the entrance of the tunnel, it was already late. The sun was beating down. I had hidden hours ago, leaving the sky in a deep black with only the moon and my headlights cutting through the darkness. The tunnel suddenly appeared, a black hole in the rock framed by worn concrete and rusty signs. I had already passed by there before during the day, but at night it felt different, hollow, like a cave that swallowed the road and the world behind it. As soon as I entered the radio, it went out suddenly. Only the sound of the engine and the rhythmic echo of the tires on the pavement remained. The walls of the tunnel were stained with years of dirt. The lights were old and flickered as if they could go out at any moment. I squeezed the steering wheel, telling myself that it was just the normal discomfort of tunnels. Nothing to worry about, but a few hundred meters inside I noticed something strange. A figure standing at the end from the tunnel. At first I thought it was an effect of the light, one of those moments when your tired brain plays with the shadows in the distance. The tunnel was long, and the exit was just a weak point of light at the end. But there in the center of the road there was someone standing without moving, without reacting to the lights of my car. My foot hesitated on the brake. What the hell was someone doing in the middle of a tunnel in the middle of the night? As I got closer, the figure wasn't moving or moving away. It was just there, waiting. I tried to convince myself that it was my imagination, that when I got closer I'd see that it was just a pole or some strange shadow. But then a sound, a thud from above. Something had hit the roof of my car. I shuddered. Another louder blow. As if something. I was walking on the roof. My breathing became ragged. I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing, just darkness. The blow, it repeated itself more insistently, as if something was trying to get in. My brain panicked. The figure on the road, the sound over the car. I couldn't stop. I wasn't going to go out to see what it was. So I did the only thing I could do. I stepped on the gas. The car roared forward. The bumps, they got stronger, as if something was crawling on the metal, holding on. As I approached the end of the tunnel. But just as I was about to reach the figure on the road, it moved. Didn't walk, didn't run, just disappeared into the shadow of the tunnel wall as if it had never been there. I went through the tunnel exit at full speed, the road coming back to life with the sound of the wind and the moonlight, and then the banging stopped. The car went silent again, as if nothing had happened, as if everything had been an illusion. I drove non-stop for miles. I looked in the rearview mirror every few seconds, hoping to see something following me, but there was nothing. Just the empty road. Finally, when I found a gas station, I stopped. My body was shaking. I got out of the car, feeling the cold air against me. I forced myself to look at the roof, and there were little circular indentations in the paint, as if something had been repeatedly hitting the metal. My stomach churned. I got back into the car and drove the rest of the way home without looking back. I actually avoided the tunnels as much as I can since that night. Something in that thing I saw on the road, the sound on the roof, the way the air felt so thick in there. I know it wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't my imagination. Something was waiting for me in that tunnel. And the worst part is that I still wonder what would have happened if I had stopped, if I had gotten out of the car, if I had looked up. The tunnels are made to make a safe passage through the darkness, to get in one way and out the other, but some tunnels have more waiting in the middle, and if you're lucky you can get out. You know that feeling you get when you take a wrong turn, that little turn in your stomach when the road stops looking familiar and suddenly you realize you're in a place you've never been. I had that feeling all the time while driving down that road. Nothing. It was late, I was tired, and the GPS had lost signal for miles, but the road had seemed like a shortcut, at least so I thought, when I turned into it. It was one of those narrow, winding roads that cut through the middle of nothingness. No streetlights, no traffic, just an endless stretch of cracked pavement that slid through dense forest. The trees were so thick on either side that their branches were intertwining above, blocking what little moonlight there was. The only illumination was coming from my headlights, casting long shadows that flickered, and they danced as I went. I glanced at my phone, hoping to see some hint of life. Maybe a signal bar or a small sign that the GPS was working again. But the screen was dark and the battery was draining quickly. I started to wonder if I should turn around when my headlights illuminated something ahead. There on the side of the road was an old beat-up car. It seemed to have been there for a long time, rusty, with broken windows and doors wide open. I slowed down as I got closer, scanning the area for signs of anyone nearby. But there was no one. Just the abandoned car. As if as a forgotten memory. Should have gone on driving. I should have ignored the urge to stop, but something forced me to slow down. I parked on the side of the road, turned off the engine, and sat for a moment watching the car. The air was heavy with the buzzing of insects in the trees, but underneath that was a strange, oppressive silence, as if the whole forest was holding its breath. I rolled down the window, expecting to hear something, anything, but there was nothing. Curiosity got the better of my judgment. Grabbed the flashlight from the glove compartment and got out of the car. The air was colder than I expected. Sticky cold, of the kind that clings to your skin even on a summer night. I shivered as I walked to the abandoned car. My footsteps crunched on the gravel of the road. Close up, the car looked even worse, the paint peeling, the tires flat, sunken on the ground, as if it had been there for years. The interior was a mess, paper, years strewn across the seats, an old jacket lying in the back, and something on the passenger seat that I couldn't make out. I raised the flashlight, and the light shone on the object, a doll just sitting there, leaning against the seat, their glass eyes staring straight ahead, matted hair, torn dress, but they were the eyes which made me uneasy. Big, without an eyelash waiting, I took a step back, feeling a knot form in my stomach. There was no reason for anyone to leave a doll like that in an abandoned car, none at all. I turned to my car, ready to leave, and then I heard it, a soft crack, but close. I stood frozen. The sound was coming from the trees just behind the car, the sound of something or someone moving through the bushes. I held my breath, trying to locate the exact direction, but the sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I picked up the flashlight and directed it towards the trees, its ace cutting through the darkness. The shadows seemed to move in the flickering light, but I didn't see anything. Still, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. I was being paranoid. The car was creepy, yes, but that didn't mean nothing. It was probably just an animal in the woods, a deer, a raccoon, nothing to worry about. I forced myself to move, to go back to my car. But when I reached out to open the door, something made me stop. The reflection in the rearview mirror, a movement, a tall, thin silhouette standing at the edge of the woods, just beyond the abandoned car. My heart skipped a beat. I spun sharply, directing the flashlight towards the figure swim. The trees were motionless, the road empty, but I knew what I'd seen. Someone had been there, someone been watching me. My hands were shaking as I got back into the car, securing the doors with a hasty click, struggling to get the key into the ignition, my breath ragged. The engine roared to life, my headlights, and lit up the road. Light cutting through the darkness. I glanced in the rearview mirror, nothing. Stepped on the accelerator. The car shook as I shot down the road, the noise of loose gravel crunching under the tires. The road twisted and turned, the trees closing on either side. I kept looking at the mirrors, hoping to see something move in the distance, but the figure didn't reappear, at least not right away. I drove for several minutes, trying to calm myself down, trying to convince myself that it had all been my imagination, but then I noticed something strange. The road, this road I'd never been on before, it was starting to look familiar. The same cracked pavement, the same branches leaning over the road, the same hairpin bends. I frowned, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I couldn't have been driving in circles, it was impossible, but the feeling of déjà vu was undeniable. And then, in front of me, my headlights illuminated something on the side of the road, the abandoned car. My foot hit the brake, the car skidded to a stop. My heart hammers in my chest as I watch the scene in front of me. The same rusty car, the same broken windows, the same doors wide open. I had just left this place. There was no way I could have come back here. A cold sweat ran down my back. Maybe I had become disoriented, maybe the road was spinning. But deep down I knew it wasn't that. The air inside the car was heavy, suffocating. My mind was racing, trying to decide what to do. But before I could react, the creak came back louder, closer. I looked in the rearview mirror and there was the figure standing in the middle of the road, right behind my car, silent, watching, waiting. There's something in the mountains that makes you feel as if you have entered another world. The air is thinner, more cutting, and the silence is deeper, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant cry of an animal. I have always liked that feeling, that of being completely removed from the chaos of everyday life. But I never expected that feeling of isolation to turn into something much more unsettling. It all started on a journey on the road with my friend Emily. We had been there for months. I planned a weekend in the mountains, just the two of us, some hiking, a cozy cabin, and lots of fresh air. Everything was going perfectly until we decided to take a shortcut. On the way to the cabin, the GPS showed us a shorter route, a narrow and winding mountain road that promised to reduce our travel time by almost an hour. At first it seemed like a good idea, though the road was quiet with hardly any other cars and the scenery was beautiful. Trees towering high above us, their leaves beginning to turn gold and orange with the change of season. The air was fresh, the sky was a perfect blue, and the drive was pacific. But as we shadowed over the road, the GPS signal flickered and then went out completely, leaving us on our own. Feeling a little uncomfortable, "We're sure this is the right way?" I asked, trying to sound calmer than I felt. Emily looked at her phone and frowned at the blank screen. "Well, now it's the only way. Let's go the cabin. It can't be far away," I nodded. But there was something about the road that didn't feel right. It wasn't just the isolation or the fact that the GPS would have stopped working. There was something else. Something I couldn't identify. The more I drove, the quieter everything became. There were no birds or wind, just the constant hum of the engine and the crunch of the gravel under the tires. And then I saw it. At first, it was just a silhouette in the walking distance at the edge of the road, partially hidden by the trees, blinking trying to make sense of it. It was tall, much higher than a person with long limbs and an unnatural stillness. My first thought was that it was some kind of animal, maybe a deer or a moose, but something about the way it stood there, so motionless, froze my blood. "You saw that?" I asked in a whisper. Emily looked up from her phone. "See what up there?" I said, pointing to the figure. But when I looked again, the road was gone. Empty. Emily narrowed her eyes, leaning forward in her seat. I couldn't see anything. I shook my head, trying to downplay the importance. Maybe it had just been a shadow or a tree. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been something else, something that was watching us. We kept driving the road, twisting and turning as I climbed higher into the mountains. The trees became thicker, their branches hanging low over the road, and the light began to fade even though it was still late in the afternoon. The sun was barely filtering through the canopy, bathing everything in a golden light and bad fontas. And then I saw it again. This time it was closer, the same tall figure standing right on the edge of the road, half hidden behind the trees. My heart skipped a beat and I slowed the car with the eyes riveted on her. It wasn't an animal, I didn't know what it was, but she was watching us. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, more to myself than to Emily. She followed my gaze, but by the time she did, the figure had already slipped back into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. "You're kidding me?" Emily asked in a light tone but with a note of nervousness underneath. I didn't respond quickly. With a trembling voice, "I swear there's something out there. Something's looking at us." Emily looked at me for a moment, then looked out the window again. Her tense expression. "Just let's get to the cabin. We'll feel better when we get off this road." I nodded, but the uneasiness in my stomach was growing. Pressure on the accelerator, trying to shake me off, the feeling that we weren't alone. The road seemed to extend forever, each curve revealing more of the same dense trees and winding gravel road. My hands were holding tight to the steering wheel, my eyes jumping between the road and the trees, waiting for the figure to appear again. And then, just as we took a particularly sharp bend, there it was. This time I hit the brakes, the car skidding slightly on the loose gravel as we were stopped in swoon. Emily gasped, putting a hand to her mouth. When I saw him, he was also at least 2 m tall. His limbs were long and thin, his skin a pale gray and sickly. His head was too small for his body, and his eyes were large, dark and empty, looking at us with an intensity that made me feel an icy cold in my blood. We froze, watching him as he stood on the road motionless. He made no sound, he did not move towards us, but I could feel her heavy, oppressive gaze as if she was waiting for something. "What the hell is that?" Emily whispered, her barely audible voice. "I don't know," I replied with a trembling voice, "but we have to get out of here." I put the car in reverse, my heart pounding as I started to back up, but the thing didn't move. It just stood there looking at us. The road behind us was narrow, and I struggled to keep the car steady as I backed up, my eyes jumping between the rear-view mirror and the thing in front of us. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, stepped aside and disappeared into the trees. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I started the car and sped down the road, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. For a few minutes, neither of us said anything. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the creaking of the gravel under the tires. My heart was still pounding, my mind struggling to comprehend what I'd just seen. "What the hell that was?" Emily asked again, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said with a dry throat. "I don't know." We drove silently for a while, the light fading even more as the sun dug behind the mountains. The trees seemed to close in around us, their shadows long and twisted crossing on the road. From time to time I seemed to see something moving through the trees, a barely visible flash of movement, but each time I looked closer, there was nothing. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the road widened and we saw a sign pointing to the cabin. I let out a sigh that I hadn't even realized I was holding back as I turned into the gravel driveway that led to the cabin. Was small, surrounded by trees, but it looked warm and cozy compared to the darkness of the forest. I parked the car and turned off the engine, the sudden silence almost deafening. We sat there for a moment, neither of us wanting to leave. "You think he's already gone?" Emily asked in a whisper. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "But we're here now, we should go in." We grabbed our bags and hurried to the cabin, closing the locked door behind us. The interior was cozy with a small fireplace and a few windows facing the forest, but the sense of relief I was hoping for didn't come. I couldn't shake the feeling that what we had seen on the road was still there, watching us. We spent the rest of the night in silence, barely talking, too tense to relax. Every creak of the cabin, Every gust of wind outside made me feel like we were in the middle of the night. My heart was beating faster that night when I lay in bed. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure we'd seen, the way he'd stood in the middle of the road, or watching us, and then, just as I was finally starting to fall asleep, I heard a soft crack outside the window. I froze, holding my breath. The sound got louder, closer, like if something was moving among the trees, approaching the cabin. I sat up slowly, my heart beating against my chest. Emily slept on the bed opposite. Completely oblivious to the noise, I got up carefully. Moving as quietly as possible, I went to the window. My hands were shaking as I pulled back the curtain just a little to look outside, and then I saw it. The figure was there right beyond the edge of the forest, with their dark eyes fixed on the hut, watching. Waiting the mountains can be beautiful, peaceful even, but there's something about their isolation that makes them feel different. You think you're alone, but you're not. There's always something there outside watching you, and sometimes if you're unlucky he lets you see it. There's also a kind of weird silence that you only feel when you're in the water at night, not the kind of peace you'd expect, but a silence that presses on you. It makes the world feel too empty, too still. That was the kind of silence I found myself in the night I saw the boat. I wasn't supposed to if I was there. There had never been anything like it on the lake before. It was supposed to be just a quiet night. I had taken my little fishing boat out into the lake, as I used to do when I wanted to clear my mind. It was a remote place hidden in the woods where there was hardly anyone, a place where I could escape from it all for a while. The lake was quiet, and I had anchored near the center, where the trees lined the on the shore like dark sentinels. It was Pacific at first. I lay back in the boat, enjoying the cool night air. The stars reflected off the water like little needles of light. Everything was calm. There was no fish yet, but it wasn't really there for that. It was more about the solitude of the silence. But then the fog began to spread. At first it was just a light mist floating on the surface of the water, something I had seen many times before. But as I watched it, the mist spread over the lake like a blanket. It was strange, almost unnatural. The sky was clear, with no trace of clouds, and yet the fog kept coming, growing, getting denser by the minute, until I could barely see the shore. I leaned forward in the boat, squinting in the fog, trying to make out something beyond. Of the thick white mist, it was as if the world had disappeared, leaving me in a small bubble of visibility. The only sound was the soft splash of the water against the side of the boat, and even that seemed muffled, as if the fog was devouring the noise. It was then that I saw it, a shape slowly emerging from the fog. At first it was just a shadow, something dark and distant, barely visible through the mist. I thought it might be a trick of the light, maybe a reflection or some strange play of the fog, but as it got closer, the shape became clearer, more defined. It was a boat. Not a boat, a big old boat, and rising out of the fog like something from another time. I stood staring at it with my heart beating hard. There shouldn't be anything that size on the lake. It was a quiet place meant mostly for small boats and fishing. Not the kind of sight you'd expect to see a boat like that. The wood looked old, the hull worn and eroded as if it had been sailing for decades, maybe centuries. The boat was moving slowly, cutting through the fog without making a single sound. There was no engine or creak of wood, nothing but the gentle ripple of the water as it approached. No, it was coming straight at me, but it was close enough to see every detail. The threadbare sails, the ropes hanging loose, the way the water barely altered as it passed. There was something else, too. The deck was empty. I couldn't see a single person on board. There was no crew. There was no captain. Just a ghostly and chilling silence. The ship passed by me, as if I didn't even notice that I was there. There I disappeared endo in the fog as quickly as it had appeared. I stood there frozen, my breath caught in my throat. What had I just seen? Where it had come from? My mind was running, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a restored old ship, a historical replica or something. But that didn't explain why I was here on this remote lake in the middle of the night. I reached for my phone with my hands trembling. But I hadn't, of course. There was never reception that far away. I looked around, trying to see if there was any trace of the boat, but the fog had swallowed it up completely. The lake was calm again, the surface calm, as if nothing had been there. I should have left. I should have started the engine and gone back to shore. But something kept me there. Curiosity, maybe. Oh, stupidity, I wasn't sure. But I found myself sitting in the middle of the boat. Again, looking at the fog, waiting. Minutes passed, maybe more. The fog, still water I could barely see a few feet in front of me. The shore completely hidden from view. The silence became heavier than before, And then I heard it, a soft rustling distant like wood or under weak but unmistakable pressure. It came from the fog. My heart raced as I struggled to hear the sound. It got louder, closer, the unmistakable creak of a ship's hull moving through the water. But I still couldn't see anything. The fog was too dense. The boat was still there. I knew it, and then, from somewhere in the mist, I heard something else, a faint voice. But Clara, help! It was just a whisper, but it gave me goosebumps. I got up, peering into the water, trying to see where help was coming from. The voice sounded a little louder again this time, but still distant, echoing through the fog. I gripped the oars with my heart pounding tightly and began to paddle in the direction of the sound. My boat cut through the water. The swirling fog was moving forward. I didn't know who was there or what was going on, but I couldn't ignore it. Someone needed help, but the more I rowed, the thicker the fog thickened. The voice became more subdued, more difficult to follow, until it was barely a whisper again. I stopped with my breath between. The sound had almost completely disappeared, swallowed by the fog, leaving me alone in silence again. And it was then, when I saw the boat again. It emerged from the fog much closer, this time rising above my small boat. Now I could see the details, the splintered wood, the sails torn apart, the way it glided over the water without making a sound. My heart pounding as I looked at it, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. But there was something else, something I hadn't noticed. Before, there were figures on the deck. I couldn't make out their faces, but they were their shadows moving slowly across the deck, their unnatural movements, almost too slow. They didn't seem to notice my presence. They didn't react at all. Just they were moving as if they were repeating a forgotten routine. But then suddenly they all stopped at once. They turned towards me. Slowly, deliberately. I felt my blood run cold. I couldn't see their eyes, but I could feel their gaze on me, the weight of their attention. My hands clenched around the oars, but I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. One of the figures stepped forward. He approached the edge of the boat and raised a hand, pointing directly at me. This time it wasn't a plea for help. It was a warning. Go away. The word echoed through the fog, sending a shiver down my spine. I didn't wait for them to tell me. Twice my hands closed tighter around the oars, but I was still paralyzed, unable to look away from the figure pointing at me. The fog swirled around the ship, wrapping it in a thick, ethereal layer. The ship began to slowly drift away, gliding into the soundless mist. The figure on deck kept his arm outstretched, his finger pointing directly at me, until slowly the mist devoured him completely. It was then that my body reacted. I grabbed the oars and resounded, trembling. The air felt different here, less heavy, more real. I looked up at the lake. The fog still floated on the dense, ghostly water, but the ship was gone. There was no trace of it or the figures on the deck, not even the slightest movement on the surface of the lake. I sat there for a long time, staring at the water, trying to make sense of what I had sought, a rational explanation. But I hadn't known what I had seen. I knew that I hadn't. I was alone that night on the lake. I didn't get back on the water. After that I sold the boat a few weeks later, and though I tried to convince myself that it had all been an illusion, a shadow, a trick of the tired mind, I still hear that voice in my dreams, go whispering through the fog, warning, never come back. There's something unsettling about being in the ocean at night. No matter how big the boat or how calm the waters are there, the endless blackness around you can make you feel small, like you're the only thing left in the world. I've always loved the water since I was a kid, but being on a cruise alone, surrounded by strangers, changes that feeling. What was once peaceful loneliness transforms into something more unsettling, more isolating. I booked this cruise at the last minute. The work had been hell. My relationships, they seemed to fall apart, and I needed to get away from it all. A week at sea, no emails, no phone calls, just me. The ocean open, and my thoughts sounded perfect. The first few days were exactly what I expected. I spent time lounging by the pool, reading, and occasionally making awkward little conversations with other passengers. But I didn't care. I wasn't there to make friends. However, on the third night something changed. Started when I noticed that some of the people I had seen on the first day, people I was sure I had talked to or walked past, were no longer there. It's normal for passengers to stay in their own spaces, especially on such a large cruise ship, but there were some faces that I clearly remembered. A couple who had been sitting at my table the first night at dinner, a group of friends who were always laughing at the bar, even a family with 2 children running through the halls laughing. They all disappeared at first. I didn't think too much about it. Maybe they were just spending more time in their cabins or in other areas of the ship. But as time went on, I realized that I didn't see them anywhere. Not in the pool, not in the dining room, not on the deck. No one seemed to mention them either, as if they had never been there in the first place on the fourth night. Everything got worse. I was sitting on one of the upper decks, enjoying the night breeze with the soft hum of the boat's engines in the background. The stars shone scattered in the sky like little flashes of light, and the ocean stretched out in all directions. Dark and infinite, I could hear the soft murmur of other passengers below me, laughter, the clinking of glasses. It was a quiet night, but then I noticed it. At the end of the deck, near the railing, there was a man standing completely motionless, wearing a dark jacket and his head slightly tilted as if he were staring at something in the water. I didn't know why, but something in he made me uncomfortable. He didn't lean against the railing. He didn't move at all. He was just standing there like a statue. I watched him for a while. Is he turned around or walked away? But he didn't. He remained nailed to his place, watching the ocean after what seemed like an eternity. I finally stood up thinking about going back to my cabin, but when I walked next to him, something happened. I missed the sounds of the boat, the laughter, the music, the conversations faded away. It was as if I had crossed an invisible barrier. Suddenly all I could hear was the tossing of the waves against the hull. It wasn't just silence, it was absolute emptiness. I stopped, looking at the man. He hadn't moved, but now I could see that his hands were clenched into fists, his knuckles white under the dim light. A shiver ran through my back. "You're fine?" I asked, my voice lower than I intended. He didn't answer. He didn't even react. It was as if he hadn't even heard me. I got a little closer, keeping some distance from that angle. I could see his face. He had no expression. His eyes were fixed on the horizon. For a moment I thought he wasn't even breathing. Before I could say anything else, an inexplicable cold ran through my body and an overwhelming urge to walk away. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off him until I was far enough away to turn and hurry up the stairs. The moment I set foot on the main deck, the sounds of the ship came back suddenly. The laughter, the music, all came back as if it had never gone away. I stopped for a second, looking around. No one seemed to have noticed anything strange. No one seemed to have seen the man on the floor. Upper deck that night in my cabin, I couldn't stop thinking about him, who he was, why he stayed there without moving. The more I thought about it, the more I realized something disturbing. I hadn't seen him before. Not at dinner, not at the pool. Nowhere. It was as if he had just appeared out of nowhere. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes I saw his empty, lifeless face looking out at the ocean. At some point I must have fallen asleep because I was awakened by a sound, a soft knock on my door. I was completely motionless. At first I thought it was just the swaying of the boat making something move, but the tapping with continue was deliberate, rhythmic. My heart started pounding. I slowly got up and walked towards the door, pressing my ear against it. Nothing. The tapping had stopped. I hesitated for a second before turning the lock and opening the door. The hallway was empty. There was no one there, but on the floor right in front of my door was a small piece of paper. Bended. My breathing became shallow as I bent down and picked it up. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. Inside, written in a trembling handwriting, there was only one word: look. I stared at the note, feeling the fear curl up in my chest. Look. Who left this? My gaze swept down the empty hallway, but there was no sign of anyone. I swallowed hard and locked the door, keeping the note in my pocket. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the ship, every slight sound in the hallway, kept me alert, and every time I closed my eyes I saw the man on the upper deck, still watching the ocean. The next day I decided to look for answers. I went to the reception desk and asked for him, but when I described the man in the dark jacket, the receptionist just looked at me in confusion. "We have no record of a passenger with that description," she said, shaking her head. My stomach sank. I tried to explain what I had seen, but the more she talked, the more ridiculous it sounded. That night, when the knocking on my door came back, I didn't open it. I just sat on my bed looking at the note that I still had in my hands. Look. I don't know what I wanted me to see, but I know that I give, so I always feel observed. There is a particular loneliness that you feel when you are deep in the forest, miles away from anything or familiar person. It is a strange kind of isolation, almost pacific, until it is no longer, until you realize that the world is much bigger and darker than it is, that you imagined, and that if something goes wrong there's no one around to help you. That's exactly what I felt when I hiked that trail last summer. At first it was just a weekend trip, something to get away from the city for a few days. I felt restless, stuck in the routine of work and stress, and a solo hike seemed like the perfect solution. I chose a trail in a state park a few hours away, known for its rugged beauty and most importantly for its lack of crowds. Just what I needed. The drive went without incident. I arrived at the trailhead point with the sun already high in the sky. The weather was perfect, a clear blue sky, a light breeze, and that fresh mountain air you don't feel in the city. I took my backpack, adjusted the straps, and I tied myself in the woods. The trail was beautiful. It made its way through dense trees and rocky outcroppings with occasional views of distant peaks. For the first few hours I saw no one else, and that was exactly what I wanted. Just me, the trail, and the sound of my crisp boots on the gravel was Pacific. The kind of solitude that feels good, but as the day wore on I began noticing something strange. At first was nothing obvious. Just small details. The trees seemed to grow closer together. The air felt heavier, thicker. The trail itself began to become less defined, as if fewer people had walked it lately. And then there was the silence. Before, the forest had been full of sounds, birds singing, leaves rustling in the wind, branches rustling in the old, but now nothing. The forest was completely dead. I pushed those thoughts aside. I told myself I was exaggerating. After all, I was in the middle of the forest. The silence was normal. I didn't check my map and decided to keep going. There was a small campsite about 8 kilometers ahead, and I planned to stay there overnight. The trail formed a loop that would take me back to the parking lot the next day. But as I walked, the feeling of unease grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The trail felt different, like it wasn't the same one I'd been walking before. The trees seemed taller, darker. The undergrowth was thicker, more matted. Every now and then I seemed to see something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow moving between the trees, a flash of light that disappeared before I could focus on it, and then I found the backpack. It was just off the side of the trail, half hidden among the ferns. At first I thought someone had left it behind by accident, maybe a hiker who had gone off the trail and forgot about it. But when I got closer I noticed that the backpack was old, worn. The fabric was torn in places, and the zippers were rusty. It had a thick layer of dirt and leaves on it, as if it had been there for months, maybe even years. Curiosity won me over. I opened one of the pockets and pulled out a map of the park, wrinkled and yellowed with time. But it was what I found in a side pocket that really made my heart race. A diary. The cover was worn, the pages were yellowed. I began to flip through it, passing through detailed notes about the trail, the fauna, the landscape, until I reached the last one's entries, and something changed. The calligraphy became chaotic. The sentences were shorter, more desperate. Something is following me. I stopped in dry. I still hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn around there is no one. I kept reading, feeling how fear settled in my chest. I don't know how I got here. This is not the same path. Changes. I tried to go back, but the path is blocked. There are no signs, no more. I know where I am. The last entry was just a sentence written in a shaky and uneven handwriting. It's looking at me. I closed the diary suddenly, with my hands shaking. My first instinct was to drop everything and run, but when I looked up my heart stopped. The path was gone. The clear, defined path I'd been following for hours was gone. It was no longer in place. There were only thick, dark trees. The forest was gone. I had closed around me, turned in all directions, looking for a somewhat familiar landmark, but all I saw were more trees, more weeds. There was no way out. My breathing became fast and raggy as I tried to calm down. I hadn't gotten lost. Not really. I just had to stay calm, remember my direction, and walk back. But then I heard it, a rustle in the leaves, a rustle behind me. Someone or something was there. My muscles tensed. Maybe it was an animal, a deer, a bear, something normal. But the footsteps were too human, slow, deliberate. I couldn't see anything in the trees, but I felt his presence, and then I saw him. A figure standing in the trees. I couldn't make out his face, but I knew that was staring at me. Frozen in fear, I didn't move. I blinked and disappeared. I didn't wait any longer. I grabbed my backpack and ran. I ran without thinking, without looking back, my feet stumbling over roots and stones. The steps followed me faster, closer. The forest closed in around me. The shadows lengthened. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs couldn't take it anymore, and then the trail appeared again so suddenly, as if I had never disappeared. I staggered to him, panting, feeling my heart beat against my chest. I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the camp. I didn't sleep that night. The silence of the forest weighed on me. Every shadow seemed darker than it should be. At dawn I packed my things and I left. I didn't look back. I don't know what I saw there. I don't know what happened to the person who wrote that diary. I just know I'll never go back to that trail. 'Cause some routes don't lead where they should. Some lead to places you can't go back. There's something about driving alone at night that's always a little unsettling. The road stretches endlessly in front of you, dark and empty, with only the faint glow of your headlights cutting through the blackness. I've done enough solo trips to know how to shake that I felt uncomfortable. But that night was different. That night, no matter how much I kept telling myself that I was just imagining things, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I had been driving for hours on the way home from a work trip that had taken longer than expected. It was late, and I still had a few hours to go. The highway was almost deserted. Just me, a car or two passing by, and the constant hum of the engine had the radio on at low volume. More for company than anything else, but it didn't do much to calm my nerves. The night was laden with fog of the kind that makes everything outside the car feel distant and disconnected. The road was barely visible, swallowed up by the billowing fog, and the trees lining the highway seemed to get closer with each mile. I focused on the eye, was trying to ignore the growing sense of isolation that hung in the air. It was then that my phone rang. The sudden sound startled me. I glanced at the screen, hoping to see my wife's name or perhaps a call from work, but the number was unknown. No caller ID, just a long string of numbers that made no sense. I hesitated for a moment before answering, thinking it was a number wrong or some kind of telemarketer. "Hi," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness of the car. There was a pause long enough to make me think the call had been cut off, and then I heard it. A soft and distant voice was weak above a whisper, and I had to strain to understand the words. "You're alone." I frowned again, looking at the screen. My heart skipped a beat. "Sorry." The voice didn't respond right away. It was a low, whispering woman's voice, as if she was speaking from far away, and there was a strange sound, a strange crack in the background, like static or wind. "You're alone," she repeated, her clearest voice. This time I felt a chill run down my spine. The way she said it, as if I already knew the answer, put me on alert. "Who is it?" I asked in a trembling voice. There was a pause, and then he said, "You should keep driving," blinking, looking at the road ahead, my pulse quickening. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" But the line was cut off before I could get an answer. I stared at the phone in my hand. The screen showed the call was over. For a moment, I just sat there trying to process what had just happened. Maybe it was a joke, some joker, told myself, dialing a number at random just to annoy me, but it didn't feel like a joke. I threw the phone on the passenger seat, shaking my head and trying to laugh about it. Just a random weird guy, I thought, nothing important. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself of that, the feeling of unease in my chest didn't go away. I kept driving, my hands holding on to the steering wheel tighter than before. The fog seemed to thicken, pressing around the car like a heavy blanket, and the road ahead seemed to fade into nothingness. The highway was completely empty now, not a single car in sight. The only sound was the constant hum of the engine and the soft rustle of the tires on the pavement. And then my phone rang again. I jumped, my heart racing, and grabbed it from the seat. It was the same unknown long number with no caller ID. My stomach churned while I was staring at the screen, my fingers shaking over the answer button. Everything in me was screaming not to answer, but I couldn't help it. I had to know who it was. "Hello," I said, my voice just a whisper. The same soft crack sounded through the line, and then the woman's voice again. "Don't stop." Her tone was quiet, almost comforting, but there was a nuance in her voice that made me shudder. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "Why are you calling me?" There was a long silence, and for a moment I thought the call had been cut off again. But then she spoke, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Is following you." My blood froze. "What is following me?" I asked, my voice barely steady. The static in the line increased, crackling like distant thunder. Her voice now sounded distant, as if she was speaking from miles away. "Don't stop," he repeated, and then the call was cut off. I looked at the phone, my heart hammering in my chest. My hands were shaking. My mind was filled with 100 unanswered questions. What the hell was going on? Who was that woman, and how did I know where she was? I looked at the empty road in front of me, the fog so thick now that I could barely see a few meters ahead. The trees seemed to close on either side, their dark shapes writhing in the fog, and then out of the corner of my eye I saw it. A shadow flickered in my side mirror, just a flash, but enough to send me a shock of fear. I turned my head hard, scanning the road behind me, but there was nothing there, just the fog. A swirl. I knew I'd seen something dark, something moving right behind the car. I stepped on the gas, my heart beating hard as the car moved forward. The engine roared as I hurried down the road, the trees blurring by, my breath gasping out. I grabbed the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. The phone rang again, but this time I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I could feel it now. Something behind me, something following me. Something I couldn't see, but I knew I was there. The phone kept ringing and again, its high-pitched sound cutting through the roar of the engine. I didn't answer. I didn't stop driving. The minutes stretched like hours. The empty road stretched endlessly in front of me. Every shadow in the fog seemed to move. Every tree seemed to lean too close. My heart pounded. My mind a chaos of fear and confusion. I didn't know what was following me. I didn't know why. But I did know one thing: I couldn't stop. The phone rang again, but this time it didn't sound like a warning. It sounded like an order. Keep driving. I stepped on the gas harder, my foot shaking, and the car sped forward, the speedometer going higher and higher. The world outside the car was a blur. The trees and the fog mixed into a single dark and amorphous blob, and then, as suddenly as the fog had started, it began to dissipate. My breath caught in my throat, blinked, as the fog swirled and faded little by little, revealing the clear night sky. The trees receded, the road opened, and in the distance I saw the glow of lights, bright and comforting streetlights, marking the boundary of a small town. The phone stopped ringing. I slowed down, my hands still shaking, and I stopped at the first gas station I saw. My heart, my mind was still pounding, still trying to take in what had happened. I turned off the engine and sat for a long moment in the silence, listening to the soft tick-tack of the engine cooling down. I picked up my phone, looked at the screen. No missed calls, no unknown numbers, just silence. Sometimes the things we can't explain are the ones that torment us the most. I don't know what was happening that night. I don't know who it was, the woman on the phone. But I do know one thing. Whatever it was, it's still out there, and if you ever drive alone at night and your phone rings, you better keep driving. There's a kind of silence that you only find deep in the woods at night. It's not the quiet silence of a peaceful afternoon. It's one that feels too still, too unnatural, as if the world was holding its breath. That was the kind of silence I found myself sitting in around a campfire with a couple of friends in the middle of a national park miles away from any sign of civilization. It was supposed to be a fun weekend. We had been planning this camping trip for weeks, and it seemed like a good way to unplug. No phones, no work. Nature. We walked all day, set up our camp near a stream, and settled for the night with the campfire crackling and the stars just peeking through the trees. Everything was perfect until it was no longer perfect. It started with the lights. At first I didn't notice them. We were too caught up in the conversation, laughing and telling stories, enjoying the warmth of the fire, but then I saw them out of the corner of my eye. A faint glow moving through the trees. I turned my head, squinting in the darkness, trying to understand what I was seeing. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a reflection of the fire, or even another camper in the distance with a flashlight. But the more I looked, the more I realized that those lights weren't like any other I'd seen before. They moved too fast, too smoothly, gliding between the trees in a way that didn't seem natural, and wasn't just one. They were several small glowing spheres that floated and faded, appearing and disappearing, as if they were playing some kind of game. I nudged Jake, who was sitting next to me. "Hey, you see that?" He followed my gaze, his face furrowed in confusion. "The lights?" "Yes. What do you think they are?" He shrugged. But I could tell he was as restless as I am. "I don't know. Probably other campers, flashlights, maybe. But I knew it wasn't that. There were no camps nearby, no trails, sun, miles and miles of dense forest. And no flashlight moved that way. No flashlight had that pale, unsettling glow." Emily, that she was sitting across from us, she noticed our expressions and turned to look. Her eyes widened. "What the hell?" None of us spoke for several minutes. We just watched the lights dance through the trees, moving strangely enough that we couldn't see what caused them. Sometimes they flickered and disappeared. Other times they appeared in a completely different place. "Maybe they're fireflies," Emily murmured. Although her tone wasn't, Jake shook his head. "Fireflies don't glow like this." I was already standing away from the heat of the fire before I even realized that something had moved in those lights. I was calling myself. "I'm going to take a look," I said. Jake grabbed my arm, his firm grip. "Man, no, you don't know what's there." Vasil looking again. The lights were shining brighter now, as if they had noticed that we were looking at them, as if we were being called. Emily also stood up, her pale face in the firelight. "I don't think that's a good idea," but I was already moving towards the trees, my steps almost automatic. Something about them attracted me. The air felt colder. As soon as I entered the tree line, the sound of the forest dimmed, as if I had crossed to another place. I could still hear Jake and Emily behind. Their voices were low and anxious, but my focus was on the lights. Now they were closer. They floated right beyond the first group of trees, waiting for me. I took another step. The light flickered, intensified. They weren't moving randomly. They were guiding me. The further I went, the more I noticed how the forest changed around me. The trees became thicker, their branches knotty and crooked, casting angular shadows on the ground. The air smelled of dampness and old earth with a background of something stale, as if this place had been sealed off for years. I don't know how long I walked, but eventually the lights stopped moving. They stayed floating in the air, forming a small circle in front of me, and then I saw it, a small clearing in the middle of. The forest wasn't big, maybe about 3 m wide, but it was incorrect. The ground was bare, no grass, no leaves, just exposed dirt, and in the center of the clearing something was buried. At first it looked like a rock or a log. Old, but when I got closer, I saw that it was none of those things. It was an old wet object, covered in dirt and moss. The light flickered on its surface and revealed marks, engraved symbols, which I did not recognize, carved deep into the material. My skin stood on end. There was something about them that it didn't make sense. They seemed to move if I looked at them too long. My instincts screamed to back off, that I shouldn't be here, that this shouldn't be found. I took a step back, the air changed, and then I heard something, a soft, faint whisper, like an echo lost in the wind. My heart pounded in my chest. I stood motionless, trying to understand it, but the whisper was too low, too far away, as if I spoke a language that I could understand. The lights began to flicker rapidly. The air became heavier. The object on the ground shone. My body froze. Then something changed. A dull heartbeat echoed in my chest. It wasn't a sound, it was a sensation, as if the whole forest was breathing, as if something in this clearing had just woken up. I ran. I didn't look back, the lights flickering furiously. The earth seemed to shake beneath my feet. I ran between the trees, feeling the air close around me. My lungs burned, my legs trembled. But I didn't stop when they finally stormed the camp. Jake and Emily were standing wide-eyed. "What happened?" Jake asked, his voice tense. I had no words, just a certainty in my chest. "We have to go now." They didn't ask. We packed up in record time and left. I didn't look out into the woods. I didn't look for the lights. No, I wanted to see if something was watching us. I don't know what I found there. I don't know what the symbols meant, but I do know something about that BZ that didn't want us to be there, and I'll never go back to. Find out why there's something about old houses that makes you feel like you're stepping into someone else's memories. Wooden floors creak under your feet. The smell of dust and old books floats in the air, and every corner seems to keep a secret. That's exactly what I felt when I checked into the little bed and breakfast on the outskirts of town. It was quaint, even charming, with its antique furniture and faded wallpaper. But there was something about it that I couldn't quite pin down. Something that felt a little too quiet. I was traveling for work on a route a little farther away than I could tell. I usually stayed the night so as not to make the trip all at once. The bed and breakfast had good reviews, and from the outside it looked cozy. A 2-story Victorian house with a porch surrounding it and meticulously trimmed hedges. The owner, an older woman named Mrs. Winthrop, greeted me with a warm smile and a set of antique bronze keys, showed me my room on the 2nd floor. At the end of a narrow hallway of faded family portraits, "This house has been in my family for generations," he said proudly as we walked. "Every piece of furniture, every painting, everything is original. We like to keep things as they were." There was something in his voice that sounded almost rehearsed, as if he had given the same speech to hundreds of guests before me. I nodded politely, trying to ignore the strange feeling that had come over me since I walked through the door. It was just an old house, I told myself. There was no reason to be restless. My room was cozy, a small and tidy space with a 4-poster bed, a wooden chest of drawers, and a window overlooking the garden. Mrs. Winthrop explained the basic services to me, pointed to the shared bathroom at the end of the hall, and left me alone to settle in. But while I was arranging my things, I couldn't help but notice the door across the hall was closed, unlike the other doors in the house that showed signs of wear and tear over the years. This one was different. It looked new. The bronze knob shone without a single stain, and the wood had no scratches or marks of curious use. I approached and observed it more closely. It had no plaque, a number, or a sign that. It was another room of. I reached out to the knob, hesitating for a moment before stopping a little on me. I knew I shouldn't open it from below. Mrs. Winthrop's voice interrupted my thoughts. "All right up there." I jumped and walked away from the door quickly. "Yes, all right," I replied. Hurrying back to my room, I closed the door behind me, trying to push the door out of my mind. It was probably just a storage closet or a room they didn't use anymore. It wasn't worth worrying about. But that night as I lay in bed I couldn't stop thinking about it. The house, it was old, creaky, and every sound seemed to amplify in the darkness. But the silence that floated in the hallway was different. It was heavy. Like something was waiting. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned in bed for hours listening every little sound. I finally decided that a walk around the house might help me clear my head. I got up carefully, avoiding making a noise as I went out into the hallway. The house was dark with only a faint glow of the moon filtering through the lace curtains, and there was the door. I stopped in front of it. It didn't make sense, but I felt like she was calling me before I could stop my hand. Already it was on the knob. I turned slowly closed for some reason. I was relieved, but at the same time the curiosity only grew. Why would Mrs. Winthrop keep this room closed when all the others were open? I decided not to insist any longer. I went down to the living room where an old grandfather clock marked the time with a rhythmic sound. I sat in one of the armchairs near the extinguished fireplace, trying to calm myself. Why, then I heard it, a soft noise coming from upstairs. At first I thought I had imagined it, but there it was again, a creak as if someone was walking slowly down the hallway. The house was empty except for Mrs. Winthrop and I. Her room was downstairs. The sound continued, a few light steps, and then the unmistakable sound of a door opening. My blood froze. I went upstairs with my heart beating in my throat. When I reached the corridor I stopped in dry. The closed door was now ajar. I remained motionless, feeling a chill running down my spine. Everything in my body told me that I should not approach, but something else, hard, that fear, pushed me forward. With a slow movement I pushed the door open. The room inside, it looked completely normal. It was just like any other in the house. A well-made bed, a chest of drawers, a window with lace curtains, nothing strange. But the air was colder here, and it smelled like something old, something forgotten. I took a step inside. On the bed there was a small leather book. With trembling hands I took it. I picked it up and opened it. It was a diary. The pages were yellowed with time, full of handwritten notes, but it was the last entry that stopped me in dry. June 14th. I'll stay in the locked room tonight. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong here. Mrs. Winthrop says the room has always been this way, but I don't believe her. I hear things at night, footsteps, whispers. I'm going to find out what's behind that door. If not, the entrance ended there. The rest of the page was blank. Fear crawled through my chest. What had happened to the person who wrote this? Why it had been left in this room? Why had Mrs. Winthrop lied? Then behind me I heard a sound, a soft creak. I turned quickly, but there was no one there, just the door open. No, I waited to find out more. I dropped the diary and ran back to my room, locking the door locked. I spent the rest of the night awake, listening to every little sound of the waiting for something or someone to try opening my door. Nothing happened. When dawn broke I took my things and left without saying goodbye. I didn't want to ask Mrs. Winthrop about the diary. I didn't want to know what had happened to that guest. I just wanted to leave. There are places that keep secrets, places where the past clings to the walls like a shadow. That bed and breakfast, it was one of those places, and I'll never go back to find out what really happened in that locked room. There's something unsettling about the mountain roads, the hairpin bends, the cliffs that seem too close, the feeling that any mistake can be the last. Even when you know exactly where you're going, there's always a slight chill down the back of my neck. But that night on that remote road, that wasn't on the map. That chill turned to terror. It all started with a detour. The trip was simple. A weekend at a friend's cabin. I had planned everything in detail. I had left early. I had snacks and I had downloaded several podcasts for the road. The first hours were quiet, the traffic light, the afternoon pleasant. But when I arrived at the base of the mountain I saw the detour sign. Road closed. Some orange barriers blocked the way, forcing me to turn onto a side road. I didn't worry too much. It wasn't the first time a trip had taken an unexpected detour. I thought it would be a few more miles. I couldn't be more wrong. At first the road seemed normal, a little narrower, perhaps, but paved and easy to navigate. However, the more it was moving, stranger it became all the way. It became narrower and narrower to the point where my car could barely fit. The cracks in the asphalt were deep, with weeds growing between them. The guardrails were rusty and bent, as if someone or something had torn them off. The fog began to thicken, a white and dense blanket that drowned the headlights, making it so that I could barely see a few meters ahead. I looked at my GPS without perfect sign. Silence was also strange. There was no wind, there were no bugs, there was nothing. I pressed the steering wheel. Something inside me was telling me not to go on, but there was no room to turn around. I had no choice but to continue. Then I saw the sign. It was old, barely legible, its paint faded and peeling, but the words were still clear. Dead. End 3 miles. My stomach sank. How could a detour? I thought about backing up, but the road was so narrow that turning around was impossible, and driving in reverse for miles on a mountain shrouded in fog was also not an option. I had no choice but to keep going. Maybe I would find an intersection. Maybe the fog was getting thicker and thicker. It seemed to envelop the car, making me feel trapped in an endless tunnel. The trees to the sides of the road looked crooked, its branches long and gnarled, like skeletal hands. Then I saw it on the side of the road. An abandoned car was old, covered in rust, with broken windows and flat tires. It had been there for years. I walked slowly past it, trying not to look too much, but I couldn't help but notice the driver's door ajar, as if someone had run out. A shiver ran down my spine. I kept driving faster. This time the miles seemed to get longer. The sign had said 3 miles to the end, but I had already driven at least twice as much, and the road just kept going. I felt trapped, like the mountain didn't want to let me go, and then I finally saw something in the distance, a clearing, the end of the road, but something was wrong. The road didn't end at an intersection, not even a small space to turn around. I ended up on a cliff, no barriers, no warnings, just a black void covered by fog. My skin stood on end. I slowed down and stopped just before the edge. For a moment I stared at the abyss. If I hadn't braked in time, there would be no exit. Then I saw it, a movement in the fog. Something was approaching. At first I thought it was another driver, someone else who had lost, but the more I looked, the more I understood that he was not a human. The form was tall, too tall. He moved slowly, as if sliding instead of walking. Fear paralyzed me. The air around me became dense, as if the mountain itself held its breath. The being stopped a few meters from my car. I couldn't see his face. I couldn't see his body. Just a shadow shrouded in mist. But I knew that was looking at me. My heart was pounding. Cold sweat was running down my back, and then the shadow moved closer. I didn't think about it. I stepped on the accelerator. The car skidded as I turned into the narrow space, skimming the edge of the cliff. For a moment I felt like I was going to fall, but the wheels found traction and the car darted back down the road. I drove like a madman, not caring about the curves or the fog, just wanted to flee. Every fiber of my being told me that if I looked in the rearview mirror, I would see that something was coming behind me. I didn't do it. I didn't look. I just drove. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly the fog started to clear. The trees looked normal again, and without any explanation I was back on the highway. I didn't see the detour. I didn't see any sign of the road that I was on. I had just been. It was like I'd never existed. I told the story to some friends. No one believed me. They said I must have missed it. My mind played tricks in the fog. But I know what I saw. I know that road wasn't on any map, and I know something was there, waiting for someone like me to take the wrong detour. If you ever see a road that shouldn't be there, yes, you run into a road that feels too lonely, don't keep going. Don't follow the fog, and for whatever you want the most, don't make it to the end. There are places you pass hundreds of times without a second thought, places that blend into the background, unnoticed and irrelevant, until one day something changes and suddenly everything in that place feels bad. That's what happened to me the night I stopped at the gas station on Route 22, the same one that had happened countless times, but where I had never stopped. I wish I hadn't, but my gas tank was almost empty, and the next station was more than 50 miles away. It was late, almost midnight, and there wasn't a single car on the road. The asphalt stretched infinitely in the darkness, only interrupted by the occasional flickering streetlight. When I saw the gas station sign flashing in the distance, I felt relief. I had no choice. I had to stop. The place was a small mess, neglected, like it hadn't been renovated since the 70s. The gas pumps were old, with the paint peeling into long strips. The building seemed to have seen better days. But the lights were on, and the sign on the window said open 24 hours. I parked next to one of the pumps and got out of the car. The night air was too still. Not a single sound. Not a single sound. Not crickets. Not wind. Nothing. I shook the uncomfortable feeling and swiped my card through the pump reader. Nothing. I tried again. Nothing. I sighed and headed to the store to pay inside. When I pushed the door open, a rusty doorbell rang over my head. The air inside it smelled of dust and stale tobacco. The shelves were full of bags of old snacks, sodas from brands I didn't recognize, and newspapers yellowed with time under the flickering light of a fluorescent tube. A man was behind the counter, hunched over a magazine. He didn't even look up. When I walked in, "Hello," I said, trying to get his attention. "Bomb 2 isn't accepting card." "Nothing." I frowned and walked over to the hello. Finally the man looked up. His eyes were weird, too wide but at the same time empty. Bomb 2. He repeated in a monotone voice. Yes, it doesn't work. I can pay in cash. He nodded slowly and extended a hand. His skin was too pale, almost grayish, and his nails were long, yellowish at the edges. Something about him wasn't right. I couldn't explain what, but he didn't feel human. I quickly reached into my pocket and I left a 30 bill on the counter. He took it with slow movements as if every action was an effort. When he handed me the receipt I noticed that his hands were cold, too cold. I walked away quickly. Thank you. Mumble something. Don't look back. I stopped in dry. I turned slowly to him. What did you say? But he was no longer looking at me. I was just looking at his magazine. As if I had never spoken. Shiver ran down my spine without saying anything else. I left the store and headed to my car while filling up the tank. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The air felt heavier, as if the night had suddenly changed. Then I heard a noise, a whisper, a crunch coming from the forest behind the gas station, a rhythmic sound as if something was wrong. As I moved through the trees, I stood still with the hose still in my hand, trying to hear better. The sound got louder the closer it was breathing. My whole body froze, my eyes searched in the dark, but there was nothing visible, just the deep black of the trees, and that breath waiting for the pump clicked, pointing that the tank was full. With trembling fingers, I put the hose back on, and I closed the fuel cap. My instinct screamed, run away. I jumped in the car, I closed the door and blocked it. Took a deep breath and took one last look at the gas station. The place was still dead, but something was wrong. The signs on the windows looked older, the lights dimmer, and then I saw it on the edge of the forest. Something. It moved. I didn't walk, I didn't run, it just disappeared into the trees. I stepped on the accelerator and I got out of there without looking back. I didn't slow down until I was miles away. Only then I dared to look in the rearview mirror. The gas station was still visible in the distance, but the lights were completely off. The 24-hour open sign was no longer shining. The building was dark, abandoned, dead. My stomach twisted stepping on the brake. I put the car in reverse and backed up a few meters to look closer. When I focused on the gas station again, it wasn't the same. The paint was even more peeling. The windows were broken. The sign was drooping on the overgrown ground. It seemed like no one had set foot there in decades, but I had just been there. My hands gripped the steering wheel. My breathing became erratic. It couldn't be. I had paid for the gas. I had talked to someone. Not. My skin bristled when a scary thought crossed my mind. What if that place only existed to trap me? I gritted my teeth and started the car and shot out of there. I didn't look back. I didn't want to look back. Later, when I got to a town, I stopped at a real shiny gas station full of cars. Real people. I went in, still shaking, and asked the manager, you know anything about the gas station on Route 22? He frowned. That one has been closed for years. My heart dropped. But I was there. I just filled up with gas. The man looked at me as if I were crazy. That's right. There is no gasoline in that place for decades. I stayed silent. I left the place, got in the car and started. Since that night I keep passing by Route 22. But I never look again at the gas station. And if you ever have to stop in a place that feels wrong, don't go in, don't talk, and most of all don't look back. You never really understand what it means to be alone until you find yourself in a place where no one can reach you. I'd always liked the idea of being somewhere remote, away from the noise and chaos of everyday life. So when a friend offered me his family's cabin for a weekend, I accepted without a second thought. A cabin in the mountains with no cell service, no Wi-Fi, just me, and the silence was exactly what I needed. The road there was long but beautiful. The road meandered through dense forests, with the trees getting taller and more closed as I went along. By the time I arrived, the sun was already beginning to hide behind the mountains, casting long shadows on the ground. The cabin was small and rustic, situated on the edge of a cliff with a stunning view of the valley. The air smelled of pine, and the only thing you could hear was the whisper of the wind through the trees. It was perfect inside. The cabin had everything you needed: a small kitchen, a fireplace, a bedroom on the top floor. There was even a bookshelf full of dusty books that seemed untouched in years. Of a week without distractions, without people, just what I wanted. The first night passed quietly. I prepared dinner, read a little by the fire, and let the tranquility of the place envelop me. It felt good, but as the night progressed, something changed. It was subtle, barely perceptible, a weight in the air, as if the cabin was holding its breath. I ignored it, telling myself that it was only my imagination. I was not used to this kind of quiet in the city. There was always noise, cars, voices, the constant hum of life here. There was nothing by the time I climbed into bed. The wind outside had intensified. hitting the old wooden blinds. The room was dark, lit only by the dim moonlight filtering through the window. I crawled under the blankets, trying to shake off the feeling of discomfort. It was just the wind. It was just the wind. It was just the wind. It was the wind. It was just the wind. It was silence. But as I lay there, with my eyes fixed on the ceiling, I began to hear something else. At first I thought it was part of the wind, a soft crack, a muffled sound like wood giving way under pressure. I ignored it. The cabin was old. The wood creaked with the change in temperature. It was normal, but the sound wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from above. I stood completely still, holding my breath. There was nothing above, just the attic that had been closed when I arrived. The creak sounded again, this time followed by a slight sharp bang. I sat up in bed with my heart beating in my chest. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe a raccoon or a squirrel had crawled inside. Yes, that had to be. But then the sound changed. It wasn't a crunch anymore. It was a step. My skin stood on end. No, it could be. The attic was closed. No one else was here. I plucked up the courage and grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table. I slowly got up, feeling the cold ground beneath my feet as I approached the stairs. Each step creaked under my weight. When I went up the hallway, it was dark. The flashlight barely shone a couple of meters in front of me, and then I stopped in front of the attic door. The sound, still a crack, was coming from inside. A scratch. My hand was shaking when I turned the knob. The door didn't move. It was still closed, but the noise continued. It was impossible. There was no way anything was inside. I stood there with my heart beating in my ears. The sound stopped. Silence. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing. Only the wind outside. I slowly moved away from the door, every fiber of my being screaming at me to come down the stairs and lock myself in my room. When I got back to bed, I stayed up for hours with the flashlight in my hand, waiting for the sound to come back, but it didn't. When dawn broke, the cabin felt normal again. Sunlight came through the windows, illuminating the dust floating in the air. Everything seemed safe, as if the night before had been just a bad dream. I decided not to think about it anymore. I passed the day exploring the surroundings, walking the nearby trails, trying to enjoy the trip. But the more time I spent in the cabin, the more I noticed that something was not right. The objects seemed to move from place to place when I was not looking. The doors creaked even though there was no wind. The air inside the house felt heavy, and then the second night came. I went up to the room early, determined to sleep better than the night before. But it didn't take long for the sound in the attic to start again, this time louder. Not a simple creak, deliberate slow footsteps that were lived right above me. I could hardly breathe, and then a loud bang, as if something or someone was trying to get out. I jumped out of bed. I didn't care what it was. I didn't want to know. I grabbed my backpack, my keys, and I went down the stairs 2 by 2. I ran to the front door. But when I tried to open it, it didn't move. The lock wasn't on. But the door wouldn't give way. I felt panic take hold of me behind me. The bang sounded louder again. I ran to the window and opened it hard. Climbing up the windowsill, the cold night air hit me. When I jumped to the ground, stumbling in the dark, I ran to the car, not daring to look behind me. Keys were shaking in my hands. When I managed to start the engine, I stepped on the gas. The cabin disappeared in my rearview mirror. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town. I never told my friend what happened. I don't know what was in that cabin. I don't want to know. All I know is that I wasn't alone. Have you ever come to a place and immediately feel that something is not right? That feeling that what you're seeing can't be right, even though I can't pinpoint exactly why. That's what I felt the moment I got out of the car and looked at the lake. The strange thing is that I'd been to that campsite dozens of times, and there'd never been a lake, and yet there it was, calm, dark, stretching out in front of me, like I'd always been there. I was on a trip weekend, camping with my friend Mar. We both needed a break, a couple of days away from the chaos of work and life. The camp we had chosen was remote, tucked away in a quiet corner of the forest that few people knew we had been going there for years. Just a clearing in the forest, perfect to pitch a tent with a small stream nearby to get water. No amenities, no crowds, just peace and the tranquility we were looking for so much. We left early that morning, eager to leave the city behind. The road was quiet, winding along rural roads and dense forests, the kind of trip that lulls you to sleep at a comfortable pace. But as we approached the campsite, something began to feel strange. The trees looked different, thicker, perhaps older, as if the forest had become denser since our last visit. And then when we got to the clearing, there was Mark Lake, and I stayed there for a moment, just looking at it. He gave me a look, clearly confused. "We went the wrong way?" he asked. Although we both knew the answer, I shook my head. "This is the place, I'm sure." He frowned and looked back at the water. It was eerily still, its surface smooth as a mirror reflecting the sky. The trees on the other side of the lake seemed incredibly tall. There, dark forms rising above the water like sentinels. All the scene felt unreal, like something out of a dream. "I don't remember this being here," Mark muttered, more to himself than to me. I didn't say quietly either, "But here it is." We were silent for a few more minutes, not knowing what to say. There was something about that lake that made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't explain why it wasn't. I saw it too perfect, too still, as if it didn't belong. Finally we decided to set up camp anyway. After all we had driven here, and it's not like Lake Ia hurts us, we pitched the tent a little away from the water in the same place we always used, and soon we were sitting by a small campfire trying to get rid of the strange feeling that the appearance of the lake had left us. But that the feeling never went away as the sun began to set, tinting the sky a warm orange hue. The lake seemed to change. The stillness of the water went from calm to unsettling, as if I were holding my breath waiting for something. The air around us became colder even though the campfire was burning brightly, and from time to time I thought I saw something move under the surface of the water, a dark shadow, barely visible before disappearing again. "You feel that?" Mark asked suddenly, breaking the silence. I nodded without needing to explain it. The air was heavy, oppressive, and the strange calm of the lake was beginning to affect us. We both stood there staring at the flames, not to mention the growing unease we felt. I tried to convince myself that it was just the unexpected presence of the lake, just our mind playing tricks, but deep down I knew something was wrong, and it wasn't until later, when the campfire was reduced to fathoms and the stars filled the sky, that things got worse. We were sitting in silence. The only sound was the crackling of the last flames. When we heard it splash, we froze. Our eyes went immediately to the lake, the surface that had been smooth and undisturbed all afternoon. Now it had ripples shining in the moonlight. Something had broken the water. Mark stood up, squinting his eyes to see better. "What was that?" "A fish." I didn't answer. I was staring at the water, my heart pounding. The ripples were still there, slowly expanding across the lake, but there was no sign of what had caused them. And then, just as I was about to dismiss it like a pea, some animal, we saw it. A head came out slowly from the surface, almost too slowly, as if I'd been waiting for you to notice it. I'm pulling it upwards. My breathing stopped when I realized something chilling. It wasn't swimming. It wasn't floating. It was just standing in the middle of the lake, its body submerged beneath the surface. "You see that?" Mark whispered, his voice tense with fear. I nodded, unable to take my eyes off the figure. It wasn't moving alone. It was there, his face hidden behind the curtain of wet hair, his body motionless like the water around him. "We have to go," I whispered, my barely audible voice. Mark didn't argue. We both stood up hurriedly, our hearts beating against our chests as I backed away from the lake. But then the figure moved slowly, turned his head as if he could sense our fear, and then, with a sudden movement, began to move towards us. No, it wasn't moving forward. It was sliding. It wasn't tying up the water as it approached. It didn't make a sound. It just came closer, its pale face still hidden, its hair dripping on the surface of Lake. Mark grabbed my arm, pulling me on. "Come on." Now we ran, stumbling. They were too big. They glittered in the gloom, empty like two dark chasms staring straight at me. My heart almost stopped. It was getting closer too fast. We got to the car, staggering on the darkness with terror burning in our lungs. Mark reached for the keys with trembling hands, but dropped them to the ground. Jade knelt down to get them. I couldn't stop looking at the lake. The figure was no longer above the water, but I knew it was still there, watching us, waiting. I ducked down, snatched the keys from the floor, and rushed to the driver's door. "Come in," I screamed, starting the engine with clumsy fingers. Mark dove in the passenger seat and slammed the door shut. Just as something emerged from the shore, I didn't look. I didn't want to look. I put in reverse and stepped on the gas, the tires skidding on the gravel as we drove away to the main road. My pulse still hammers in my ears. Only when we were miles away I dared to slow down. The silence in the car was dense, heavy. Neither of us spoke. There was nothing to say. Finally Mark broke the silence. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, as if he feared that saying it out loud would make him come back. I shook my head. "I don't know. You mumble, and I don't want to know. We never went back to that camp. We didn't even dare to look on maps if that lake had always been there or not. But I've heard stories. People who find bodies of water where lakes shouldn't exist that appear out of nowhere, are always too still, always too perfect, and are always waiting. If you ever get to a place that feels bad, that seems wrong, listen to us, don't ask, just go. I never thought the forest could feel so claustrophobic as a kid. It was always my quiet, open refuge, a place where I could clear my mind. But that changed on this hike. It was supposed to be a quick trip of a night with my friend Matt. Nothing we hadn't done before. Just a chance to disconnect from the world, pitch a tent, and relax in nature. But the deeper we went, slowly, we started early in the morning, following a familiar trail through the dense forest. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and we were in a good mood, talking about everything and nothing as the path twisted between the trees. The trail was well marked, and even though we hadn't been here in a couple of years, it was easy to find our way around, or so we thought. It wasn't until the sun started to go down that things started to feel strange. At first, I couldn't explain exactly what it was. Perhaps the way the light filtered through the trees, casting elongated, twisted shadows on the ground, or maybe it was the silence that seemed to settle over the woods as the afternoon wore on. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't as lonely as we thought. We should set up camp soon, Matt said, looking at the darkened sky. We're losing light. I nodded, wiping the sweat from my forehead as he scanned the area. Yes, let's find a good spot. We deviated a bit from the trail, heading for a small clearing we'd passed before. It seemed like a good place to camp, level ground, enough room for our tent, and far enough away from the main road not to be disturbed by other hikers. But as they unpacked and we started to pitch the tent, something struck me as odd. "Hey Matt," I called, my voice echoing in the stillness of the forest. "Don't you think this place looks familiar?" Matt looked up from where he was driving a stake into the ground, puckering the "What do you mean?" I hesitated, looking around. "It's just that I swear we passed through here before." "Well, the trail is there," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "Maybe it looks like another clearing. This whole forest looks the same after a while." I laughed, although the restlessness was still latent. "Yes, I guess you're right." We finished setting up camp and lit a small fire. When the last light of the day disappeared in a deep blue, the forest was silent, too quiet. Normally you would hear crickets, the murmur of the wind among the leaves, or even some animal moving in the undergrowth. But that night the forest was in complete silence. Matt didn't seem to notice it, or if he did, he didn't say anything. We sat around the fire talking quietly and watching the flames dance, but the feeling of being watched never left me after a while. Matt yawned and stretched, throwing another branch into the fire. "I'm exhausted," said. "I think I'm going to bed." I nodded, although I wasn't feeling tired at all. Something in the woods that night was on my nerves, like the trees were hiding something just out of sight, but I didn't want to look paranoid, so I forced a smile. Yes, in a while I joined Matt, disappeared into the store, leaving me alone by the fire. The flames flickered, casting trembling shadows on the nearby trunks. I stared into the darkness beyond the glow of the fire, my ears attentive to any sound, and then I heard it. At first it was soft, a slight crack between the trees, then another, as if someone was moving in the undergrowth. I straightened up, beating hard. "Matt," I called, even though I knew it couldn't be him. The sound was coming from the forest behind me. No, there was a response. The footsteps became more audible. They were heavy, deliberate. My mouth dried up. I turned slowly and grabbed the flashlight from my backpack, lighting up. But the feeling of being watched became even stronger. I took a step back, keeping the light up. The forest was in complete silence, again too quiet, almost expectant. I turned off the flashlight and returned to the fire. My skin stood on end. I got into the tent quickly and closed. The mat was already sleeping soundly, oblivious to whatever was outside. I lay down next to him, trying to calm my breathing. He was probably an animal, I said to myself. Maybe just my imagination, but I knew that wasn't true, and the worst part was that I felt that whatever was out there was waiting for the night. Passed between restless dreams, every little sound making me wake up with a start. Every time I was closing my eyes, I felt like something was standing right outside the tent, watching us. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted. Matt, on the other hand, woke up fresh and rested, ready to go on. He asked as he packed his sleeping bag. I nodded, although the thought of staying longer in that forest made me nervous. I just wanted to get out of there. We set off early in the hope of good weather before the sun went. I was too high, but the more we walked, the more the feeling that I wasn't there intensified. Every so often I heard the rustling of branches behind us, as if someone was walking right behind us, but every time I turned around there was nothing. "You hear that?" I asked Matt after an hour of walking. My low voice, "Hear that sound?" as if someone was following us. Matt stopped and heard for one, frowning. But the forest was completely silent. "There's nothing, man," he said, smiling. "You're letting go." I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was watching us, and then the worst happened. We arrived at a clearing. The same clearing where we'd camped the night before. My stomach sank. "No, it can't be," I whispered. Matt looked around, his confidence floundering. "It must be another place, that is, it seems." But I knew it wasn't exactly the same. The fallen trunk at the edge of the clearing, the way the sunlight filtered through the branches. We'd been walking in circles, and no matter what we did, we couldn't get out of the woods. And then, in the silence of the clearing, we heard it, one step, then another, closer, and this time Matt heard it too. We stood still, waiting, but in the back of my mind I already knew the truth. We were never alone in that forest. You know that unsettling feeling when a place that should be full of people is completely empty, like something is wrong? That's exactly what I felt the moment I arrived at the abandoned rest area on Route 78. It wasn't even that late, just past 7 p.m. But the sight was completely, there were no cars, no lights, just silence. It was like I'd stepped into a forgotten corner of the world. For a moment I hesitated whether to stop or keep driving. I'd been on the road for hours, coming home after visiting my family. In another state the ride had been smooth, the same drab highway scenery, the same ads repeated over and over again. I had no intention of stopping, but it had passed by the last gas station and my stomach was roaring. My GPS indicated a rest stop a few miles ahead, so I decided to take a quick break. I just needed a snack from a vending machine and a few minutes to stretch my legs, but as soon as I parked, I knew something was wrong. The asphalt was cracked, with weeds growing between the fissures, as if no one had taken care of the place in years. The building was dark, the windows were dirty, covered in dust and grime. The old rest area sign was barely red, the paint peeled and worn by time. It didn't look like a working place, but I still got out of the car. The air was cold, impregnated with the smell of hulk and damp earth, and apart from the murmur of the wind through the trees, everything was in complete silence. I approached the vending machine, the only thing all over the place that seemed to be running. Its engine was humming softly, a constant electrical noise that broke the stillness. I put a few coins in and pressed the button for a bag of chips. Nothing happened. I hit the side of the machine, cursing quietly. A second later the bag fell with a thud so hard it made me jump. I let out a nervous laugh, shaking my head. It was just an old machine, nothing what to worry about. But then I heard it, a soft sound, a shuffling like something was sliding on the ground near the building. I turned around immediately, my heart racing, but there was nothing, just the darkness of the rest area and the empty road beyond. "Hello," I called, feeling ridiculous. Nothing, just the wind. I took a deep breath and decided to use the bathroom before continuing on my way. I pushed the bathroom door. The audience opened with a screech inside. The lights flickered faintly, casting distorted shadows on the cracked tiles. The place smelled of damp and disuse. I didn't want to stay there longer than necessary. While I was washing my hands, I heard that dragging sound again, but this time I was right outside the bathroom. My skin stood on end. I turned off the faucet and stood motionless, listening to the sound. Absolute silence stopped. I approached. I opened the door a little, looking out. The parking area was still empty. The shadows of the trees were getting longer with the waning light. There was no one there, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I hurried back to my car, my pulse beating in my temples. Just as I put the key in the lock, I heard it again, the drag closer, almost right behind me. I spun around, and there I was in the corner of the parking lot at the edge of the forest. Something was moving, a tall shadow, motionless, watching me. My heart hammered in my chest. I couldn't see his face. Only the dark silhouette, barely visible against the line of trees, wasn't moving. He was just there looking at me. "Who's there?" My voice sounded weaker than I wanted. There was no response. The wind blew, making the branches blink, and the figure disappeared. I didn't wait any longer. I opened the car door, got inside and closed the locks with a blow, started the engine and reversed quickly. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I took a look at the rearview mirror. The parking lot was empty, but that didn't calm me down. I accelerated down the road with my eyes fixed on the asphalt lit by my headlights. I drove for almost an hour before stopping at a well-lit gas station. When I got out of the car, my legs were Shaking, I walked in and walked over to the counter. The clerk, an older man with a bored expression, looked up when I approached. "Excuse me," I said, still out of breath. "You know something about the rest area on Route 78? His face changed. He straightened slightly with his eyes half closed. "You stopped there?" I nodded. The man shook his head slowly. "You shouldn't have done. That's it." My stomach churned. Why? The man leaned his elbows on the counter and lowered his voice. "That place has been closed for years. Nobody uses it." A chill ran down my spine. "But the vending machine worked." The man stared at me. "Yes, it works, but that doesn't mean it should work." My mouth dried up. I saw something there. The man didn't seem surprised. "Everyone who stops there does." My skin bristled. "What is?" The man just looked at me. His grim expression. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." I swallowed hard. It took me a moment to catch my breath before heading back to my car. As I left the station, I looked at my hands, shaky on the steering wheel. I couldn't stop thinking about the shadow on the road, watching me, waiting for me. There are places in the world we shouldn't visit, forgotten corners where something ancient, and that resting area is one of those places, and I will never stop there again. The crackle of the campfire was the only sound that broke the stillness of the night. I should have felt at peace, but an inexplicable uneasiness had settled over me like a heavy blanket. Little did I know that my instinct was trying to warn me of the terror that awaited in the shadows. I have always been an avid camper, solitary, finding solace in the darkness, in the tranquility of nature, far from the chaos of urban life. This journey to the heart of the Cascade Mountains, it was supposed to be my escape, a chance to clear my mind and restart the first 2 days. They were idyllic hikes through lush forests, dipping my feet into crystal-clear streams and breathing in the fresh mountain air. When I ducked into my tent that third night, exhaustion from a long day of hiking quickly drove me into a deep sleep, but something woke me up in the first few days. In the morning hours, at first I couldn't identify what had disturbed me. The forest was silent, too quiet. I stood motionless, struggling to catch any sound. Then a rustling sound. A branch had broken somewhere outside my tent. My heart began to race. Probably just a bird or a deer or some other animal. I tried to calm down, but then I heard it again, closer. This time followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. With trembling hands, I took my flashlight and opened the zipper of the tent. Just enough to take a look outside. The ace of light cut through the darkness of dawn, illuminating the ground around my camp. It was then that I saw footprints in the soft earth, definitely human, surrounding my tent. Quickly, I zipped the zipper again, my mind racing 1,000 times an hour. How long had anyone been there? What did they want? Was miles from the nearest trail, and much farther away from any kind of civilization. No one should be here. When the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I cautiously stepped out of my tent, determined to assess the situation. The footprints were everywhere, crossing my camp from side to side. Some were fresh, the edges still sharp on the wet ground. Others looked older, as if someone had been telling me I would have been watching for days. My blood ran cold as I understood the implications. This was not a chance encounter. Someone had been stalking me, watching my every move. The feeling of violation was overwhelming. My safe haven had been invaded, and I hadn't noticed. I began to pack my gear quickly, casting constant glances over my shoulder. Every rustling of leaves, every branch that broke made me jump out of my mind. Scary, I needed to get out of there. Just as I was rolling up my tent, I heard footsteps again. This time they weren't even trying to be silent. They were coming from the dense brush to my left. I froze, my heart beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. "Hello," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know you're there. What do you want?" Silence. Then a low laugh that made me shudder. "What do I want?" answered a harsh voice. I didn't need to be told that sometimes. Abandoning the rest of my gear, I grabbed my backpack and ran in the opposite direction. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, branches breaking as my pursuer gave me a house. I ran blindly through the forest, dodging low branches, jumping over fallen logs. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear kept me moving. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what was going to happen. Who could see after what seemed like hours? But it was probably only minutes. I stepped out of the tree line onto a rocky ledge, the ground plummeting abruptly in 3 directions, leaving me with no escape. I was trapped, gasping for air. I finally turned to face my pursuer, but the forest behind me was motionless. There was no sign of movement among the trees. I had missed them, or they were still there watching. Waiting, I collapsed on the ground, my legs unable to hold me up, and as the adrenaline faded, the reality of my situation began to sink into me. I was alone in the wild, miles from help, with a possible predator stalking me, my tent, most of my supplies, and most critically, my satellite phone, were back at camp when the sun rose higher into the sky. I soaps my options I could try. I went back to my camp to retrieve my gear, but the thought of going back there gave me goosebumps. The alternative was to try to find my way back to civilization with minimal supplies and no map at the end. My survival instinct set in. If I wanted to get out of those mountains alive, I had to get my gear back by moving as quietly as I could. I began to retrace my steps. Each sound making me jump. A squirrel climbing a tree almost gave me a heart attack. I felt exposed, vulnerable, sure that at any moment I would feel a hand hold me from behind. When I finally reached the clearing where I had camped, I almost cried with relief, but that relief was short-lived. As I got closer, I realized that something was not right. My tent was still there, but my backpack that I had left behind in my rush to flee had been torn in several places. It was empty, its contents scattered all over the camp, and there, stuck in a tree with a house knife, was a note. With trembling hands I walked over and read the message scrawled, "Better luck next time, see you soon." Terror enveloped me again. This wasn't over. Whoever had been stalking me was playing a sick game, and I wasn't done yet. The key turned in the lock, and the smell of dampness and dust seeped in as I opened the heavy wooden door. "Welcome to your home away from home," I announced excitedly, urging my family to come in. The cabin was silent, with shadows crouching in every corner, as if hiding secrets I couldn't yet imagine. If only I had known then the horrors that awaited us in this idyllic retreat in the woods. My name is Sarah, and I passed by months planning these family vacations. Between my demanding job as a software engineer, my husband Mike's class schedule as a high school teacher, and our kids' endless activities, we desperately needed quality time together. When I found this secluded cabin on a rental site, it seemed perfect, with no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just us and nature for a whole week. While exploring them, it was cozy with a stone fireplace and soft sofas. The kitchen, although outdated, it had everything we needed. Upstairs there were 3 bedrooms, one for Mike and me, one for our 14-year-old son Jack, and a third for Emma, our 11-year-old daughter. "Mom, this place is amazing," Jack exclaimed, plopping down on the sofa in the living room. "We can explore the woods." I laughed, relieved to see him excited about more than just his video games. "Sure, honey, but first unpack your bags." As I put our clothes away in the main room, Emma's voice sounded from the hallway. "Mom, Dad, can you come for a second?" There was something in her tone that made me stop. Mike and I exchanged glances before rushing to her room. Emma was up in a chair, staring at a corner of the ceiling. "What's up?" Sky asked. "Mike," Emma pointed with her finger. "What is that?" I frowned. Following her gaze, there in the corner where the walls met the ceiling was a small black object. My stomach sank as I realized what a camera was. "It's probably just smoke," I said quickly, not wanting to alarm. But I knew the truth, and from the look on Mike's face, so did he. "Why don't you go to the backyard with Jack?" Mike suggested with a reassuring smile. "Mom and I will finish unpacking." When the kids came out, Mike turned to me with a tense face. "Sarah, that's definitely a camera, and I bet it's not the only one." My mind was going full speed. "We have to check the whole house," I whispered. For the next hour, we inspected every corner of the cabin, trying to act normal. When the kids came back in, to our horror, we found cameras in every room, in the bedrooms, the bathroom, the living room. They were hidden in the lamps, behind vents, camouflaged in the shelves. Whoever would have placed them knew exactly what I was doing. "We have to go," I said, my voice trembling now, Mick felt. But just as I was about to call the kids, the sound of tires crunching on the gravel made us freeze. Someone was coming up the driveway. Panic ran through my body. The kids whispered, "Get the kids out, Mike." He hurried downstairs while I looked out the window. An old rickety truck had stopped in front of the cabin, and a man was walking out, tall, slim, with a weathered face and cold eyes that seemed to pierce me even in the distance. He was the owner of the cabin. I ran downstairs and found Mike leading the kids to the back door. "Let's go for a walk in the woods," he said. Pretend it will be fun." A loud knock on the door made us jump. "Hello," called a harsh voice. "There's someone at home. I just wanted to see if they've settled in well." I looked at Mike. "Take them away," I whispered to him. I distracted him. "Mom, what's wrong?" Jack asked, now noticing the tension. I forced a smile. "Nothing, honey. Daddy will take them to explore. I'll plow soon." Another louder knock. "I know they're there. Come on, let's go out, talk." Mike, he hesitated for a moment, but then nodded with a frown. With one last worried glance, he led the children to the back exit. I took a deep breath and opened the front door with a fake smile. "Hello, sorry for the delay. We were exploring." The man narrowed his eyes and curled his lips in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "That's right," he replied slowly. "I just wanted to make sure everything was in order." His gaze swept around the cabin, stopping at certain corners I wasn't here to welcome. I was checking your cameras. Yes, everything's great, I said, trying hard to sound casual. It's a beautiful place. The man tilted his head. It's like this, then why were you guys and your husband looking for my cameras? My heart stopped. I knew we'd figured out your secret before. He jumped across the room, his hand closing on my throat. Where are they? Growled. Where did you send them? I tossed and turned, trying to breathe. I don't know what you're talking about. He let go abruptly, and I collapsed to the floor panting. Don't play dumb, he said, pulling a knife out of the house. I saw your husband taking them to the forest, but it's okay. They won't get far. Horror took hold of me. Why did I whisper? Why do you do this? His eyes shone with madness. You come here looking to disconnect, but you don't understand the world. He doesn't want you to disconnect, wants to see it, and I provide that service. Disgust turned my stomach. How many families had he trapped here? How many lives he had destroyed with his twisted obsession? The knife flash when it came to me. Call your husband, tell them it's all right, then we'll stay here a long time. I knew I didn't have for a long time when he reached out to grab me. I did the only thing I could do. I threw myself towards him. Struggles. The knife swinging dangerously between us. I felt a burning in my arm, but fear drove me to go on. With one last effort I snatched the knife from him and plunged it into his shoulder. He screamed in pain and staggered back. I didn't stop to see if he recovered. I ran. I went out the back door, in the woods. Sarah, Mike's voice made me change direction, and then I saw them, Mike and the children, hiding behind a fallen log. We have to go, I shouted, and without asking questions, we began to run, leaving the cabin behind and the nightmare. The desert stretched endlessly in front of me, a sea of sand and bushes painted in shades of orange and red by the setting sun, had been driving the monotony of the landscape for hours. Only broken by the occasional rolling bush or rocky table in the distance. It was then that I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road with his thumb outstretched and despair etched on his face. Little did I know that this simple act of kindness plunged me into a night of terror. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers. Years of warning stories and true crime podcasts had taught me to be cautious, but there was something about this guy that touched me. Maybe it was the haunted look in his eyes, or the way he seemed to constantly look over his shoulder. Whatever it was, I found myself slowing down, the crunch of the gravel under my tires as I pulled over to the shoulder. Where you're going? I asked, rolling down the window. Anywhere but here, buddy, he replied in his voice, rough and tinged with fear. Please, I just need to get as far away as possible. Against my better judgment, unravel passenger door, get in, hurry into the car, throwing a small backpack at her feet. Close up I could see that she was young, probably so many years old, with scruffy hair and a beard of several days. Her clothes were dirty and torn as if she had been running through the desert for days. Thank you, she muttered, sinking into the seat. I am Jake, Tom replied by putting the car back into gear. You're fine. You seem to have been through hell. Jake let out a bitter laugh. You have no idea, friend. No idea. We drove silently for a while. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional static of the radio struggling to find a signal in the middle of nowhere. I could feel the tension radiating from Jake in waves. Every few minutes it spun in his seat to look out the back window as if expecting to see someone following us. Finally curiosity got the better of me. Jake, you're running away from something. He took so long to respond that I thought he was going to ignore me. Then with a barely audible whisper, he said no. From something, from someone, from many. I actually squeezed the steering wheel harder. What do you mean? Jake inhaled deeply. I messed with bad people, a gang. They promised me easy money. You know, but it wasn't that easy, and it wasn't just money they wanted. A chill ran down my spine. They forced me to do things, Jake continued, his voice breaking. Horrible things. I couldn't take it anymore, so I left. But they don't let people leave. They're looking for me, and if they find me... He left the sentence unfinished. I could fill in the blanks. I swallowed hard, suddenly very aware of how lonely those of us who were in the desert. How far away do you think they are? Jake shook his head. I don't know, but they won't stop until they find me. I'm sorry, friend. I shouldn't have gotten you into this. If you want to drop me off in the next town... I didn't interrupt him, surprising myself. I'm not going to abandon you. Here, we'll find a solution. Relief flooded Jake's face. Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. As night fell, the desert was transformed. The vast expanse that in daylight seemed almost peaceful, now it felt oppressive, hiding invisible dangers in its shadows. We kept driving, the headlights cutting through the darkness like blades of light. Around midnight, I noticed something in the rearview mirror. Lights at first were distant but approaching quickly. "Jake," I said, trying to stay calm, "don't look now, but I think we have company." He turned immediately, looking out the back window. He muttered, "It's them, how they found us so fast." My mind was going 1,000 miles an hour. We were still miles from the nearest town. There was nowhere to hide. There was nowhere to run. "Hold on," the speed growled. The lights behind us grew brighter. Now I could see the silhouette of a big pickup truck approaching quickly. "Faster," begged Jake, the desperation evident in his voice. "Please, you have to go faster." I was already pushing the car to the limit. The engine was roaring, and a smell here burned began to invade the interior. We were not going to be able to flee. Suddenly I saw a narrow dirt road that deviated from the main road. Without thinking about it, I turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. The car skidded as it entered the unpaved surface. Raising a cloud of dust behind us, the truck passed by. Taking a moment to brake and turn for a few seconds, they gave us an advantage. I turned off the headlight sumos in almost total darkness. Guided only by the moonlight. "Where does this road lead?" Jake asked, clinging to the seat as the car jumped over the uneven terrain. I had no idea, but it's our only option. We drove for what seemed like hours, every bump and shake sending a shock of fear through my body. We had lost them, or were still there looking just as I was starting to think maybe we had escaped. I saw something in the distance, a flash of light. They had found us. "You," muttered gravely. I stopped the car on the side of the road and cut the engine, grabbed what little we had, water bottles, a flashlight, and Jake's backpack, and drove into the desert on foot. Night was eerily quiet. Our breath and the rustle of our footsteps in the sand seemed too loud. Every few minutes we were stopped to listen. We had been walking for about an hour when we heard it. The distant roar of engines around here whispered. Jake grabbing my arm and pulling me towards a group of large rocks. We pressed against the cold stone, holding our breath. The lights of the headlights swept the desert, illuminating our hiding place for a scary moment before continuing on. A caravan of vehicles slowly passed by the road we had left. When the sound of the engines faded away, we allowed ourselves to breathe again. "That was close," I whispered. Jake felt his pale face under the moonlight too close. "And now that there is an abandoned mining town about 10 kilometers from here, if we can get there maybe we will find help," and so on. We kept walking with danger hot on our heels and the hope of a shelter still far away. The scalpel flash under the fluorescent lights, its naturally sharp edge. Dr. Carlson's hand trembled slightly as I lowered it towards the creature tied to the table. I watched in horror, holding my breath. This was not research. It was torture, and I was the only one who could stop it. "My name is Emily, and 3 months ago I was excited, having landed an internship at the prestigious Ocean Research Institute on a remote Pacific island as a student of marine biology. It was a dream come true to work alongside Dr. James Carlson, a renowned expert in deep-sea ecosystems. His groundbreaking work had always inspired me, and I couldn't wait to learn from him. The island was small, barely on the map. With only the research station and a few support buildings, our team was small. Dr. Carlson, his assistant Sarah, the station manager, Tom, and I. The sense of isolation was intense, but the prospect of making scientific discoveries made it worthwhile. At first everything was exactly as I had imagined. We spent our days analyzing water samples, cataloging species, and conducting experiments with the unique marine life found in the surrounding waters. Dr. Carlson. He was bright, although a little intense, always pushing himself. It was about a month after my arrival that things began to change. Dr. Carlson became reserved, spending long hours locked in his private laboratory. He was irritable and evasive when asked about his work. I noticed that Sarah and Tom exchanged worried looks, but when I tried to ask them what was going on, they refused to tell me anything. One night, unable to sleep due to the sweltering heat, I decided to go for a walk around the station. When I passed Dr. Carlson's lab, I heard strange noises inside, a sound similar to a snap or cheering that I had never heard before, followed by what seemed to be muffled curses. Curiosity got the better of me. I knew I shouldn't, but I used my keycard to enter the lab. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. There were tanks lined up along the walls filled with creatures I'd never seen before. They were vaguely humanoid, but distinctly non-human, with elongated limbs, webbed fingers, and large, bulbous eyes that seemed to glow dimly in the gloom. Some were injured, others stood eerily still, and there in the center of the lab was Dr. Carlson. He was hunched over, on an examination table, scalpel in hand, operating on one of the creatures. The being was panting with quick, shallow breaths, clearly suffering. He must have made a sound, for Dr. Carlson turned sharply, his eyes wide with a mixture of anger and fear. Emily snapped, moving to block my view of the table. "What are you doing here? I heard noises, babble. What is this? What are those things?" Sighed and passed a hand. Because of her messy hair, "You shouldn't have seen this yet, but since you're here," she motioned for me to come over against my better judgment. I approached the table. The creature's eyes were fixed on mine, and I saw in them something more than simple animal instinct. I saw intelligence, I saw fear, I saw pain. "We discovered them 6 months ago," explained Dr. Carlson with the enthusiastic tone he used to use when I was talking about their research. "A completely unknown species living in the deepest parts of the ocean. They are intelligent. Emily possibly as much as humans can imagine all we can learn from them." I felt nauseous. "This is not research," I said with a trembling voice. "It's torture." Dr. Carlson's expression hardened. "Sometimes you have to make sacrifices in the name of science. Think about the breakthroughs we could achieve, new doctors, discovery technologies based on his biology. The potential is infinite." I shook my head and backed away. "This is wrong. We have to stop it. We must report it to the authorities." His gaze turned cold. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that." Before I could react, he grabbed my arm tightly. "Now you're part of this, Emily. In time you'll understand." Locked me in one of the storage rooms, promising to take care of me for the morning. As I sat in the dark, I could hear the muffled sounds of the creatures, their wails of pain and anguish. I had to do something. But we were isolated. No way to contact the outside world, without going through the main communications center. The hours passed slowly. Just as I was about to lose hope, the door opened. It was Sarah. Her face was pale and emaciated. "I'm sorry a lot," she whispered. "I should if we had done something before. But let's fix this." It led me to the communications center where Tom was already working to send a distress signal. "We've long suspected something was wrong," Sarah explained as we waited. "But Dr. Carlson has a way of making you believe in his vision." It wasn't until we saw how far he was willing to go that we realized we had to stop him. For the next few hours it was a whirlwind of events. A government ship arrived accompanied by a team of scientists and members of an ethics committee. Dr. Carlson was stopped screaming about the opportunities we were wasting as far as the creatures were concerned. There was an intense debate about what to do with them. Some wanted to continue the research, although more ethically. Others insisted on releasing them immediately. Finally, a compromise was reached. The injured creatures would be treated and studied in a specialized facility under strict ethical standards. Once cured, they would be released. The others were immediately returned to the ocean, appearing in the depths from which they had come. I remained on the island for another month, helping with the cleanup and the ethical review process. It was a difficult time, filled with uncomfortable questions about the nature of scientific discovery and the responsibility we have towards the beings we study. In my life, last night on the island, I stood on the shore watching the waves crash against the shore. I thought of the creatures in the iOS that still lie in the depths of the ocean. I thought of Dr. Carlson, a brilliant man corrupted by ambition and thirst for discovery at any cost. As I turned to return to the station, something in the water caught my attention. A vaguely humanoid but unmistakably alien face that caught my eye. I was watching from beyond the waves. Our eyes met for a brief moment and I felt an inexplicable connection. Then with a movement of his webbed hand he disappeared, leaving only ripples on the moonlit surface. That experience changed me profoundly. I still love marine biology. I still want to discover the secrets of the ocean. But now I do it with a deeper understanding of the ethical implications of science. Sometimes, because of the at night, I remember those eyes staring at me from the operating table. I wonder if the creatures remember us, if they tell stories about the strange surface humans who captured them and then released them. I hope that if we ever meet again, it will be in better circumstances as equals, because the path of ethics in science may not be the easiest, but it is the only one that allows us to look in the mirror and feel ourselves proud of what we see. The sun was already high when I finally parked at the nearest motel. I didn't know what town I was in or cared. I just wanted a bed, a hot shower, and a few hours of sleep, away from anything that looked like Millbrook. I got out of the car with shaky legs. The trip had drained every drop of energy from my body. But the worst thing was the feeling that something wasn't right. That feeling of being watched. I walked to the front desk. An older man with a half-consumed cigar on. His lips was flipping through a magazine behind the counter. "How much about a room?" I asked. Leaning on the counter so I wouldn't fall, the man glanced at me with a frown. "Comes from afar." Something like that. The receptionist nodded before dropping the cigar into an ashtray and typing on an old computer. The night I pay in advance with a row of rooms lined up in an outside hallway. Despite the daylight, the place had a strange vibe, as if I was trapped in another time when I arrived at the door of my room. My stomach churned. The door was ajar. I stood motionless. Perhaps the receptionist had forgotten to close it, or someone had entered. My instinct screamed to turn around to get into the car, and I'd get out of there. But I was too exhausted to keep driving. I took a deep breath and pushed the door carefully. The room was simple: a bed with cheap motel sheets, a bedside table with a dimly lit lamp, and a window covered with thick curtains. Everything looked normal. I checked the closet, the bathroom. I even looked under the bed. Nothing. I let out the air that I hadn't realized was there. Holding back. "Relax, Alex, you're paranoid." I locked the door, left my backpack on the chair, and plopped down on the bed. The mattress was hard, but at the time it seemed to me the most comfortable place in the world. My body demanded rest, but my mind was still caught up in the events of the last night, the tunnels, the gas station, that figure watching me. I closed my eyes tightly, trying to erase those images from my... It didn't take long for me to fall asleep. I was awakened by a sound, a tapping, blinking. Feeling my body heavy, the room was in darkness. How long had I slept? I looked at the clock on the bedside table. 2:37 in the morning. The tapping continued. It came from the window. My heart pounded. I slowly sat up, my body still drowsy. The curtains were closed, but I could see a shadow behind them. Someone was outside. The knocking, it was repeated more insistently. I swallowed hard and approached cautiously. "Hello." My voice sounded hoarse from sleep. The tapping stopped. Absolute silence. I stood motionless with my hand centimeters from the curtain. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know who or what was outside. But my curiosity was stronger. I took a breath of air, and with a quick movement I pulled the curtain. Nothing. The window was empty. I looked at both sides, but the hallway outside was deserted. My breathing was still heavy as I backed up and dropped into bed. I was exhausted. My mind was playing tricks on me. Yes, that must have been. I covered myself with the sheets and closed my eyes, but just before I fell asleep I heard the tapping again. This time from the closet. My body tensed up completely. It couldn't be. The closet was empty. When I checked the truth, I turned slowly towards the closet door. It was closed. The knocking, something was repeated. I was inside. I sat on the bed, feeling my pulse hammering in my temples. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, and then the closet door opened alone. Absolute darkness inside. My mind screamed to run, to get out of the room and not look back, but my body was paralyzed. And then from the blackness from the closet, two eyes appeared, black as night, watching me. The knocking continued, louder this time. But it wasn't coming from the closet anymore. It was coming from everywhere, from the walls, the ceiling, the door of the room. It was a constant knocking, as if dozens of hands were trying to get in. I jumped out of bed. I stumbled and I fell to my knees. I didn't care. I got up in a hurry and ran to the door. My hands were shaking as I turned the lock and slammed it open. The hallway was empty, but the sound continued inside the room. Something was there, something I couldn't see. I ran to my car without looking back, started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, moving away from the motel as fast as I could. Through the rear-view mirror I saw my bedroom door still open. The lights were flickering inside, and for a brief second I saw a tall, thin shadow standing in the doorway watching me. I didn't stop until I was miles away. I don't know what followed me from Millbrook. I don't know if I left it behind. All I know is that even some nights, when all is quiet, I hear the knocking and banging. I am terrified to think that someday that sound will come from my own room. The roar of the truck engine broke the silence of the desert, growing louder and louder as it approached us. I squeezed the steering wheel of my old sedan, the white knuckles, the foot pressing the accelerator all the way the fastest. Jake shouted from the passenger seat, his voice breaking in panic, "They are catching up with us." I didn't need to look through the rearview mirror to know he was right. The gang we had accidentally crossed was closing in, and our lives were hanging by a thread with every second that passed. Just 24 hours before, my life was completely different. My name is Sam, and I was fulfilling my dream of taking a cross-country road trip. I had been traveling the road from my hometown in New Jersey to the coast of New Jersey for 3 weeks. California, endless roads, cheap motels, and dinners at roadside restaurants was everything I had imagined and more. I was somewhere in the vast desert of when I saw it. A lonely man on the side of the road with his thumb extended normally. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers. My mother's voice echoed in my head, warning her of the speed, and I rolled down the window. Where are you going, Xania? I asked. Anywhere but here, he replied in a hoarse voice. Please, I just need to get as far away as possible. Against my better judgment, unravel the passenger door, go up. He got into the car immediately, throwing a small backpack at his feet. Up close, I could see that he had tousled hair, a stubble, and dirty and torn clothes, as if he had been running for days. Thank you, he muttered, sinking into the seat. My name is Jake, Sam, I replied as I returned to the on the road. You're fine. You seem to have been through hell. Jake let out a bitter laugh. You have no idea, man. You have no idea. We drove silently for a while. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the static of the radio as he struggled to find a signal in the middle of nowhere. He could feel the tension in Jake. Every few minutes, he turned in his seat to look out the back window as if he expected to see someone following us. Curiosity beat me. Jake, you're running away from something. He took a moment to answer. For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to do it. Then, with a barely audible whisper, he said, no, from something. From someone, from several people. Actually, my grip on the steering wheel tightened. What are you talking about? Jake took a deep breath. I messed with bad people, confessed. A gang. They promised easy money, you know, but it wasn't easy, and money wasn't. It was the only thing they wanted. A chill ran down my spine. They made me do things, he continued with a trembling voice. Horrible things. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. But they don't let people just leave. They're looking for me, and if they find me. He didn't finish the sentence. I didn't need to swallow, aware of the lonely ones who were in that infinite desert. How long do you think it will take to find you, Xania? I asked. Jake shook my head. I don't know, but they won't stop. He looked me with guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have gotten you into this. If you want, leave me in the next town. I didn't interrupt him, surprising myself. I'm not going to leave you here. We're already in this together. We'll find a solution. Relief flooded his face. Thank you, he whispered. You don't know what this means to me. Night fell and the desert changed, for I completed what was once a vast, peaceful landscape now seemed hostile, full of shadows that hid unknown dangers. We kept driving the headlights, opening a narrow path in the dark. Around midnight, I saw the lights in my rearview mirror. At first they were barely flashes in the distance, but soon they got brighter. They were getting closer, Jake, I said, trying to keep calm. Don't look, but I think we have company. He turned immediately. His expression turned pale. He muttered, It's them. I stepped on the accelerator. The old sedan protested, but he picked up speed. The headlights behind us were getting closer and closer. Now he could make out the silhouette of a huge truck. They were catching up with us faster. Xania begged, Jake, please, you have to go fast. He was already pushing the car to the limit. The engine was roaring, and the smell here burned in the air. We weren't going to be able to escape like this. Suddenly I saw a narrow dirt road leading off the main road. Without thinking about it, I turned the steering wheel sharply. The car skidded as it entered the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind us. The truck passed by the road, giving us a few precious seconds. I turned off the headlights, added up in the darkness. Where does this road lead? Component placement? Asked Jake, his voice breaking. I don't have idea, I admitted, but it's our best option. We drove for what seemed like hours, every bump and curve filling me with fear. We had lost them, or they were still out there looking for us. Just when I was starting to believe we could have escaped, I saw lights in the distance. They had found us. You murmured at him. He nodded gravely. I stopped on the side of the road, turned off the engine, and we left in a hurry. We took what we could, water bottles, a flashlight, and Jake's backpack, and we went into the desert on foot. The night silence was overwhelming. Every step on the sand creaked too loudly in my ears. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. We had been walking for an hour when we heard it. The distant roar of the engines around here, Jake whispered, grabbing my arm and pointing to a group of large rocks. We hid behind them. The lights of the vehicles illuminated the desert, sweeping the ground. As soon as we breathed, the trucks passed by. We waited until the sound of the engines faded before we dared to move. That was close. I whispered. Too much, Jake replied. We have to keep moving. There's an abandoned mining town 10 miles from here. If we got there we could find help. We set off again. The cold of the desert was in my bones, but we couldn't stop. The danger hadn't passed yet, and the worst was yet to come. We kept walking all night, the cold of the desert soaking to the bone. Every noise in the darkness made us jump, every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Finally, when the sky began to clear with the first glimmers of dawn, we saw it. A group of ramshackle buildings emerged in the distance, the abandoned mining town. We made it, Jake murmured with a glimmer of hope in his voice for the first time. This was the first time since I picked it up, but our joy was short-lived. The unmistakable sound of roaring engines came to us from a distance. It can't be seen as a joke. "They're hunting us," I whispered, feeling the fear gripping my chest. Jake looked at me with an expression of resignation and determination. "Listen, Sam, you've already done too much for me," he said seriously. "I can't drag you into this anymore. What are you talking about?" I whispered, glancing sideways at the approaching men. "I'm going to turn myself in," he declared. "It's me they want. You can still escape. You can't even speak." "Xania," I snapped softly, "please," insisted, his voice broken with guilt. "This is my fault, not yours. There's a ravine just behind town. If you can get there, you can follow it until you find help." I shook my head hard. "I'm not going to leave you here. Just Jake." Jake held me firmly by the shoulders. "You have to do it," he begged. "You don't have to pay for my mistakes." Before I could reply, he stood up and walked out of our hiding place with my hands up. "Here I am, Singo," his voice echoing in the deserted village. "It's me who they are looking for. Let him go." I watched helplessly as the men surrounded him. One of them hit him in the stomach, making him fall to his knees. They picked him up by force and dragged him to one of the trucks. My heart was beating with fury. I couldn't leave him like this. When the convoy started to move, I made a decision. I ducked down and I ran silently to the last truck in the group. Just as it was starting, I managed to grab the edge and climb into the back compartment. No one saw me as the sun rose on the horizon. We moved away from the mining town. The danger was not over. I was just beginning. The pungent smell of burning rubber hit me hard when thick smoke began to come out of the hood of my car. I cursed under my breath as I rolled it to stopping on the dusty shoulder of the road. The last gasp of the engine went out, leaving me in an eerie silence as I stepped out of the vehicle and stood on the hot asphalt. I was hit by the harsh reality. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. On both sides of the road, endless cornfields stretched as far as the eye could wear. Little did I know that my problem with the car was just the beginning. My name is Jay, and I was on my way to my cousin's wedding in Chicago when my old Corolla decided to give up. Normally, I'm pretty handy with cars, but when I opened El Capo and looked at the engine, I knew immediately that it was beyond my knowledge. According to my GPS, the nearest town was only a few kilometers away. Well, at least there is a positive side, I thought. I grabbed my backpack, locked the car, and started walking. The afternoon sun was relentless, and soon I felt the sweat soaking my shirt. I walked for what seemed like hours, although it was probably only 45 minutes, until I finally saw the first signs of civilization. A time-worn sign welcomed the travelers. "Welcome to 1,000 Brook, where everyone knows your name." There was something in that sentence that unsettled me as I went deeper into the town. A strange feeling of discomfort began to settle in my chest. The streets were too quiet for a weekday afternoon. The few people I saw stood still upon noticing my presence, their gazes following me with a bewildering intensity. I spotted a gas station across the street and decided to head there in hopes of finding a mechanic or at least a phone. The sound of a bell rang out as I pushed the store door behind the counter. An old man with a weathered face and deep wrinkles looked at me with a mixture of curiosity and "I'm suspicious." "Good afternoon," I said hello, trying to sound relaxed. "My car broke down a few miles from here. There's some mechanic in town." The old man squinted. "Slightly broken, you say? Wow, what bad luck. Joe used to take care of that, but he's gone a long time ago." I noticed something strange in the way he said he left. "Oh," I replied with a dry throat. "Well, you know, if there's anywhere I can stay tonight, maybe I can fix the problem tomorrow." The old man took a moment before answering. "Millie has a guest house down the street. Maybe I have a room." Paused and then lowered his voice. "But listen, stranger, don't ask too many questions. People here don't like strangers." "Us mean?" My stomach tensed. "Understood you murmur after dark." A chill ran down my spine. I nodded slowly and I left. The drive to Millie's guest house was short, but each step made me feel more watched. The curtains closed on the houses as I passed people on the sidewalks, crossed the street to avoid me. Something was very wrong in this town. Millie turned out to be a stocky, middle-aged woman with a kind smile, although her eyes seemed to study me cautiously. She led me to a small and worn room on the second floor. "Dinner is at 6 o'clock, he said. "Don't be late." Just as he was about to close the door, he added quietly, "And don't leave your room." After that it's house rules before I could ask why he'd already left. I plopped down on the bed, my head spinning. What the hell was going on in Millbrook? For a while I decided to take a walk around the village before dinner, hoping to find someone who wouldn't look at me like I was an intruder. As I walked down the main street I noticed something. There were no children, no parks or laughter. Nothing indicated that anyone under 30 lived in Millbrook. I approached a woman who was watering flowers in front of her house. "Excuse me," I said with a smile, "I'm new to the town," and before I could finish he dropped the shower and ran to his house, slamming the door shut. Then a heavy hand landed on my shoulder. I jumped and turned, finding myself face to face with a tall man in a brown uniform and a worn badge that said, "Sharif, you have caused quite a stir," stranger said with a hard expression. "Come with me to the police station. We need to talk." My heart was tight, as I followed him to a small red brick office with a sign that said Sheriff's Office inside. He motioned for me to take a seat in front of his desk. "Now tell me," he said, reclining, straining to keep my voice steady. But as he spoke, my gaze drifted to the wall. Behind him, a bulletin board covered with missing persons posters. Some were old and yellowish, others looked recent. Sharif noticed my gaze and stood up immediately, blocking my view. "Breakdown on the road, he repeated slowly. "And I guess as soon as your car is fixed you'll leave, right?" Nod quickly. "Yes, sir, I'm just passing through." He studied me for a moment, then sighed. "Well, listen carefully. Tonight you're staying at Millie's guest house. Tomorrow morning I'll personally take you to your car and tow you to the next village. There you can fix it and not go back to Millbrook." The last part didn't sound like a suggestion. "Understood." "You squint your eyes and remember, stay inside after dark." I didn't know what to answer. I returned to the guest house just in time for dinner. The atmosphere was tense. The other guests were eating in silence, avoiding any eye contact. I tried to make conversation, but I only got short and evasive answers. Finally I withdrew too, but I couldn't sleep. Something didn't fit, and then I heard it, a low, prolonged howl. Not a wolf, not a coyote, something else, and then a scream. I jumped out of bed and ran to the window. What I saw on the street took my breath away. Wobbly figures with jerky, inhuman movements. Their eyes glowed a phosphorescent green, and one of them turned, looked straight at my window, saw and began to advance. The narrow mountain path was reduced to a treacherous ledge, barely wide enough for one person. My new friend Marco gestured for me to pass first, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. With the heart hammering in my chest, I advanced cautiously, feeling the empty precipice to my right. It was at that moment that a chilling realization struck me like a lightning. This was not a shortcut to a hidden viewpoint. This was a trap, and I had fallen into it without realizing it. My name is Jess, and until that moment I thought I was living the trip of my dreams, backpacking in South America. I had saved for years and planned each stage with meticulous precision, but no amount of preparation could have prepared me for the nightmare I was about to live in the Andes of Peru. I had arrived in Cusco a week earlier, adjusting it to hike the Inca Trail to Machu Picchu, but then I met Marco in a cafe. He was charming, attractive, and seemed to know everything about the region. "I am a tour guide," he told me with a carefree smile. "I know routes that tourists never see." The idea of avoiding the crowds and seeing a more authentic side of the Andes was too tempting. So against my better judgment, I accepted his offer to take me on a secret trail. We left early in the morning. The first hours were amazing. Marco was right. The scenery was indescribable and there was no other soul in sight. But as we went, something changed. Marco became quieter. He quickened the pace, forcing me to keep up with him. When I asked about a break, he ignored it. When I mentioned that the road looked more difficult than I expected, he just smiled. The trail became more and more dangerous, and then we reached the ledge. A narrow strip of land stuck to the side of the mountain with a drop of hundreds of meters to my right. It was then when I knew that this wasn't just a difficult hike. Marco wasn't taking me to a lookout. He was taking me to my death. My hands were sweaty when I took the first step over the ledge. He kept right behind me, too close. When I looked out of the corner of my eye, I saw his hand approaching my backpack, and then I knew he was going to push me. I acted instinctively. With all my strength, I let myself fall to the ground, clinging tooth and nail to the rock. I felt a blow of air over my head. Marco had failed for the first time. I saw his real expression, frustrated anger. He wanted me dead. He bent down to try again, but this time I was ready. Walk with all my might. Marco lost his balance. His expression changed in an instant. He tried to hold on to the rock, but his foot slipped and fell. Marco's scream was lost in the abyss. A second later, the absolute silence. I stood trembling on the ledge with gasping breath. I realized something terrifying. If Marco had done this to me, how many others people I had brought here and how many of them hadn't returned? It took me hours to find my way back. I got lost several times. My mind was in shock, repeating over and over again what had happened. When I finally arrived at a village and explained what happened, the police took my story seriously. Looking through the records, they discovered that Marco had a history of working as a guide for solo backpackers. Backpackers who they never came home. Theirs was a perfect crime, no witnesses, no bodies, just people who got lost in the mountains. But this time their plan failed. I survived. After my rescue, my life changed forever. The naive backpacker who trusted strangers died that day on the ledge. I still love to travel, I still seek adventure, but now I trust my instinct. If something feels wrong, I leave. If anyone, it seems too perfect. I wonder why. If a plan seems too good to be true, it probably is. Years later, every time someone asks me about the scar on my arm, I tell them this story, not to scare them, but to remind them that the world is full of beauty, but also predators, and sometimes the only difference between life and death is to hear that little voice inside you, that says, run. The crunch of gravel under heavy boots woke me up suddenly. I opened my eyes immediately, my heart pounding, and looked through the curtains of the van outside. In the cold mountain breeze rose an imposing silhouette, its breath fogging the window as he would stand there motionless. I held my breath, praying that he wouldn't notice the slight shaking of the curtain when I observed him. This was not what I had planned. My solo getaway, my dream of tranquility in nature, had turned into a nightmare of isolation. My name is Olivia, and until a few hours ago I was proud to have found the perfect place for a weekend of clandestine camping as a freelance writer. Too long glued to my laptop and phone, I had been longing to disconnect from the digital world and immerse myself in nature. The idea of parking my campervan in a remote corner surrounded only by the calm of the mountains sounded like the I spent weeks researching, perusing maps and online forums looking for the ideal site. I finally found it, a deep corner in the Cascade Mountains, away from the main roads and accessible only down a winding dirt road. The van barely made it through, but when I reached the clearing overlooking a crystal-clear lake, I knew the effort was worth it. The first day was perfect. I walked around the lake, breathed in the fresh air, and enjoyed that absolute silence that is only found far from civilization. At nightfall I curled up in my van with a good book, more relaxed than I had ever been. It was then that I heard the engine in such a remote place that made no sense. I looked out the window and saw the headlights approaching down the road. An old truck stopped at the entrance to the clearing. Two men got out. I couldn't see their faces in the dark, but their movements were meticulous. First they inspected the perimeter, then they headed straight for my van. Panic ran through my body like lightning. There was no cell phone signal. I had no one around to call for help. I thought about starting the van and escaping, but the road was so narrow and dangerous that I would never be able to get them away, so I did the only thing I could think of. I hid, slid under the bed, and got into the small space. From there I heard the men approaching. Their voices were low, but I managed to make out some words. That made me shudder. It's a good place for delivery. Here no one is going to find us. My mind was filled with terrifying images, drugs, arms trafficking, something worse. I forced myself to remain silent while they surrounded the van. Hours passed. Finally, when the dawn began to tint the sky, I heard the sound of more engines. Other vehicles came to clearing, the sounds of boxes being moved. The jingle of metal and the whispered conversations confirmed my worst fears. I had stumbled upon an illegal operation. When the trucks finally left, I waited a long time before daring to come out of hiding. The clearing was empty, but the footprints on the ground and the tire marks in the mud were proof of what had happened. I knew I had to leave immediately, but when I turned the key to the van, my heart went out. It sank the engine. It just made a muffled sound before I died. I tried again and again, but nothing had broken down on the way, or someone had done anything to disable it. A knot of fear formed in my stomach. Without a vehicle and without cell phone signal, I was stuck in the worst possible place. I took a deep breath and tried to think logically. I had provisions, food, water, and warm clothes. I knew approximately what direction was the main road. If I started walking sooner or later, I would find help. Quickly pack and prepare to leave. It was then that I heard the sound I feared the most, an engine approaching. They were coming back. I didn't have time. I threw myself into the forest, praying that they hadn't seen the bushes. I scratched in the brush, every step driven by panic. I walked for hours. The mountainous terrain made each step more difficult. The sun advanced through the sky, and with it, Tiredness began to wreak havoc on my body. But I couldn't stop. Then I heard voices. I froze on the spot. The same voices from the night before were looking for me. I crouched in the bushes, holding my breath. The voices were coming closer. It can't have gone very far. Fear paralyzed me. If they found me, I knew I wouldn't have a good end. At that moment my foot slipped. On a root I fell rolling down a slope, hitting the ground hard. A sharp pain ran down my ankle. I looked around, dazed. A few meters away, a dark cave opened up on the mountainside. Without a second thought, I crawled inside. A second later, the voices reached the top of the hill. You heard it must be close. Lantern lights swept the forest. A beam of light passed through the entrance of the cave. I stuck myself against the wall, closing my eyes, praying that they wouldn't see me. The silence, it lengthened. Then a voice said, "Nothing. Here, let's keep looking further down." I waited until their voices faded into the distance. Only then did I let go of the breath I'd been holding, but my relief was short-lived. The temperature was going down, and my ankle hurt too much to keep walking. I had to find help much more. I left the cave and cowered through the woods all night, using a stick as an improvised cane. When dawn broke the horizon, I heard something that made me cry with relief. The sound of cars on a road. I staggered forward. I told her that I had gotten lost in the forest. She and her husband took me to the nearest ranger station. The next few days were a whirlwind of statements and efforts to process what I had experienced. The authorities investigated the clearing and found traces of the illegal operation. I, for my part, learned a difficult lesson. Isolation can be beautiful but also dangerous. Today I continue to enjoy nature, but I do it with more caution, because true peace does not come from escaping from the world, but from learning to face it. The barrel of the rifle stuck in my cold back. "And relentlessly walk," he commanded, a harsh voice, as I was pushed through the dense undergrowth. My mind was speeding around, trying to understand how my peaceful hiking trip had ended in this nightmare. Just a few hours before, I had been marveling at the tranquility of the forest. Now I was a prisoner, being taken farther and farther away from civilization by men who seemed to have come out of a paramilitary catalog. I had no idea of why my name is Chris, and I've always been a hiking lover. There's something about getting lost in nature that cleanses the soul. You know, that's why I decided to take a week off and head to the Appalachian Trail. I'd already ridden parts of it before, but this time I wanted to explore some of the less traveled routes, completely unplugged. The first few days were exactly what I needed. The weather was perfect, cool with a touch of autumn in the air. Every morning I woke up with the sunlight filtering through the trees. I dismantled my camp and walked without worries. The nights were even better. I fell asleep to the distant sound of the owls and the whisper of the wind in the leaves. Everything was perfect, until the fourth day. That morning I decided to deviate from the main trail, following a less marked path that, according to my guide, led to spectacular views. The journey was more difficult than expected, but the solitude was worth it. I hadn't seen another hiker all day. When I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something that made me stop in seco. A few meters away, in a small clearing hidden among the trees, there was a group of buildings. They didn't look like ordinary cabins or a ranger station. The buildings were camouflaged with nets and leaves, like someone was trying to hide them, and the biggest of them all looked a lot like a warehouse. My curiosity was ignited. I took a step closer, trying to get a better view. It was a mistake. "Hey, Eugenia!" shouted a stop voice. I turned and saw two men emerging from the forest. They were dressed in full tactical gear, with rifles slung over their chests and masks covering their faces. My heart stopped a second. This wasn't a hunter's camp. I had no idea what it was, but I wasn't going to stay to find out. "I'm sorry," I said, throwing up my hands. "I didn't know this area was restricted. I'm leaving right now." One of the men shook his head. "Not so fast." The other raised his rifle and pointed it straight at my chest. "You come with us." They escorted me to the clearing, where more armed men patrolled the perimeter. Their looks were cold, evaluating. There was no doubt this place should not be discovered. They put me in a small wooden building. Inside there was only a table, 2 chairs, and a light bulb hanging from the ceiling. "Sit down," ordered. One of them I did. They left me alone for what seemed hours. My mind ran in all directions, looking for an explanation. It was this: a group of extremist militiamen, a camp of traffickers. Finally the door was opened, and an older man entered, unlike the others. He was not wearing a mask. His gray hair and his hard eyes studied me intensely. "Who are you, Serenia?" he asked bluntly. "Kais," I replied, trying to stay calm. "I'm just a hiker. I didn't know this place was here. I'll leave and forget I saw it." The man smiled, but not in a reassuring way. That won't be possible. Chris, my stomach shrank seen too much. He sat across from me, and I interlaced his fingers on the table. Let me ask you something, he said. How much do you know about government surveillance, about the erosion of our freedoms? I didn't know what to answer. For the next hour he exposed me with a number of conspiracy theories that would have seemed ridiculous in any other context. But the problem was, this guy had a private army and I was trapped in his camp. I nodded and I feigned interest. I had no choice when he finished his speech to me. Stared, you have a choice, Chris said. You can join us, or he didn't need to finish the sentence. The threat was Clara. I swallowed hard and answered, the only thing I could say to survive, I want to learn more. The man nodded, pleased. Well, we'll start your training immediately. For the next few days they made me combat iOS, read their propaganda and repeat their beliefs as if they were a catechism. There was always someone watching me. I knew they were trying to wash my mouth. But I only had one goal: find a way to escape. Finally the opportunity came one night. One of the guards left his post for a few minutes. It was my only chance. I ran into the woods without looking back. The gunfire rang out in the night. The bullets cut the leaves around me. But I didn't stop. I ran until my legs no longer responded. When the sun began to rise, I heard the sound more beautiful in the world. Traffic on a highway. I staggered out of the brush and saw a truck driver parked on the shoulder. He looked at me with surprise and concern. You're fine? Friend Xenia asked. Please, Jade, take me to the nearest police station. The rest was a whirlwind of interrogations and statements. When the authorities investigated the location, they discovered that I had stumbled upon an extremist paramilitary group. If I had stayed one more day, I probably never would have gone out. The experience changed me. I still love nature, but now I'm more careful. The solitude is wonderful, but it also makes you vulnerable. The forest is still my refuge, but now when I go into it, I do it with more respect and always with my eyes wide open. Well, the barrel of the rifle stabbed against my back. Cold and unforgiving. Move, commanded a hoarse voice as they pushed me through from the dense undergrowth. My mind was working at full speed, trying to understand how my peaceful hiking trip had led to this nightmare. Hours before I was reveling in the solitude of the forest. Now I was a prisoner, driven deeper and deeper into the thicket by men who seemed to be taken from a paramilitary catalog. And I had no idea why. My name is Chris, and I have always been passionate about hiking. Getting lost in the nature is the only way I can really clear my mind. You know, that's why I decided to take a week off from work and head to the Appalachian Trail. I had already walked a few sections before, but this time I wanted to explore the less traveled areas. Get lost in the immensity. The first days were everything I expected. The weather was perfect, fresh and crisp, with that subtle scent of autumn in the air. I woke up with the sun. I dismantled the camp and spent the day walking through endless forests. The nights were calm, lulled by the hooting of owls and the rustle of the wind through the leaves. But everything went wrong. On the fourth day I had left the main trail, following a less defined route that, according to my guide, offered spectacular views. The terrain was more difficult, but the isolation was worth it. I had not seen another I was human all day. Then, turning around a bend in the road, I saw a small clearing hidden among the trees. In its center, almost camouflaged with the surroundings, there was a camp. No camp, a compound, several small structures, and a larger building like a warehouse. My curiosity was piqued. I approached to see better, and then a voice thundered behind me. You stop. I turned suddenly. Two men emerged from the trees, dressed in full tactical gear, masks on their faces, rifles in their hands. Fear hit me with the force of an avalanche. I feel it. I stuttered, raising my hands. I didn't know this was here. I'm just a hiker. I'm going to leave right now. And shut up, growled one of the men, raising his rifle. You come with us. Before I could protest, one of them grabbed me by the arm and he pushed me into the clearing. The compound was full of more men like them, all armed, watching me suspiciously. They put me in a small hut and closed the door. Behind me, inside, there was only a table, a chair, and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Sit down, they ordered. I obeyed, my racing mind looking for a way out of this situation. It was an eternity before the door opened again. A man came in, unmasked, this time older than the others, with gray hair and a look that seemed to pierce my soul. He sat across from me. Who are you, Xenia? He asked bluntly. My name is Chris, I replied, struggling to stay calm. I'm just a hiker. I didn't know this place was here. If they let me go, I swear it's not that simple. He interrupted me, leaning forward, interlacing his fingers. You've seen something you haven't. You should have seen. A chill ran down my spine. What is this place? Component placement, I asked in a trembling voice. The man laughed, but there was no warmth in his expression. A shelter, answered, a sanctuary against the imminent collapse of our society. And so began one of the most surreal conversations of my life. For an hour, the man who only identified himself as the commander exposed me one conspiracy theory after another. He talked about government's secrets, of the imminent fall of the civilized world, of the need to act before it's too late. I heard myself nodding, too terrified to do anything else. When he finished his speech, he stared at me. Then, Kais, tell me, are you ready to open your eyes to the truth? My mouth was dry. I knew that my answer could mean the difference between life and death. Yes, I lied. I need to know more. The commander smiled. Well, he said, because you have a choice to make. His expression hardened. You can stay with us and become something bigger than yourself. He bent his dark eyes, staring into mine. Or you can leave this world forever. The terror athens my chest. I don't need to be killed, I hastened to say. I want to join. Just explain to me more. He seemed satisfied with my answer. Excellent, he said. We'll begin your orientation immediately. During the following days, I was forced to watch propaganda videos, read hate-filled manifestos, and participate in paramilitary training. They never left me. I just knew they were watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake, but I had no intention of becoming one. One of them just waited for my chance. Finally, one of the lookouts arrived, abandoned his post. For a moment, I ran. I didn't look back. Gunfire echoed in the forest as I was going into the thicket. I kept running until my legs couldn't take it anymore, and then I heard it, the roar of the motorway engines. I threw myself into the road just as a truck was passing by. The driver braked in dry when he saw me. Godson, you're okay, Serenia exclaimed. I need help, Serenia. Minutes later I was heading to the nearest police station. The rest was a whirlwind of interrogations, federal agents, and arrests. The compound the commander and his people were raided. I went back home, but the fear never completely disappeared. Today I am still hiking, but with more, because I learned something important. Danger does not always come from nature. Sometimes the real threat is man. The sun was sinking behind the mountain peaks, painting the sky with bright shades of orange and purple. I should have been amazed by the beauty of the scenery, but all I felt was a growing sense of dread with each step I took deeper into the forest. Guided by the group of hikers I had blindly trusted, I realized I was walking straight into a nightmare of my own making. My name is Lily, and just 24 hours ago I was an excited traveler, eager to explore the rugged beauty of the Pacific Northwest. Always I considered myself adventurous, but within certain limits. This trip was my first great experience. Traveling alone, a test of my independence, an opportunity to challenge myself. I had spent the first few days exploring Seattle, soaking up the vibe of the city, and planning my hikes in the nearby mountains. My intention was to go on day trips, nothing too demanding or remote. I wasn't prepared for what was to come. In my third one day in the city, I met a group of hikers at the hostel where I was staying. They were friendly and charismatic, especially their leader, a guy named Mike. When they invited me to join them on a hike the next day, I thought it was the perfect opportunity. Safety in numbers. I said to myself. The next morning we left early. The starting point was an hour's drive from the city. As we drove away from civilization, I felt a mix of excitement and nerves. The trail started spectacularly. The forest was lush and green, the air fresh and invigorating. Mike and his friends Tom, Sarah, and Kyle seemed knowledgeable about the area and the outdoors. As we walked, they told me about a secret spot. It's a little off the main trail, Mike said enthusiastically, but the view is amazing. A waterfall, a lake pristine. Most tourists never see it. Hesitate. How far away it is. I'm not really equipped for something very difficult. Sarah smiled reassuringly. It's not a big deal. Maybe an hour off the trail. We've done it a bunch of times. Against my better judgment, I accepted the idea of seeing something that few others had seen was too tempting. Big mistake. Around noon, we deviated from the trail marked at the beginning. It wasn't too bad. There was a slight footprint on the ground, probably created by hikers or animals. But over time the terrain became more difficult. We had to scramble over rocks, push dense branches, and traverse steep slopes. When I looked at my watch, I noticed that we had been walking for over 2 hours. The sun was starting to go down. Hey, I said, trying not to sound worried. I'm sure this is the right way. Mike turned to me with a strange look in his eyes. You get tired so fast, city girl. Don't worry. We're close. Something in his tone chilled my blood. I looked at the other three for support, but their expressions had also CI. The initial warmth had disappeared. Now they seemed focused, almost predatory. That's when I was hit by the realization they had taken me away here. I purposely tried to stay calm. Maybe they were just more passionate about hiking than I had thought. But when the sun started to go down and we went even deeper into the wild, I knew something was very, very wrong. I took a deep breath. I think I want to go back, I said, keeping my voice as neutral as possible. It's getting late and I don't like the idea of walking in the dark. Kyle, that she was behind me. She came closer too. Close, don't be ridiculous, she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. You've made it this far. You don't want to miss the best part. I turned to walk away, but Kay grabbed my arm tighter than necessary. Fear hit me like an icy wave. They weren't going to let me go. Why do they do this? I asked in a trembling voice. Mike stepped forward, her arrogant smile now turned into a cruel look. Let's say we have some friends who pay very well for companionship, especially for young and pretty company. The air left my lungs. They wanted to sell me. At that instant I knew for sure I was going to disappear into these mountains, and no one would know what happened to me. Panic took over me. I let out a scream, and with all my strength I kicked Kel's shin and stuck my elbow in his stomach. His grip loosened for a split second, but it was enough. I turned and ran. I ran not knowing where I was going. I ran as the branches scratched my skin and the roots caught my feet. Behind me I heard their screams catch. Them rumbling on the ground, getting closer and closer, but I had fear on my side, and fear made me faster. I ran until my lungs they burned and my legs threatened to collapse, and then, as I was about to give up, I saw a light through the trees, a hut with the last remnants of strength I had left. I rushed against the door and knocked desperately. Help! Please help me! The door opened suddenly. An old man with a face wrinkled with the years, but with sharp eyes, looked at me in surprise. Holy God! Girl, what happened to you? I tried to speak, but my breathing was erratic. I only managed to point towards the forest. The man did not hesitate for a second, grabbed the shotgun that hung over his fireplace and pushed me into the cabin, locking the door. No one is going to hurt you here, he said. The rest of the night was chaos. The man John was a former ranger and had a radio. He contacted the authorities while I was shaking and in shock. I was telling her what had happened. The next morning, they found Mike and his group trying to get off the mountain. It turned out they were responsible for several disappearances in national parks. When it was all over, John looked at me seriously. You did well to trust your instinct, girl. Good people don't make you feel scared. I learned that lesson the hard way. Now I listen my instinct. Now I choose carefully who I trust, and I never ignore fear, because sometimes that fear is the only thing that can save your life. The sound of chanting filled the air, a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to beat through the ground beneath my feet. I stood at the edge of the clearing, watching dozens of people sway in unison, their eyes closed and their faces turned to the starry sky. This was not what I had expected when I signed up on the Illuminated Path retreat. As the chants grew louder and more frantic, a chill ran down my spine. I had the horrible feeling that this seemingly peaceful spiritual retreat was about to take a very dark turn. My name is Maya, and just a week ago I was a stressed-out marketing executive desperately looking for some peace and clarity in my life when I came across an ad for the Path Retreat, the enlightened meditation that promised a week of meditation, nature walks, and self-discovery in the lush forests of Oregon. Seemed exactly what I needed. The first days were everything I had hoped for. Our group of about 20 participants spent the mornings in meditation sessions guided by Martin, our serene and gentle instructor. The afternoons were filled with nature walks and workshops on mindfulness and inner peace. In the evenings, we gathered around a campfire to share our experiences and ideas. I felt that I was beginning to relax, that the tension of my daily life melted in this peaceful environment. But as the week progressed, I began to notice subtle changes in the atmosphere of the retreat. Martin's teachings took on a more esoteric tone, full of references to cosmic energies and ancestral wisdom that only he seemed to fully understand. That some of the other participants were looking at him with adoration bordering on veneration. On the fourth night, things took a decidedly strange turn. After dinner, Martin announced that we would be participating in a special ceremony to align our energies with the universe, took out a small flask of liquid, and explained that it was a sacred elixir passed down through generations of spiritual teachers. This will open their minds to truths beyond his imagination, he said, his eyes shining with an intensity one hadn't seen before. Which one of you is ready to transcend the limitations of your earthly existence? To my amazement, most of the group rushed to receive a drop of the mysterious liquid on their tongues. I stood behind with a knot of uneasiness in my stomach. Something about this didn't feel right. Martin's eyes met mine and the Maya said in a soft but insistent voice, "You don't want to join us on this journey to enlightenment." I balboo an excuse about not feeling well and I slipped away from my tent with my mind racing. What was in that liquid and what did Martin mean by transcending earthly existence? I couldn't sleep that night. I turned in my sleeping bag, using my ears for unusual sounds coming from the camp. Just before dawn I heard him. Chanting guided me to the edge of the clearing, where I now stood watching with growing horror. How the ceremony unfolded. Martin stood in the center of the group, his arms raised to the sky. He was no longer the calm, soft-spoken guide of the past few days, his eyes burning with a fanatical gleam, and his voice before Serena now resounded like thunder as he led the chanting in a language I didn't recognize. I scanned the faces of my fellow retreat ants. Their expressions were empty, almost in a trance as they rocked, and they sang what that had done to them. Suddenly Martin's voice cut the chant. "Brothers and sisters," exclaimed, "the moment of our ascension is near. The cosmic doors are opening, ready to receive our liberated souls." A murmur of excitement ran through the crowd. I watched with unbelief as Martin pulled out a large knife, whose blade gleamed in the moonlight, to free our spirits from their earthly selves. "We must make the supreme sacrifice," intoned. "Who among you will be the first to detach from your mortal body and embrace eternal enlightenment?" To my horror, several people stepped forward, eager volunteers for what was clearly about to become a collective suicide. I had to do something, but I was vastly outnumbered and everyone seemed to be under Martin's gun. When I saw him raise the knife preparing to claim his first victim, I did the only thing I could think of. I screamed. The sound broke the rhythm of the chant, causing several people to snap out of their trance state and look around in confusion. Martin's head turned sharply towards me, his eyes narrowed with fury. "Catch them, Ascension!" I gave myself the I turned and ran, making my way through the undergrowth, listening to hurried footsteps behind me, my heart ant tight, as I dodged trees and jumped over fallen logs, the sounds of chaos I left behind, fading into the distance. I had no idea where I was going in the pre-dawn darkness, but I knew I had to find help after what seemed like hours. But it was probably only minutes. I left the forest and I came to a narrow road. In the distance I saw lights of a vehicle approaching. Waving my arms frantically, I ran to the vehicle. It was an old pickup truck driven by an older man who looked at me in surprise. "Please," gasped when he rolled down the window. "He has to help me. There's a cult in the woods. They're trying to kill themselves." The man's eyes went wide open. "Alarm went up," he said, reaching to open the passenger door. "There is a ranger station a few miles away. We can call for help from there." As we sped towards the station, I told him what had happened at the retreat. He shook his head in disbelief. "I have lived in these lands for 40 years, he said, "and I have seen all kinds of strange groups come and go in these forests. But this is something else." When we arrived at the station at first I was greeted with skepticism, but the urgency in my voice must have convinced them, because soon a fleet of patrols and ambulances was heading towards the retreat site. I guided the authorities to the clearing with my heart in my throat, wondering what we would find. What we saw was a scene of confusion and despair. Some participants wandered aimlessly, being stunned and disoriented. Others were sobbing uncontrollably. To my relief, there were no corpses. We had reached the time to avoid the worst, but Martin was nowhere to be found. He had vanished into the woods, taking his dangerous ideology with him in the days that followed. As police investigated and survivors were treated for the effects of whatever the holy elixir contained, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. How a simple spiritual retreat could turn into a nightmare. I discovered that Martin, whose real name was Gerald Kovac, had a history of founding and abandoning cults across the country. It preyed on people like me, stressed urbanites in search of peace and meaning in their lives, and then indoctrinating them. It had been its most ambitious project yet, and if I hadn't raised the alarm when I did, it would have ended in tragedy. The thought of how close we were to a mass suicide still gives me goosebumps. Before I returned home, one of the other survivors reached out to me. Her name was Lisa, and the tormented look in her eyes reflected what I felt inside of me. "Thank you," she said quietly. If you hadn't stopped this," she interrupted, unable to finish the sentence. I nodded, understanding the weight of what had almost happened. "I'm glad I trusted my instinct," I replied. "When something feels wrong, usually it is." Lisa cracked a faint smile. "I guess we both learned that from the bad. What will you do now?" I thought about it for a moment. This experience had shaken me to the core. But it had also shown me the danger of blindly following someone else's path in search of enlightenment. I'm going to find my own way, I said finally. No gurus, no retreats, just me discovering what really matters in life. When I boarded my flight back home, I couldn't help but think of Martin. I was still loose somewhere, possibly planning his next cult. I shuddered at the thought of other unsuspecting people falling into his trap. The Enlightened Path retreat promised to change my life, and in a way it did. Only not in the way I had hoped. I left those woods with a new appreciation for critical thinking and the importance of trusting my own judgment. The beta of meaning and peace is a deeply personal journey, I realized, and sometimes the most illuminated path is the one you forge yourself. The engine roared as I walked away from 1,000 brooks, my body still trembling with adrenaline and terror. The deserted road stretched out in front of me, surrounded by withered trees and dry grasslands. The dawn barely tinged the sky with orange hues, and for the first time in what seemed like hours I took a deep breath. I was alive, but while my hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, something was eating away at me inside. What was it that I saw in those tunnels? Was real, or just my mind went mad because of fear and darkness? It played tricks on me. I didn't know it. All I knew was that Millbrook was not an ordinary abandoned town. Something else lived there, something that shouldn't be disturbed, and I had made the mistake of going in. I kept my gaze was fixed on the road, but out of the corner of my eye something made me tense. The rear-view mirror. The manhole cover on the road where I had escaped was still open, and although I couldn't see anything inside, I felt a presence. Something was watching me. From there, I shook my head and forced myself to concentrate on the road. I just wanted to get out of that place and never come back. The minutes passed, and with them, the landscape began to change. The dry trees were replaced by denser forests. The road became less uneven, and I slowly began to see signs of civilization. But the feeling of being watched did not disappear. I gritted my teeth and tried to ignore it. I just needed to get to the nearest town, find a motel, rest, and pretend that none of this had happened. But when I looked at the fuel gauge, a new problem arose. It was almost empty. You murmur. I looked around, looking for signs of a gas station. Nothing. Just trees and more trees. The sun had already come out completely, and the daylight should have given me peace of mind. But it didn't, not when the fuel needle kept going down. It was 10 more minutes before I finally saw something in the distance. A rusty sign on the side of the road. Barely legible gas station, 2 miles. I breathed a sigh of relief, slowed down, and followed the indicated path. Shortly after, a small establishment appeared on the horizon. It was an old gas station with 2 old pumps and a beat-up store. A rusty car was parked on the side as if it had been there for years. I slowed down and stopped by one of the pumps. The place was empty, too empty. I turned off the engine and got out of the car, looking around. Hello, I called. No one answered. I went to the store and pushed open the door. A faint jingle announced my presence. The inside was a mess. The shelves were almost empty, with only a few cans of food and water bottles covered in dust. The cash register was open and empty. The smell of humidity permeated the air. Hello, I repeated, advancing cautiously. A sudden sound made me stop and dry. Something had fallen to the floor at the back of the store. I swallowed hard and slowly approached. A narrow corridor led to a half-open door. I peeked out. There was a small room with collapsed shelves and papers scattered on the floor. But what really made me shudder was the message written on the wall in red paint. You're not alone. A chill ran down my spine. I said, a step back, with goosebumps. There's anyone here? I asked in a voice tense. The silence was my only answer. I wasn't going to stay to find out. I turned and walked back to the front door. But something stopped me on the ground, right on the threshold of the exit. Wet footprints. Footprints of bare feet, and they weren't mine. Panic hit me like a wave. I ran out of the store and jumped into the car, closing the door tightly. My heart hammered my chest as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed once, twice, didn't start. No, didn't mutter, trying again. Nothing, and then I saw him through the windshield right in front of the store. A tall, thin figure with pale skin and dark eyes was watching me. He had no expression. He was just standing there looking at me. My body was paralyzed with fear. The figure took a step ahead, then another. My breathing became erratic. With trembling hands I tried to start the car again. The engine roared to life. I stepped on the accelerator with fear and skidded out of the gas station. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if it was still there. I drove without stopping, no matter the direction, just driving away as fast as possible. I didn't know how long it was before I saw a sign indicating the entrance to a town, the first sign of real civilization since I'd left Millbrook. I stopped at the first decent gas station I found, and they slumped me down trying to calm my breath. What the hell had happened? Was it real, or just my mind still caught up in the terror of Millbrook? I'd imagined everything I didn't know, but something was clear. Whatever it was that inhabited Millbrook hadn't let me go so easily. The wind howled between the trees, dragging with them the first flakes of an unexpected snowstorm. I wrapped myself more in my jacket, squinting against the growing darkness. This was not what I had planned for my solo hiking trip. With the temperature dropping rapidly and visibility worsening, I realized I had to make a decision. Risk freezing in my tent or seek shelter in the ramshackle cabin I had seen. Little did I know that the real danger wasn't the storm, but what or who was waiting for me behind that weathered wooden door. My name is Alex, and I've always prided myself on being an experienced hiker. I spent months planning this trip through the Appalachian wilderness, painstakingly mapping out my route and packing everything I need. But even the most prepared adventurer can be caught off guard by those of nature. Had been on the trail for 4 days when the storm hit. It came out of nowhere, transforming the crisp autumn air into an icy gale laden with snow in a matter of hours. As it battled the blizzard, I saw it, a dark, lonely cabin, barely visible through the white veil of snow. As I approached, it was clear that I had seen better times. My chest tilted dangerously. Several windows were boarded up and the wood of the walls was swollen with damp. But at that moment any shelter seemed better than the alternative. I knocked on the door with my gloved hand, more out of habit than waiting for an answer. To my surprise, it opened almost immediately. Well, said a harsh voice from inside. It's not every day you get a visitor around here. I blink against the snowflakes, looking at the man standing in the dim light inside. Come in before you freeze out there. I hesitated for a moment, but the need for warmth and refuge overcame my alert instinct. I took a step inside the cabin. It was a small, crowded place, lit by a crackling fireplace that cast trembling shadows on the walls. My host was a tall, thin man with a mop of wild gray hair and a long, matted beard. His sunken and bright eyes, he inspected me intensely. Thank you, you murmur, hoarse like the rustling of dry leaves. Most don't. My name is Jeremiah. I've been here longer than I can remember. I'm Alex, I replied. I hope I'm not bothering. The storm took me by surprise. Jerem waved a bony hand. Go, you can't let a traveler die of cold. Make yourself comfortable. I approached the fire, hanging my soaked jacket over a chair nearby. As my eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, I noticed the details of the place. The walls were covered with hand-drawn maps and yellowed newspaper clippings, shelves overflowing with old books, jars with indecipherable contents and strange artifacts. Jeremiah returned from a small kitchen with 2 steaming cups. Here's my own special brev, it will warm you up right away. I took a Zorbo cautiously. It was bitter and earthy, with a peculiar aftertaste, but the heat immediately spread through my body. The night progressed as Jeremiah told me stories about life in the mountains, encounters with bears, hidden caves full of crystals, and legends of hikers who never found their way back. You know, he said in a conspiratorial tone, these mountains have secrets that the people of the city don't understand. Something in his voice put me on alert. Maybe it was the strange drink or the way the shadows seemed to move in the corners of the cabin, but my skin stood on end. What kind of secrets did I ask, trying? Jeremiah's eyes flashed in the firelight. Ancient things, powerful things, things that can change a person if they're willing. I forced a nervous laugh. Sounds like the plot of a horror movie. Jeremiah smiled, but her expression wasn't humorous. Oh boy, I assure you this is very real. Her voice suddenly became deep. But enough talking. You must be exhausted. The storm will last all the time. You can sleep in the back room. Tiredness overcame me. I went to the little back room and plopped down on a narrow cot. Woke up suddenly. Something had woken me up. The cabin was completely silent except for the crackling of the wood in the fireplace. Then I heard it. A faint, insistent scratch came from the other side of the door. I held my breath, trying to make out some other sound. Whispers. I murmur low, as if someone was talking to himself very carefully. Slit me a slit, and I looked out. Jeremiah was leaning over a table, scribbling frantically in a thick leather book. Yes, I was whispering fervently. Finally, after so many years, the alignment is here, and the sacrifice too. Sacrifice. My body tensed. I had heard well, unintentionally. I let out a slight gasp. Jeremiah raised his head immediately. Our eyes, where they found, his face transformed into an expression of absolute serenity, but his eyes reflected a feverish madness. Well, he muttered in a voice too calm. "Our guest is awake." He stood up in his hand. A knife was shining. It wasn't a normal knife, it was antique, with a dark blade and runes carved into the handle. My heart was pounding. "Look, Jerem," I tried to sound calm. "I appreciate hospitality, but I think I should." "Leave." Jeremy took a step forward. "Oh, you can't leave, Alex. You're an important part of tonight." I ran. I tried to get to the door, but he intercepted me, surprising speed. "Don't make it difficult," he said in a calm voice. I saw the poker in the fireplace next to me. Without thinking about it, I grabbed it and swung it with all my strength. I impacted his head with a sharp sound. Jeremiah fell backwards with a growl, blood flowing from his forehead, but then he smiled. "You think you can stop what has already begun?" Mocked. "Old people are coming hungry and must be fed." The ground shook. The fire in the fireplace turned an unnatural green, and in the darkness something moved. I didn't stay to see what it was. I ran into the storm, away from the cabin and the horrors it contained. In the distance I heard the laughter of Jeremiah and the whispers of something that wasn't human, and as the snow fell around me, only one thought crossed my mind. Not everyone who gets lost in these mountains comes home. The first stone shell went through the window, causing shards of glass to fly all over the abandoned tent I'd taken refuge in. Angry screams echoed from the street outside, growing louder by the second. My heart was beating, realizing that the mob had found me. What had begun as a simple photographic expedition in a ghost town had become a struggle for survival against a group of squatters who did not look kindly on outsiders. My name is Alex, and I have always been attracted to the haunting beauty of abandoned places. There is something fascinating about seeing how nature claims what it has been humans have left behind. As a freelance photographer, I've made a name for myself capturing images of forgotten towns, dilapidated factories, and decaying mansions. But nothing in my experience had prepared me for what I found in the small town of Millbrook. Millbrook wasn't a typical ghost town. It wasn't an old west mining town that went extinct when the gold ran out. Not one of those industrial towns razed to the ground by the economic decline. Its history was more recent and mysterious. Just 10 years ago, Millbrook was a prosperous town of about 5,000 inhabitants. Then almost overnight it was abandoned. Official reports mentioned environmental problems, something about contaminated groundwater, but rumors spoke of government cover-ups and mass evacuations. Whatever the truth, Millbrook had become the dream of any urban explorer, and I was determined to be the first to really document its decay. I arrived just before dawn, parked my car on the outskirts of town, and continued on foot. Morning fog clung to the empty streets, giving the place an otherworldly atmosphere. Abandoned cars lined the roads, some with their doors still open, as if their owners had fled in a hurry. Nature was already claiming its territory. Vines climbed the buildings and small trees sprouted through cracks in the sidewalk. As I moved further into the center of town, my camera kept clicking, every corner revealing a new scene of abandonment. A children's bike rusting in a front lawn, a movie marquee with movie posters from a decade ago, a school with homework still written on the chalkboards was in the town square. When I noticed something wasn't right, the grass here was shorter, as if someone had stepped on it recently. There was less weed pushing through the pavement, and it was that smoke. A thin trail of smoke rose from a building at the end of the square. Curiosity overcame caution, and I approached to investigate. It was then that I saw them, real people, living people, emerging from the buildings around me, looking disheveled, with wild looks that they gave me goosebumps. I realized my mistake too late. They weren't tourists or urban explorers like me. They were squatters, people who had made this abandoned town their home, and by their expressions they weren't happy to see me. "Hey!" a hoarse voice shouted. "What do you think you're doing here?" I turned to see a big man with a matted beard advancing towards me. Others were coming out of the doors and the alleys, forming a circle around me. "I'm sorry," Bulbus, raising his hands in a gesture that I was hoping out Pacific. "I'm just a photographer. I didn't know someone lived here." "You didn't know?" the bearded man mocked. "Or didn't put you? You came to mock us, to take pictures of the monsters that live in the dead city." A murmur of agreement went through the growing crowd. I saw anger in their eyes, but also fear. These people had chosen isolation for a reason, and I was a threat to that. "No," I protested. "I'll delete the photos. I'll leave right now. They'll never see me again." For a moment I thought it might work. The bearded man clearly seemed to be considering my words. But then another voice emerged from the crowd. "He has a camera. It could be from the government." And with that the atmosphere changed. The crowd came closer, their expressions darkened. I ran down the nearest street, listening to the mob chasing me. My heavy backpack with the camera hit my back, but I didn't dare to let go. Those photos were my life. I went into an alley. hoping to lose them in the maze of back streets. But the residents of Millbrook knew their town much better than I did, each turn leading me to another group of angry squatters, finally desperate for a hiding place. I saw a shop with planks on the windows, but one was loose. I managed to open it wide enough to slide inside, and closed it back behind me. The inside was dark and dusty when my eyes adjusted. I made out overturned shelves and scattered debris. It looked like an old hardware store. I crouched behind the counter trying to calm my gasping breath as I listened to the mob looking for me outside for a moment. I thought I might have escaped the sounds. They became farther away. I began to think about how I could get out of the village without being seen. But then the sound of breaking glass filled the air. My shelter had been discovered. More stones came through the windows. I looked frantically around, looking for a way out there. A door behind the counter probably led to a warehouse. I ran to it, opening it just as the first members of the crowd began to climb up the broken windows. The warehouse was a dead end, but there was a rusty staircase that led to a trapdoor in the roof, with no other option. I started climbing. The trapdoor was stuck, and for a terrifying instant I thought I was trapped, but with one last push of expected it was given, and I went out to the roof. The city stretched out before me, a mosaic of decay and hidden life. In the distance I saw my car parked on the edge of the if only I could get to it, but the mob had seen me. The air in the tunnel became denser, heavier. My breathing was the only thing I could hear clearly. In addition to the constant dripping of water on the stone walls, my phone's flashlight flashed one last time, and I died completely in total darkness. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would explode in my chest. My body was motionless. My legs were shaking. I couldn't see anything, but I knew I wasn't alone. Someone was there. The whisper I'd heard before was still echoing in me. You shouldn't be here. I tried to swallow, but my throat was dry. My mind was trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe the echo of the tunnel distorted my own voice. Maybe my fear was playing tricks on me. But then the water around me moved. Not for me. Something else had. My breathing became erratic. I felt the urge to run, to get out of there as soon as possible. But my legs were still paralyzed by terror. The water stirred up again. Closer, I took a step back, trying to orient myself in the blackness, my trembling hands looking for support on the cold, damp wall, and then the voice came back. This time clearer. You shouldn't have gone in. The sound wasn't coming from behind me. It was coming from the water. My stomach churned and a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a presence right in front of me. I struggled to turn on my phone's flashlight again, desperately pressing the screen. Nothing. Then an icy pressure closed around from my ankle. I let out a gasp and I staggered backwards, shaking my leg with all my might to let go. My foot broke free and I fell into the water on my back, splashing and trying to get up. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could only feel the fear beating in every fiber of my being. I crawled out of the water and leaned against the wall of the tunnel. The silence was absolute, and then something emerged from the water in front of me. I couldn't see it, but I felt it, a change in the air pressure, a subtle movement in the current. Something was there. Something was watching me. My flashlight blinked suddenly, turning back on for a few brief seconds, and I saw it. It was a face, or what was left of you, grayish skin, sunken and empty eyes. Its mouth was half open as if it was trying to say something, but it was just coming out of it. Water. His skeletal hand was still stretched towards me, his long fingers, and I screamed and jumped away, my body crashing against the wall of the tunnel. The flashlight flashed again and went out again, but the sound of the water moving told me that the thing was still there. I didn't think about it anymore. I ran blindly, crashing into the walls of the tunnel, stumbling in the water. I didn't care where I was going. I just wanted to get out of there. Behind my back, I heard a violent splash. Whatever was there was following me. My lungs were burning. My feet were slipping on the wet surface, but I didn't stop. The tunnel began to tilt slightly upwards. That meant there was a way out, or at least that's what I wanted to believe. In the distance a small point of light became visible. My strength was renewed when I saw it. It was a way out. There was a way out. I ran with everything I had, feeling the presence behind me, getting closer and closer. The water churned violently. Something slid behind me, moving much faster than any human could, but the light was right ahead. The last few meters felt eternal. I finally reached a metal ladder embedded in the wall. I didn't stop to think. I clung to the rungs, and I climbed with all my strength, feeling the wet cold of the metal against my palms. Something brushed my foot. I let out a scream, and I pushed myself up in desperation. The ladder ended in a rusty manhole cover. I hit with all my strength, trying to push it. It would not move. No, no, no. I did not pant, hitting it harder. Down below, the water stirred furiously. I hit once again with everything I had. The cover gave. The dawn light mowed me down for a second, but I didn't stop. I got out of the gutter and rolled on the asphalt, panting and feeling the sun warm my skin. I had made it. I was out. I lay on the ground trying to catch my breath. I looked around. I was on a road just outside of Millbrook, and only a few met from me. There was my car. I got up with the little strength I had left, and I ran towards him, frantically checking my pockets until I found the keys. My hands trembled as I inserted them into the lock. When I finally managed to start the engine, I looked in the rearview mirror. The sewer was still open, but there was nothing there, nothing visible. I stepped on the accelerator and drove away from Millbrook without looking back. I don't know what I saw in those tunnels. I don't know what lives in the bowels of that abandoned town. But one thing is for sure, I'll never go back to Millbrook. Never. The world tilted on its axis as I stared at the empty space where my passport should have been. My heart raced, the palms of my hands sweated as I frantically searched in every pocket, in every corner of my little hostel room. But deep down I already knew the truth. I was stranded in a foreign country, thousands of miles from home, with no way to prove who I was. What I didn't know was that this would be just the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the limit of my sanity. My name is Alex, and up until that point I had been living my dream of backpacking around Europe. Fresh out of college, I had saved up for years to make this determined trip to see the world before settling into the routine of adult life. I had toured London, Paris, and Rome, and now I was in the heart of Athens. The day had started like any other on my trip. I spent the morning exploring the Acropolis, marveling at the ancient ruins and absorbing the rich history of the city. When the afternoon heat became oppressive, I returned to the hostel to take a nap, planning to go out again in the evening to experience the vibrant nightlife of Athens. But when I reached up to grab my money belt and pull out some cash, my blood froze. My belt was still there, but it was empty. My passport, my credit cards, and most of my money was all gone. Panic set in as I tried to reconstruct my steps. I had been robbed at the busy tourist site. I had left my belt somewhere without realizing it. The possibilities swirled in my mind, each one more alarming than the last. I ran to the counter of the hostel, desperately hoping that someone had returned my belongings. The receptionist, with a bored expression, simply shrugged his shoulders and suggested that I go to the police station. With no other option, I entered the unknown streets of Athens as the sun set, casting long shadows that seemed to reflect my growing sense of fear. The station of police was a chaos of people and paperwork. After waiting what seemed like hours, I finally spoke to an officer who took my complaint with an indifferent air. "These things happen," he said with a marked accent. "Maybe he appears. Maybe you shouldn't contact your embassy." Defeated, I went back to the hostel without a passport or money. I couldn't check in elsewhere or buy a ticket back home. I was trapped that night while lying without being able to sleep in my bunk. Every creak and whisper in the hostel made me jump. I felt exposed. Vulnerable. Who had my identity now? What would they do with it? The next morning I headed to the American embassy with hope mixed with despair in my chest. But as I navigated the bustling streets, an unsettling feeling came over me. It was just paranoia, or they were really watching me. More than once I caught a familiar face in the crowd, a dark-eyed man with a scar on his left cheek. At the embassy, I was informed that processing an emergency passport would take several days. The staff was understanding but firm. There was nothing they could do to speed up the process. They provided me with a small loan to cover basic expenses and advised me to stay still and keep a low profile. When I left the embassy, the feeling of being watched intensified, accelerated. El Paso, zigzagging through the crowd with the heart hammering in my chest. As I looked back, I saw it, the man with the scar, no longer trying to hide his pursuit. I ran. Adrenaline flooded my body as I threw myself down alleys and side streets, trying to lose it in the labyrinth of the ancient city. Finally gasping, I found myself in a small deserted square. For a moment I thought I was in the I had lost a hand. Then he grabbed my arm, making me spin. It was him. His face twisted into a threatening smile. "You've made us quite a bit," Alex said in perfect English but with an accent. But the game is over. Before I could react, a cloth was pressed against my mouth and nose. The world went black. I woke up in a dim room, my head throbbing as my eyes got used to it. In the darkness I realized that I was in some kind of warehouse, surrounded by computer equipment and piles of papers. The man with the scar was nearby, watching me carefully. "Welcome back," he said. "I hope you'll forgive us for the rough treatment, but we couldn't risk you making a scene." "Who are you, Xania?" I managed to articulate with a dry throat. "What do they want from me?" He laughed, a sound devoid of real fun. "Who we are no matter," he replied, "as to what we want. Well, Alex, you've stumbled upon something much bigger than just a case of stolen documents." Over the next hour he explained the truth. My identity wasn't stolen at random. I had been specifically selected. My profile, young American with no criminal record, made me the perfect candidate for their operation. They were part of an international crime syndicate specializing in identity theft and large-scale fraud. "You see," Alex said as he walked in circles around me, "with your identity, we can create a new person, someone who opens bank accounts, applies for loans, even cross borders without raising suspicion, and the best thing is you'll be the one to take the blame for everything." The reality of my situation hit me like a gigantic wave. This was no longer just a problem of being stranded without documents. My whole future was at stake. Everything I had worked to build, every dream I had for my life was about to be destroyed. "They can't do this," I begged. "I'm going to go to the police, to the embassy, I'll tell you the whole thing." The man laughed again. "And you'll tell them what?" Component placement asked with derision. "That an international crime syndicate kidnapped you and stole your identity. Who do you think is going to believe you?" Leaned over to me, his voice reduced to a whisper. "No, Alex, will you do exactly what we tell you, or things will get very unpleasant for you and your family back home?" The threat against my family was the breaking point. Something inside me broke, and at the same time a spark of determination was ignited. I knew I had to escape. For the next few days I was kept under constant surveillance, forced to make scripted calls to the embassy and my family, assuring me that I was okay, that I was just extending my journey. Meanwhile, I watched his every move, looking for any weak spots. In his safety, I waited for my chance. Came on the 5th day. One of the guards made a mistake, leaving his phone unattended for a few precious minutes. With shaky hands, I managed to send a coded message to a friend back home. I knew he would understand the gravity of the situation and would get the right people. The response was quick. In a matter of hours, I heard sirens approaching. Panic took over the gang. They ran to destroy evidence in the chaos. I found my chance and managed to slip away. I ran aimlessly through the streets of Athens until I literally crashed into a police officer. The following days were a whirlwind of interrogations, statements, and diplomatic negotiations. Little by little the magnitude of the operation came to light unintentionally. My kidnapping had helped dismantle a criminal network operating in multiple countries. When I finally boarded a plane back home with a temporary passport in hand, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. The nightmare was over, but its effects would follow me for a long time. For months I worked with the authorities to undo the mess that criminals had created with my identity. It was a long and frustrating process, but little by little I got my life back. The experience changed me deeply. I became hypervigilant with my personal safety, but I also learned to appreciate it. The fragility of the system we use to define who we are. I continue to travel, but now I do so with my eyes wide open, because adventure and danger often walk hand in hand. My lost passport took me down a dark path, but it also showed me a strength in myself that I never knew existed. In the end, I not only regained my identity, but also discovered who I really am. The click of insurance from a rifle being deactivated cut through the stillness of the night. I froze with my hand halfway to the door handle of my van. Shadows moved in the darkness around me, and with a shiver down the spine I realized I was completely surrounded. What had started as a quiet night of poaching in the wild had turned into a situation of life or death. My name is Al, and up until that point I considered myself an expert in van life and the stealthy camp. I had been touring the country for 2 years in my converted van, looking for the most remote and beautiful places to spend the night. I prided myself on my ability to find secluded areas where I could park undetected and wake up to breathtaking views. That particular night I had found what I thought I had. It was the perfect site. A deep clearing within a national forest miles from the nearest campground, accessible only by a bumpy dirt road that I barely managed to traverse with my van. Spent a pleasant afternoon cooking on my portable stove and enjoying the absolute silence that is only found in such remote places. When night fell, I settled into my van, opened a book, and prepared for a night quiet until the engines broke the calm. At first I didn't think much about it. Maybe other campers had found a place nearby, but as the sound got closer I felt a twinge of unease in my stomach. Something about the way the vehicles moved quickly and decidedly didn't fit. I leaned out the window, straining my eyes in the dark. It was then that I saw the first haze of lanterns cutting through the trees. then another and another in a matter of minutes. My clearing. I was surrounded by what looked like a small army, my heart hammering as I evaluated my options, starting the van and trying to escape. No, the road was too narrow and bumpy. I would never get through. Get out and announce to explain that I was just a harmless camper. If these people were involved in something illegal, that decision could be a sentence of death. Finally, the instinct of self-preservation prevailed. I turned off my reading light and held my breath, praying that my dark van would merge with the shadows. For a moment it seemed to work. I heard low voices and movements in the clearing, sounded like they were unloading equipment, but I couldn't see what. And then the disaster. My phone that I had forgotten to silence rang with a loud ping. The sound resounded in the night like I shoot. Everything fell silent. A moment later a thick voice broke the calm. "Who's there? Get out right now." I knew the game was over. With shaky hands I reached for the door handle, ready to go out and face whatever was waiting for me outside. That's when I heard the unmistakable click of a rifle being loaded. My blood froze. "I'm going out," I screamed, trying to keep my voice steady. I opened the door slowly and got out of the van with my hands up. What I saw in the clearing looked like something out of a movie. At least a dozen armed men formed a semicircle around me. Behind them several trucks with their lights on, illuminated piles of boxes and equipment. One of the men stepped forward. He was tall and muscular, with a face weathered by years of fighting. "Who are you?" he asked in a cold voice. "And what the hell are you doing here?" "My name is Alex," I said with a dry mouth. "I'm just a camper. I didn't know there was anyone else here. If you let me go, I promise I won't say anything." The man narrowed his eyes. "You hope we believe you just found this place by accident in the middle of nowhere on the same night we're here?" I nodded frantically. "It's what I do. I travel in my van. I look for isolated places to camp. I have no idea who you are or what you are doing." The man turned to one of his companions. "Searches the van every inch." I stood motionless as I searched my house on wheels. "They took out my belongings. They rummaged through my clothes. They went through every hiding place I had built for storage." After what seemed like an eternity, one of the men returned to the leader. "Is clean, boss. Only camping gear and personal stuff. No weapons or radios." The leader studied me for a long moment. Finally he sighed and crossed his arms. "It seems like you're telling the truth, but we have a problem. You've seen too much." My stomach sank. This was the moment they killed me and left my body in the woods. But to my surprise the leader seemed to soften. "I have children your age," he said with grave tone. "I wouldn't want them to disappear without a trace." He stared at me. "So here's what's going to happen. You're going to get in your van and drive until the sun comes up. You won't stop, you won't call anyone, and you'll never come back here." He leaned a little more towards me. "If I ever see your face or this van near here, I won't be so understanding." "Understood." I nodded in despair. "Yes, sir, I promise." The men started throwing my belongings back into the van. Minutes later I was behind the wheel, my hands shaking as I tried to put the key in the ignition. The leader came to my window one last time. "Remember, boy," he said in a low, threatening voice, "if you talk about this we'll find you." I nodded once more and put the van in motion, drove without stopping until the sun came up, when I finally got into it. I stopped at a gas station. My whole body was shaking from exhaustion and adrenaline. That night it changed me. I still love van life. I keep looking for remote places, but now I'm more careful. I make sure someone always knows where I am. I installed a panic button that sends my GPS location in case of emergency. Sometimes when I spend the night somewhere isolated, I still find myself listening carefully, waiting for the sound from a distance. But most of all I'm grateful that I survived. And although part of me still wonders what exactly I found that night, another part knows that there are questions that are better left unanswered in the darkest corners of the country. There are secrets hidden in the shadows, and sometimes the wisest thing you can do is just keep driving and not look back. The adrenaline drove me to run through along the roof, though every step creaked the aging structure beneath my feet. I couldn't stop below. The mob roared, some trying to keep climbing over the adjacent buildings, others running through the streets to intercept the cold morning air, burning my lungs as my legs worked as I desperately searched for an escape route. I looked ahead. The roof ended abruptly a few meters ahead, but just across the road street there was another building with a roof that close enough to try. There was no time for doubts. I accelerated El Paso, feeling the trembling of the structure with each stride, and I threw myself into the void. For a second I felt the weight of gravity pushing me to the ground, vertigo taking over my stomach, but my hands found the edge of the other roof, and with a desperate effort I managed to propel myself upwards, rolling on the surface. From below, the screams of the mob, they increased. "It's on the other side. Don't let it escape." Some tried to follow my route, but others started circling the buildings, running in the direction of my destination. Getting to my car, I turned on my heels and ran to a fire escape at the end of the roof. I went down as fast as I could, jumping the last steps and landing on the dusty street. My breath was ragged, my heart hammers in my ribs, but I stopped. I ran through an alley, hoping to lose them among the buildings. The graffitied walls and rusty doors faded as I passed. I took a sharp turn and found myself on a main street, and there was my car, just about 100 meters away, where I had left it that morning. But my relief was short-lived. A group of squatters blocked the way. 5 men with hardened looks turned when they saw me. One of them. They were holding a metal pipe, banging it against their palm in a threatening gesture. I stopped at turning on my heels to take another route, but I heard footsteps approaching from behind. They were cornering me. I have nowhere to go, said one of them with a crooked smile. My eyes swept around, looking for an exit to the right, a narrow alley to the left, a building with the door ajar and facing the sewer. The lid was poorly put on, as if someone had moved it recently. It was crazy. I had no idea what was down there, but I also had no time to think. Without hesitation, I ran to the sewer and lifted it with all my might. A nauseating smell emerged from the dark hole, but I didn't stop. Hey, one of the men screamed, running towards me. I slipped inside just as his hands were trying to fall. I fell with a dull thud in stagnant and icy water above. I heard the screams of frustration. He went into the sewers. Let's go after him. We don't even know what's down there. His voices moved away as I sank into total darkness. The stench was unbearable. My phone was soaked. As soon as I turned on the flashlight, the dim light illuminated the damp stone walls covered with moo. The water was up to my ankles and in a few knee-deep dots. I took a breath, trying to calm my gasping breath. I was alone, or so I thought. The sound of a distant drip echoed in the tunnel. I slowly moved forward, trying to ignore the feeling of disgust at feeling things moving under the surface of the water. I had no idea where this passageway led, but anything was better than facing the mob. I walked for minutes that felt like for hours. At every step, my flashlight flickered, threatening to leave me in complete darkness, and then I saw it. Marks on the wall. They weren't ordinary graffiti. They were symbols carved into the stone, strange and angular, forming patterns I didn't recognize. My skin bristled. There was something unsettling about those markings, something that told me I shouldn't be here. The tunnel seemed to get narrower, the shadows denser, as if darkness itself were alive. Then I heard something, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper. My breath froze in my throat. I turned my head quickly, but I saw no one. Only the standing water and the walls covered with Oh, I must be imagining it. You mutter, arm me. I kept moving forward, but the whisper came back clearer. This time it was an incomprehensible murmur, as if someone was speaking right behind me, but with no words I could understand. I swallowed hard and sped up. Then my flashlight flickered and went out. The darkness completely enveloped me. My heart hammered in my chest as I tried to turn on the flashlight again. Nothing. I touched the wall, trying to orient myself in the absolute blackness, and in the middle of that blackness an unknown voice whispered, right in my ear, you shouldn't be here. The cold ran down my back like an icy knife. I stepped back, tripping over something underwater. My hands were shaking. As I tried to take the phone out of my pocket, begging for the LNA to turn back on, when I finally did, the light illuminated a figure a few feet away from me. Someone was there or something. But before I could react, the flashlight went out again, and everything was plunged into darkness once more. The curtains moved again, just a slight shaking, but I saw it, my new neighbor always watching. At first I thought I was imagining it. Now I'm not so sure. I never wanted to be the kind of paranoid person, you know, the one who sees danger lurking around every corner. But since Tom moved in next door, I can't get rid of this feeling in my stomach. Something's not right. It all started innocently. Tom looked friendly when he first arrived, waving as he unloaded boxes from his old beat-up truck. I even brought him a stew as a gesture of welcome, trying to be a good neighbor. That's when I first noticed him, the way his eyes swept through my living room, observing every detail as if he were memorizing every nice place you have here. He set his gaze, pausing too long on the photos alone. I hesitated suddenly, aware of how vulnerable I felt. No, my husband is at work, I lied, forcing a smile Thomas felt, but something in his expression told me he didn't believe me when I escorted him to the door. A chill ran down my spine. The following weeks, I began to notice Tom more often. He was always there gardening when he went out to work taking out the trash when I was coming back. Once I woke up at 3 in the morning and saw him standing in his driveway just staring at my house. Who does that? I tried to rationalize. Maybe he worked odd hours. Maybe it was just a drain, especially when I started noticing other things like the way my garden gnome moved. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear every morning the little doll, the ceramic tile, was in a different place, and then there were the soft creaks and bangs coming from the basement at night, as if someone was down there moving. I started to double-check the locks, to keep the curtains closed, but it didn't help. I could still feel those eyes above me, watching, waiting for a night unable to sleep. I decided to investigate on my own. I crept down the stairs, avoiding the second step. The basement door creaked. It was closed as always. But something made me stop, a faint smell like damp earth and something else that I couldn't identify. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. I took a deep breath, trying to muster up courage, and turned it slowly. The hinges creaked as the door opened, revealing the darkness beyond. I groped for the switch of the light with my heart, hold it out to me in the chest. The fluorescent bulb flickered before turning on, casting harsh shadows in the crowded space. Everything seemed normal at first. Boxes with Christmas decorations, old furniture, the typical things one keeps in the basement. But then I saw it, a small patch of earth removed in the corner, partially hidden behind an old bookshelf. I approached, curiosity overcoming fear. When I pushed the shelf aside, I was breathless. There, in the exposed earth, was a small rustic tunnel, maybe about 60 centimeters in diameter, disappearing into the darkness beyond the wall of my basement. My mind started to run. How is it possible when this happened? And then, with a chilling clarity, I realized where I should take to Tom's house. I staggered back. Real, it had to be a nightmare, but the smell of damp earth filling my pits nasal, I told me it was too real. I ran up the stairs, and whippings were shaking as I dialed 911, but I froze before pressing call. What would I tell them? That my neighbor creepy cut a tunnel to my basement sounded insane. They would think I was crazy. I walked back and forth in the living room, trying to decide what to do. I should confront Tom. Number 2, dangerous. Maybe I could fill the tunnel, pretend I saw. But even as I thought about it, I knew that wouldn't solve the real problem. When dawn broke, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here. I put some clothes in a bag, grabbed my documents before, and headed for the door. I was going to my sister's house. There I would find a way to solve this. But when I left, my heart sank. Tom was there watering his lawn in the dim morning light. He raised his when I went out, and a slow smile spread across his face. Pass somewhere? He asked, his eyes swerving to my poorly packed bag. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm just going to visit my sister for a few days, he nodded, but his eyes closed. Just drive carefully, he said, going back to his garden. But I felt his gaze on my back as I walked to the car, as I walked out of the car. At the entrance, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Tom was still there, still watching, always watching. The package was on my door, simple brown, harmless, but I hadn't ordered anything. When I picked it up, a shiver ran down my spine. Inside there was a crumpled receipt for my groceries at the supermarket last week, a piece of paper that I had thrown away days ago. I'm not the type to jump to conclusions quickly. I like to think I'm pretty rational. But when you're a college student living alone for the first time, it's hard to keep your imagination from running wild. Sometimes it all started with small things. A few weeks into the semester, I noticed that some of my stuff wasn't where I left off. My favorite rate was showing up in another cabinet. My textbooks were reorganized on my desk. Nothing serious, just little details that made me stop for wait a moment and wonder if I was going crazy. I chalked it up to stress and lack of sleep. Midterms were coming up, and I was spending sleepless nights studying. It was probably my exhausted brain playing tricks on me. But then the packages started to arrive. The first one showed up on a Tuesday. I remember it because I had just come back from my morning psychology class with my head still thinking about Freud's theories. There it was, a small brown package with my name and address written in neat handwriting. I carried it inside, curiosity overcoming any sense of caution. When I opened it, I froze. Inside there was an empty coffee cup of the same brand that I had bought that same morning in the cafeteria of the campus, the same glass that I had thrown in a trash can outside the psychology building. My heart began to beat hard. This had to happen. Be a mistake, right? Maybe some friend was playing a joke on me. But when I turned the glass in my hands, I saw something that took my breath away. At the bottom, written in black marker, there was a message. You should try the vanilla latte. Next time it's better than Abelona's. I dropped the glass as if it burned me. How did they know what I had ordered? How did they get this? I spent the rest of the day looking over my shoulder. Startled noise. But nothing else happened. By the time I went to bed that night, I had almost convinced myself that it was just a strange coincidence, until the second package arrived. This one contained a crumpled flyer from a party I had considered going to the previous weekend. I remembered perfectly well having rolled it into a ball and thrown it in a trash can outside my bedroom. Now it was here folded carefully with a new note. You should have gone. Maybe you would have had fun. That's when I panicked. For real. Someone was watching me. Someone was checking my trash, following me around campus, following my every move. I went to campus security. But they didn't take me seriously without a real threat or tangible evidence. They said they couldn't do much. They suggested I be more careful about what I threw away, and to let them know if something else was happening. But things kept happening every few days. A new package would arrive, each containing something I'd discarded. Old assignments, food wrappers, even a shirt I donated to a campus clothing drive, and always a note. Some were encouraging, some were criticism, but they were all chillingly personal. That grade in your English essay, you could do better. I liked the red sweater, why did you throw it away? You've been skipping breakfast, that's not healthy. I tried to change my routine, take different routes to class, vary the places where I ate. I stopped throwing things on campus, taking all my trash home. But it didn't matter, the packages kept coming. My friends started noticing that something was wrong. I became nervous, paranoid. I stopped going out. I was afraid of what might show up in a package if it happened. But when they asked me what was wrong with me, I couldn't explain how I would do it without sounding completely crazy. One night after a month of this nightmare, I reached my limit. I had been studying late, drinking coffee to keep me awake. When I finally crawled to bed around 3 a.m., I heard a noise outside my window, froze, held my breath. Heard again a soft scraping sound as if someone was rummaging outside. I slowly walked over to the window and looked through the blinds. What I saw made my heart stop. There was a figure crouched down next to my trash cans, rummaging through the bags I'd left outside for collection. They pulled something out, an empty can of energy drink that I had thrown away that night, my trash can. I let out a gasp, choked, and then, as if I would have heard, the figure raised his head. Our eyes met in the dim light of the street. I saw his face. He was a boy from my psychology class. I didn't know his name. We had never spoken. He always sat in the back row, silent, invisible, until now. As soon as he realized that he had seen him, he ran out. I heard the footsteps echo on the pavement, then silence. That night I didn't sleep. I sat down against him, door with a kitchen knife in trembling hands, waiting for the morning to come, waiting for this to end. But when dawn came, when I finally mustered up the courage to go to campus security, I realized that this was far from over. Campus security listened to me. This time they took my statement, looked at the packages I had kept as proof, promised to investigate. I thought that would be the end. I thought that now that they had discovered it, it would stop, but I was wrong. The next day another package came to my door. My heart plummeted when I opened it. Inside was the last night's energy drink, and crushed, accompanied by a simple note. Oops. He knew he had seen it. He knew he had reported it, and he didn't care. That's the moment I understood. This wasn't going to stop. No, unless I did something to stop him. I started investigating. I found out his name, Eric. I started watching him in class. I wrote down who he was talking to, what time he arrived, what time he was leaving. Followed him from a distance, applied his own tactics against him, and eventually got what I needed. I found out where he lived, a small apartment off campus. I waited for him to leave for class, and then I went in. I'm not proud of what I forced in. Invade his privacy. I knew it was wrong, but I was terrified and needed answers. The apartment was empty, too empty, almost clinical. But then, in a closet, I found the boxes, dozens of them labeled with names and dates. With trembling hands, I opened the one with my name inside. There were all the things he had sent me, but there were also more detailed notes about my daily routine, my schedules, my habits. Photos of me walking to campus, eating at the cafeteria, studying in the library had been following me for months, long before the packages started arriving. But the worst thing wasn't that. The worst was the other boxes. There were many more with many other names. I realized something chilling. I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the first, and if no one stopped it, it wouldn't be the last. I don't remember much of what happened next. I just know that I grabbed enough evidence and got out of there, went straight to the police, told them everything, showed them everything I had found. This time they took me seriously, very seriously. Eric was arrested the next day. They searched his apartment. They found more evidence, files on his computer, photos, student records from various universities. He had been doing it for years, only they had never caught him. The trial was a nightmare. I had to testify. I had to face him in, but in the end he was convicted. He'll be in prison for a long time. It's been a year since then. I'm still in therapy. I'm still working to get over the trauma. I'm still checking over my shoulder. Sometimes I'm still startled when I get an unexpected package, but I'm healing. I'm taking back control of my life, and I'm telling my story, because if this can someone else to notice the signs before it's too much later, it will have been worth it, because the scariest thing about it all is that if I hadn't seen Eric that night, if I hadn't taken matters into his own hands, he'd still be out there, still watching, still waiting. So if you ever get the feeling that something's not right, that you're being watched, trust your instincts. Don't wait. Ask for help. 'Cause you never know who might be going through your trash, putting the fragments of your life together. To Eric, if you ever read this, I want you to know that you didn't break me. You tried to control me. You tried to possess me through fear. But in the end, the only thing you achieved was to make me stronger. I'm no longer your victim. I'm a survivor, and I don't have you anymore. Just the sound of the wood, Astle, and Os woke me up suddenly. For a moment I was motionless in the unknown bed with my heart beating at full speed. Then I heard it again. A slow, deliberate crack coming from downstairs. Someone was inside the cabin. Had come here to escape, to find some peace in the solitude of the forest. Now as I stared into the darkness, I realized that maybe I had made a terrible mistake. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway after months of exhausting overtime, and the messy end to a 5-year relationship desperately needed a break. When I found the ad for a secluded cabin rental, it seemed perfect. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just me and nature. The car ride had been beautiful, with winding roads and autumn foliage painting the landscape. When I got to the cabin, I felt the tension in my shoulders start to disappear. It was exactly like in the photos. A cozy log structure nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering pines. The owner, an older and sullen man named Bill, greeted me with the keys in his hand. "It's all yours for the week," he said, handing me the keys. "Just remember, you're completely alone here." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Your nearest neighbors are 5 miles away." At that moment it sounded ideal. Now, as I lay paralyzed with fear, those words took on a much more sinister meaning. I had spent the first day settling in. It was peaceful. The silence was only broken by the singing of the birds and the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. When night fell, I lit a fire in the stone fireplace and curled up with a book, feeling more relaxed than in months. That peace had now been shattered. Another rustle closer. This time someone was climbing up on the stairs. My mind raced. What do I do? There was no phone to call for help. There was no way to contact the outside world. I was really alone. Slide me as I could with my bare feet on the rough wooden floor. The bedroom door was closed. Little mercy. But for how long? I looked around frantically, looking for something I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on a bronze lamp on the bedside table. Wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Pressing the lamp in my sweaty hands, I put my ear to the door. The hallway floor groaned under the weight of slow, measured steps. Stopped. Right outside, I held my breath, begging my heartfelt heart to stop beating so hard a drop of sweat ran down my back. "Please," I thought, "please go." The doorknob, it started to spin. At that moment, the survival instinct took over me. I pulled the door and swung the lamp with all my strength. Hit with a dull and sickly noise. There was a growl of pain, and the dark figure staggered backwards. I didn't wait to see more. I ran. I went down the stairs 2 by 2. I reached the ground floor at full speed, heading straight for the front door. My fingers trembling, they struggled with the lock. As the seconds passed like hours behind me, the heavy steps descended the stairs. The lock finally gave. I opened the door and threw myself into the night. The forest was a whole different world in the dark. The branches whipped my face as I ran to mow, driven only by panic. I had no idea where I was going. My only thought was to get as far away from as possible the cabin. After what seemed like hours, but it was probably only minutes, I was rolling against a tree, panting for air. The forest was silent, save for my gasping breath. I had lost it, or it was out there stalking me. As my pulse slowly stabilizes, reality began to settle in. I was alone in the woods in the middle of the night, wearing nothing but a t-shirt and shorts. No shoes, no phone. No idea of which way safety was. The autumn air, so pleasant during the day, now soaked my bones. I couldn't stay here. I had to seek help, or at least a shelter until dawn. But in which direction? A rustling of Rama behind me. I turned suddenly. Was a shadow moving through the trees, or just my imagination? I didn't wait to find out. I ran again, not caring the noise that it made me. Better heard than trapped. The forest seemed infinite. Every tree looked the same. In the darkness, I was completely lost, and the pain in my feet told me I couldn't keep running forever. Just as despair was starting to take hold of me, I saw something. A light, A dim light through the trees. My heart skipped a beat. It would be a house. A road didn't matter. It meant people. It meant safety. I rushed to the ignoring the pain as the stones and branches dug into my bare feet grew brighter. I emerged from the bushes ready to cry tears of relief and found myself back in the cabin. No, this couldn't be happening. I must have run in circles, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The front door I had left open in my frantic flight was now there. Someone was waiting for me. For a long moment I stood there paralyzed with indecision. I couldn't get back in, but I also couldn't survive all night in the woods. I was trapped in a creek inside the cabin. Another step, they were approaching the door. At that instant I made a decision. I slid side of the cabin, desperately looking for something I could use to defend myself. My hands closed. A rusty old rake leaning against the wall wasn't much, but it was all I had. I smashed myself against the logs of the cabin, trying to control my breathing. The front door opened with a long, squeaky groan. "I know you're out there," a male voice called. I didn't recognize it. It was deep, cold. "There's no point in hiding you." The creak of passage over the gravel. They were coming towards me. "Why don't you go back inside?" He went on, the voice. "We have a lot to talk about." "Not even crazy." I squeezed the rake tighter, my palms wet with sweat. A shadow emerged from the corner of the cabin. This was my moment. With all my might balanced, the rake hit with a dry snap and a cry of pain. The silhouette stumbled backwards, cursing loudly. I didn't wait to see the damage. I ran. I threw myself back into the woods, no matter how much my feet hurt. "Wait!" shouted the voice behind me. I don't understand what that." Someone broke into my cabin in the middle of the night and chased through the dark forest. I didn't stop this time. I paid attention to my surroundings. I picked a direction and held on to it, pushing myself beyond exhaustion and the pain. The sky was starting to clear. The dawn was near. After what seemed like an eternity, the trees began to light. I saw glimpses of open sky between the branches, and then miraculously I heard a sound that made me want to cry with relief. The roar distant from an engine. I emerged from the forest and stumbled to the edge of a road. In the dim light of dawn, saw a pair of headlights approaching in the distance. Waved my arms frantically. "Please let them see me." The car slowed down and stopped on the side of the road. An older couple looked at me with worried faces. "You are well, dear?" the woman asked, observing my condition. I shook my head with tears of relief running down my face. I couldn't say with a broken voice, "I need help, please." They lived in the back seat and wrapped me in a blanket as they drove to the nearest town. I explained to them in 3 weeks what had happened: the cabin, the intruder, the chase through the forest. They looked at each other, clearly worried. "We have to call the police," said the man, taking out his phone. I nodded, feeling safe for first time in hours, but as I watched the woods away in the rearview mirror, a haunting doubt crept into my mind. Who was that man? What did he want from me, and why? He said he didn't understand. I put the questions aside. That was something the police would have to find out. The only thing that mattered now was that I had survived. But in the weeks that followed, when the investigation began to raise more questions than answers, those thoughts would come back to haunt. The police questioned Bill, the owner of the cabin. He swore he hadn't rented the cabin to anyone else. They found no signs of forced entry. There was no evidence that anyone else had been there, except for my own testimony. Sometimes in my darkest moments I wondered if it had really happened, if loneliness and stress had made me imagine everything. But then I looked at the scars on my feet, remembering the pain of running barefoot through the forest, and I knew the truth. Something happened in those woods, something I may never fully understand. But one thing is for sure, I'll never go back alone to a secluded cabin. A little peace and quiet, not worth the risk. I left the next day without telling anyone. Don't pack social. Anything I had to leave behind wasn't worth my. I drove without a fixed destination, just needing to get as far away as possible from that house of Todd's smile that I could still see in my mind. But even after I had left the neighborhood behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching me. Every shadow on the road made me shake. Every car that appeared in my rearview mirror made me wonder if he was following me. When I stopped at a motel just outside of town. Let's make sure. My mind was spinning in circles. How he'd managed to erase all the evidence so quickly. How he'd known I was at his window at that very moment. There might be more cameras, more things I hadn't discovered in my house. The questions had no answers, but one thing was for sure. Todd wasn't a common stalker. He was something else, something that he knew exactly what he was doing, something that he had perfected his method and had chosen me. The thought made me shudder. He had escaped. He had walked away. That had to mean something. True. A week later I had temporarily settled in a small rented apartment in a different city. It was smaller than my house, older, But I had new locks and no suspicious neighbors. I tried to convince myself that I was safe, but one night when I came back from the supermarket, I found an envelope on the floor right in front of my door with no return address, with no postage marks, just my name written in a calligraphy that I recognized instantly. With trembling hands, I opened the envelope. Inside, there was only one note: "Nice choice of curtains, they fit you well." My world collapsed at that moment, because no matter how far I had gone, everyone had found me, and still he was watching me. I froze in the doorway, the note shaking in my hands. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. The only certainty in my mind was that everyone was here, that I had never let go. Fear washed over me like an icy wave. I spun on my heels, frantically searching around me. The hallway of the building was empty, the doors to the other apartments closed. But that didn't mean that I didn't stand there hiding in some corner waiting for me. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. I ran inside my apartment and slammed the door shut, bolting all the bolts and securing the chain. I backed away slowly without letting go of the note. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I'd moved hundreds of miles away. I hadn't told anyone where I was going. There were no traces or clues I might have followed, and still, here was his message. I knew where he lived. I knew what curtains I had. I knew I was trying to forget him, and I wanted him to remember that he could never do it. Panic turned to rage. I couldn't let him control me with fear. No, this time I grabbed my phone and called the police. The dispatcher tried to calm me down while asking me questions. When the officers arrived, they checked the building, they talked to the neighbors. No one had seen a man of their description. There were no security cameras in the hallway. There were no footprints on the envelope. Nothing. It was as if the note had appeared out of nowhere. The younger officer looked at me with a mixture of pity and skepticism. "It may be just a joke," he said. "You have some enemy, someone who may be playing with you." I opened my mouth to protest, but I stopped. What could I say that my ex-neighbor, a man the police had already ruled out as a suspect before, had found me without any logical explanation and was stalking me again? It sounded crazy. The officers took the note and recommended that I install a security camera. Then they left and I was alone again. I sat all night on the floor with my back against the door, waiting. I didn't sleep, I didn't blink, I just waited. But everyone never showed up. Not that night. Not the next, not the next. 3 weeks later, I started to convince myself that maybe it had just been a warning. Maybe he just wanted to show me that he could still find me, but that he had no intention of doing anything else. Maybe I had one. And then one morning, when I was checking my mailbox, I found another envelope with no return address, no postmarks, and inside a single note: "I love what you did with your hair. It fits you perfectly." I dropped the paper as if it burned me. The fear came back with full force because the night before, after weeks of paranoia, of feeling dirty and vulnerable, I had done something simple, something that made me feel like I had control over my life again. I had cut my hair, and I knew it. He kept looking at me. The floor seemed crumbling under my feet. My hands were shaking as I put the note back in the envelope and slammed the mailbox shut. How the hell could I know? I hadn't taken pictures of myself, hadn't posted anything on social media, hadn't seen anyone since I went to the hairdresser's, and yet everyone knew it. I felt nauseous. I looked around, hoping to see his smile in some corner of the street, in some car parked in the window of a nearby building. Nothing. But that didn't mean I wasn't there. I ran back to my apartment and locked the door with all the bolts. I pulled down the blinds, checked every corner, every closet, every space a person could hide in. Nothing. But the same thing had happened last time, and still he'd been watching me. I'm not sure how much time I spent sitting on the floor with the note pressed between my fingers. The hours blurred in my mind. In the afternoon, I finally mustered up enough courage to do something. Headed to a security store and spent more than I could afford on surveillance cameras, motion sensors, and new locks. Spent the whole night settling in again. This time I'd catch it. The days went by. Every time a noise sounded in the hallway, I tensed. Every time I saw an unknown car outside, my heart raced. But the cameras didn't pick up anything. The alarms didn't go off. I convinced myself that the note had been the last one to do it, to show me that it could find me, but that it had grown tired of playing. I was wrong. A week later, my phone vibrated with a notification from the security camera. I opened it with my heart on the throat. It was a video capture of my apartment from the inside. Someone had moved one of the cameras. It was no longer pointed at the front door. It was now turned, pointing directly at me. My blood froze. It couldn't be possible. It was as if it told me, "I don't need to go in. I've always been here." My fingers were shaking as I held the phone. The video showed exactly what I feared. Someone had turned the camera of security inside my apartment, but that wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was that the system hadn't detected any forced entry. The locks were intact. The windows were closed. There was no sign that anyone had entered, and still someone had been inside. My breathing became erratic. Check every corner of the apartment this time with a knife in my hand. Nothing. But the same thing had happened before. Where he hid, how he did it. I went to the front door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. But for the first time I wondered, and if he wasn't outside, and if he had never left. The thought hit me with a chilling certainty. I ran to the closet of the room. I slammed open clothes, shoes, just went down to the bathroom and pushed the empty shower curtain. My eyes swept around the room looking for something, anything, until my gaze stopped on the vent over the small bed, but not too much for someone thin to move around. The air left my lungs. I approached slowly, feeling my pulse in my ears. I had no tools to open the grill, so I grabbed the knife with both hands and hit with all my might. Cracked the plastic, broke. A rancid and dusty smell came out of the chute. My throat slowly closed. I picked up the flashlight from the phone and pointed it in, and then I saw it, two bright eyes staring at me from the darkness. A piercing scream came out of my throat as I fell backwards. Something moved inside the conduit, a sound of fingernails scratching the metal. I ran. I left the apartment without looking back, barefoot, with the phone still in my hand. The neighbors came out into the hallway when they saw me shaking and babbling incoherently. Someone called the police, but when they arrived it was gone. The duct was empty. The dust on the floor was the only proof that something had been there. I searched the internet for hours after that day. Stories about people who lived in the hidden spaces of the houses, cases of stalkers infiltrating the ceilings and walls. Nothing prepared me for the response I finally got. When the police checked the building records, they discovered something chilling. Everyone had never rented an apartment in my neighborhood. Everyone had never been there. No documents, no leases, no records of anyone with his name living there. But I had seen it. I'd heard him talk. He'd gotten his notes, and somehow he always knew where he was. I left town that same night. Don't pack until the tank was empty, and I found a motel on the other side of the state. I haven't stopped moving since. I never sleep in the same place 2 nights in a row. I never stay in one place long enough for someone to find me. Because even though the police don't believe that everything exists, I know the truth. He is still out there watching me, waiting, and someday when I let my guard down he will come back, and this time he will not let me escape. The day I found out that my roommate was documenting every detail of my life in secret, I knew I had to get out of there, but by then it might be too late. It all started innocently. I was done moving to the city for grad school and was excited for this new chapter of my life. Finding an affordable apartment close to campus was a nightmare. So when I saw the ad of Sarah looking for a roommate, it seemed like a godsend. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and I found Sarah friendly at our first meeting. She was a year ahead of me in the same program of psychology, which I thought would be great. We would have something in common. Maybe we could even study together. Looking back, I should have seen the warning signs, but when you're desperate to find accommodation in an unfamiliar city, it's easy to overlook the little things. The first few weeks were normal. Sarah was quiet, reserved, but always polite when we talked. She had an intensity when she studied. She spent hours at her desk without moving. She admired her even if I was uncomfortable at times. Then the strange details began. Small things barely noticeable, my shampoo in the shower at a different angle, my coffee cup moved from its place, my textbooks in a different order than I left them. Little things. I chalked it up to my own distraction. After all, moving to a new place and starting a demanding schedule could disorient anyone. Maybe I was just being forgetful, but over time the changes became more apparent. One day I came home and found Sarah reading my diary. Not a class notebook, my personal diary that I kept hidden in my sock drawer. Or so I thought. What are you doing? I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. Sarah looked up without a trace of guilt on her face. Oh, hello, Emma. I hope you don't mind. I was looking for a notebook and found this one. Closed the distance in an instant. Ripping the diary from her hands, my face burned with fury and shame. It's private. You didn't have the right to read it. Sarah tilted her head, staring at me with too intense a gaze. Privacy is an interesting concept. Don't you believe what we chose to hide? The masks we wear says a lot about one person. I locked myself in my room, making sure to lock the door. My heart, it was pounding. Something about the way he looked at me made my skin crawl. From that day on, I was aware of everything around me. My laptop was at odd angles, Clothes I remembered putting in the basket appeared clean and folded in my closet, and then I found the notebook tucked under me, a notebook full of notes about me, my daily routine, what time did I wake up, how long it happened in the shower, even the temperature of the water. I confronted her. Of course I confronted her, but she always had an excuse. She was just cleaning up a little. That notebook was for a psychology project. I should have left it there by accident. The explanations were plausible, but her tone, the way she avoided my gaze, made my skin crawl. From that day on, I locked my door, religiously protected signs. I became paranoid with what I left in the common areas, but somehow Sarah always knew things I shouldn't know. She commented on conversations she had had inside my locked room. She made references to documents in me that I had never mentioned. The night I woke up at 3 in the morning from thirst, it was when I discovered the truth. I passed by her door, and then I heard her murmur. I stopped. The door was slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I looked inside, and what I saw froze my blood. Sarah was sitting at her desk, surrounded by photos of me sleeping, studying, eating, every private moment of my life captured without my knowledge. The images were nailed to a large cork, connected with red threads like an investigation of serial killer in a movie. But the worst thing was what she said in a low voice. 6:30 in the morning. Alarm, press no. Once at 6:39 in the morning she gets out of bed. 42 am. She goes into the shower. Water temperature 102 Fahrenheit. My breath gets stuck in my throat. I backed away, but my foot squeaked against the floor. Sarah raised her head suddenly. Our eyes met, and at that moment I saw something in her gaze that was not human. It was cold, calculator, empty. I ran. I barricaded myself, pushing my desk against the door. Panic took over me. Why was she gathering all that information about me? It was a psychological experiment, or worse. I didn't sleep that night. I just waited, and when I heard her leave for her class the next morning, I ran, threw some things in a backpack, and headed for the door. But then Sarah was there waiting for me, blocked me. El Paso with too wide a smile. You're going somewhere, Emma? I made your favorite breakfast, blueberry pancakes with a hint of vanilla. My skin stood on end. I never told her I liked them like this. My legs stiffened. I have to go, I said with a dry throat. I have an early study. Her smile widened even more. Oh, but you can't leave yet. We are not done yet. I didn't think. I acted. I pushed her with all my might. I took her by surprise. I ran. I ran to the office of campus security, not daring to look back. The police investigated, but Sarah disappeared. No trace was left. All the evidence of her obsession was erased. My laptop formatted. The files disappeared. They discovered that I wasn't even a real student. I had made up an identity just to get close to me. But why? Why did I never get answers? Years later, I still look over my shoulder. I wonder if she's still out there, if she's watching to someone else right now. If your investigation continues. If the moment I realized the Uber driver had no intention of taking me home will ever end, I knew I was in serious trouble. But by then it was too late. It had been a long night of partying with friends, celebrating Sarah's rise. We went to some bars in the center of those places where the music is too much high and the drinks are ridiculously expensive. But the energy makes you forget both details. By the time we decided to retire, I was pleasantly dizzy and exhausted. I said goodbye to the girls, rejecting their insistent offers to share a ride. My house was in the opposite direction, and I didn't want to bother anyone. Plus, I had taken many Ubers alone before. What could go wrong? I took out my phone and, squinting at the bright screen, I ordered a ride. The app beeped happily, informing me that David arrived in a blue Honda Civic in 3 minutes. I leaned against a light pole, enjoying the cool night air on my flushed cheeks. As I waited, just in time, a blue Civic stopped. Checked. The license plate with the one in the app matched. So far so good. Rachel asked the driver when I slipped into the back seat. I nodded as he buckled the width. Yes, it's me. He smiled in the rearview mirror, but there was something in his expression that didn't quite seem genuine. Night long. Yes, I laughed softly, settling into the seat. Nothing that a good night's sleep can't fix. He nodded and started. I closed my eyes, letting the gentle movement of the car lull me into a light sleep. I don't know how long I was asleep, but when the eyes again, something felt out of place. We should already be in my neighborhood, with its rows of brown brick houses. Instead, we were in an unknown highway with streetlights flashing at regular intervals. Excuse me, I said. Straightening, I think we went over my street. The driver's eyes met mine in the mirror. That not quite correct smile came back to his face. I'm just taking a small detour, don't worry. A chill ran down my spine, dispelling the last traces of alcohol in my system. I don't really prefer you to follow the route. You can give the lap, please. Didn't answer, just pressed harder on the throttle. The speedometer went up 70, 75, 80. Panic started to take over me. I reached for my phone only to find out that my pockets were empty. It must have fallen off while I was sleeping. I frantically scanned the floor of the car, but it was nowhere to be found. Looking for this, asked the driver, holding my phone up. He must have taken it while I was sleeping. We can't let you call for help. Truth, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This couldn't be happening. This was the kind of thing you read on the news, not something that actually happened in real life. No to me, please, I said, hating how weak my voice sounded. Just let me out. I won't tell anyone, I swear. He laughed, a harsh and unpleasant sound that gave me goosebumps. Oh honey, we're past that point. I looked out the window trying to get my bearings, but I could only see darkness interrupted by occasional blurred road signs. We were far from the city, going into areas I didn't recognize. My mind was running, trying to remember all those self-defense tips I'd read online but never paid attention. Hitting my eyes, kicking the groin. But how was I going to do any of that from the back seat of a car in motion? I shot a glance at the door handle, wondering if I could jump, but at that speed it would probably kill me. Plus the child locks were probably activated, as if reading my mind. The driver spoke again. Don't even think about it. You're not going anywhere until I say it. The tears threatened to come out, but I blinked them with fury. I couldn't afford to lose my composure. Now I needed to be alert, looking for any opportunity to escape. We drove what felt like hours, the landscape outside becoming increasingly desolate. Finally the car slowed down and turned onto a dirt road that led into a dense forest. This was it, I realized with a turn in my stomach. Whatever I had planned for me was going to happen here. The car stopped in a small clearing. For a moment neither of us moved. Then slowly he turned to look at me. End of the journey, Rachel said in an almost kind voice. Time to leave. I shook my head, pressing it harder than it needs to be. He reached out to grab my arm. At that moment something inside me broke. All the fear, all the anger, all the helplessness I had been feeling transformed into a surge of desperate energy when his hand closed his grip on my wrist. I threw a scratch with all my might. My nails tore his face, causing blood to gush. He screamed more in surprise than in pain, and his grip loosened enough for me to get free. I threw myself against the door, struggling with the handle. By some miracle it opened. He must have unlocked it to drag me out. I fell to the ground, scraped my knees and Las Palmas against the ground rough, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I got up and ran into the darkness of the forest. Behind me I heard their curses and the slamming of the car door. A beam of light from a flashlight cut down the trees looking for me. I ran blind. The branches hit my face. The roots threatened to trip me up at every step. My lungs burned. My legs, they felt like lead. But the terror kept me moving. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was that I had to put as much distance as possible between me and that clearing. Finally, when I felt I couldn't take another step, I allowed myself to stop. Leaned against a tree, panting, pricking up my ears for signs of pursuit. Nothing. Just the quiet sounds of the forest at night slide me, leaning my back against the rough bark, and I let the tears came out, bland, violent, shook my whole body. I was alive. I had escaped, but I was lost in the middle of nowhere. No phone, no idea where I was, and with a madman who maybe was still looking for me. The first time I saw my own face in a hidden camera feed, I thought I was losing my mind. But the truth was much worse than any delusion. I never thought too much about my apartment before all this started. Was just a place to sleep after work, nothing special. Yes, it was small. Yes, the pipes moaned like a dying whale every time I turned on the hot water, but it was mine, or at least I thought. It all started with a poorly placed cup of coffee. I know how it sounds trivial, right? But when you live alone and you're almost obsessive with order, it matters. I remembered perfectly well leaving it on the counter before. When I got home it was in the sink, limp like someone had washed it. I ignored it at first. Maybe I had moved it in the morning and just forgot, but then other things started to change places. My favorite pillow appeared at the other end of the couch. My books that I didn't touch in months are unsettled on the shelf. Little things barely noticeable, but enough to make me wonder if I was going crazy. Then came the soft noises, knocks in the night, creaks on the floor, as if someone was trying to move without being heard. I woke up with my heart beating in my chest. I held my breath. I listened in the dark, but when I gathered the courage to check, there was never anyone. Finally decided to install a security camera in the living room. Nothing flashy, just a small camera hidden in a flower pot. I felt ridiculous doing it, like I was starring in my own paranoia movie. But I needed to know if I was losing my mind or if something else was going on. The first 3 days, nothing weird, just me doing my thing, and then on the fourth night, at 2:37 in the morning, I saw him. A section of my living room wall slid silently, and out of it came a man. I froze. I watched him move around me. Apartment, with the familiarity of someone who had been there many times before, went straight to the kitchen, opened the fridge, pulled out the leftovers of my Chinese food, then sat down on my couch, turned on the TV on low, and spent a whole hour watching infomercials like it was his home. At 3:57 in the morning he cleaned up the food scraps, left everything in almost the same place, and disappeared again. Through the hole in the wall I checked the video a dozen times. My mind refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. There was a stranger living in my apartment, sleeping in my house, using my things, and I had no idea how long I had been there that night. I didn't sleep or the next. I stayed at a friend's house making up some excuse about a gas leak in my building. No, I could tell him the truth. Who would believe me? But I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just let it go on, so I made a plan. Told my boss I needed a personal day, put more cameras in the house, and then did something risky. Prepared as if I was going to work, made noise in the kitchen, left the apartment like any other day, but I didn't leave. I hid in the closet from the hallway, leaving the door barely ajar, and waited. The hours passed slowly. My legs began to hurt, but I didn't move because I knew that if I was right I was going to see something terrifying. At 11:23 in the morning I heard the slight scraping of the secret panel sliding. He was coming out. I waited, holding back. Then I saw him come out slowly, cautiously, like a nocturnal creature that was not used to daylight. It was younger than I expected, just in my mid-20s, dirty clothes, unkempt hair. But what struck me the most was how ordinary it looked. If I had passed him on the street I would never have paid attention to him, but he had been living in my walls. For God's sake, he went straight to the bathroom, turned on the shower, took off his clothes as if they were his own. My blood boiled. He used my soap, my shampoo, my towels. How much I had been doing this for a while. When I heard him turn off the faucet I took action. I came out of the closet and placed myself between him and his secret exit. I squeezed the baseball bat I had hidden behind the door. My hands were shaking, but not from fear of rage. The bathroom door opened. He came out wrapped in a towel. He saw me immediately. We stood looking at each other, frozen. For an instant no one moved. And then he ran to the wall. Stop, I screamed. My voice sounded fake in my own ears. Don't move or I'll hit you. Stopped. He raised his hands in surrender. By fave, he said in a low voice. You don't understand what he had been living in my house, in secret, what he had gotten into my life, without permission. How long have you been here? I whispered. He lowered his gaze. Since before you moved. My mind clouded. That is impossible. He shook his head. This building is old. There are hidden passages. I found them when I was a child, when I lost my job and I couldn't pay the rent. I thought this was the only solution. I looked at him, trying to process everything. I had imagined a monster lurking in the shadows, but he was just a desperate man. Still, I looked him in the eye and said, I'm going to call the police. He nodded, resigned. I understand. When the police arrived, they checked the walls and found the pa. They took him away handcuffed before leaving. He looked at me one last time. Thank you, he whispered, for making me feel human. Even if only for a moment. Months later, sometimes awake at night, sure that I hear something on the wall, and I wonder, there are more like him. How many others are hidden in the spaces that we have forgotten? The message was glowing on my phone screen, innocent but scary. Nice shirt today. Blue really highlights your eyes. I froze with a cup of coffee halfway to my lips. I was alone in my apartment, and I definitely hadn't told anyone what I was wearing. It all started a week ago. Just a random message from an unknown number. Have a great day at work. I thought that it was a wrong number, maybe a mother sending a message to her son. I ignored it and went about my day. But the next morning another one arrived. That presentation will be great. You can. Was weird, sure, but I chalked it up to a coincidence. After all, I had a great presentation that day. Maybe it was a friend whose number I hadn't saved for the third. When I got a message that said, the blue cup, it's your favorite. Isn't like that. I started to feel uncomfortable. I was holding my blue mug at that very moment, standing in my kitchen. I lived alone. There was no way anyone could know that. I tried to block the number, but the messages kept coming, each one from a different sender. They knew things, personal things, what I ate for breakfast, what time I left for work, even what I said in phone calls that I thought were private. You shouldn't talk like that to your mom. She's just worried about you. I bet that yoga class was hard. You'll be sore tomorrow. Your boss noticed you were distracted at the meeting. Maybe you want to focus more. Every time my phone rang, an adrenaline chill ran through my body. I felt exposed, violated. Someone was watching me. I was following my every move. But how and why I went to the police, but they were useless. No direct threats. They said they couldn't do much. They suggested changing my number. But I knew that wouldn't stop whoever was doing this. I became paranoid. I checked my apartment for hidden cameras. I swept for microphones. I even hired a private investigator to see if anyone was following me. Nothing. No explanation as to how this person knew so much about my life. My friends said I was exaggerating. It's probably just a joke. Someone is kidding you. But they didn't see the messages. They didn't feel the constant, stinging fear of knowing that someone was always watching. I started changing my routine. I went to work at different times. I took different routes. I stopped going to my usual cafes and stores. I even considered moving. But deep down I knew it wouldn't make any difference. Whoever I was, I would find myself. Then it came the message that made me lose control. You look so peaceful. When you sleep, sweet dreams. I had had enough. I was tired of being a victim of living in fear. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I started to keep track of each message, the time, the content, and what I was doing when I received it. I looked for patterns, any clue that led me to the sender. After a few days I noticed something. The messages arrived minutes after use my laptop or make a call from my landline. They could have compromised my devices. I'm not tech savvy, but desperation. It's a great motivator. I spent hours researching malware, spyware, and all kinds of programs designed to spy. Armed with my newfound knowledge, I did a deep scan of my computer, and there was a tiny program hidden in a corner where almost no one would look. It was recording all my heart rate of keystrokes, my web history, even accessing my camera and microphone. My blood froze. This person wasn't guessing or following me. From a distance I had been in my home digitally, at least this whole time. But knowing how they did it was only half the battle. I still didn't know who or why the program was sophisticated, far beyond the skills of an average stalker. I considered going back to the police, but what would I tell them? Then something even more disturbing happened. I went for a routine medical checkup. The nurse took my blood pressure, asked some questions about my health, the usual, but I noticed something strange. She kept looking at her computer screen and then at me with a slight expression of concern. "It's all good?" I asked. Hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. "Of course, just a small error in our system. Nothing what to worry about." But he was lying. I knew it a few minutes later. The doctor came in with a grave expression, sat down clasping his hands in front of him. "Mr. Johnson, I'm not sure how to say this, but you've recently participated in some medical study." I shook my head, confused. No, why did he sigh and rub his forehead? His analyses show some abnormalities, substances that shouldn't be there, markers that we only see in very specific and highly controlled. My mind was going 1,000 per hour, the messages, the harassment, and now this could not be a coincidence. "What kind of substances?" I asked with a dry mouth. The doctor hesitated. "I cannot say without more evidence, but Mr. Johnson, if you have not participated in any studies, I recommend that you contact the authorities. This is not normal." I left the clinic, dazed, with my head spinning. Someone, not only was he watching me, they were doing something to me, experimenting on me, without my knowledge, without my consent, like it was a signal. My phone rang with an interesting new message. "Visit to the doctor, right? Don't worry, the side effects are minimal, you're doing great." I couldn't take it anymore. I threw my phone with all my might and saw it crash into the curb, shattering. Then I ran. I didn't go home. I couldn't. Instead, I went to the only person I thought could help me. My old college buddy Alex. Alex worked in cybersecurity, and if anyone could make sense of this digital nightmare, it was him. Listened to me silently, his expression becoming more serious with every word. When I was done, he was quiet for a long moment. "This is beyond anything I've ever seen before," he finally said, "but I think I know someone who." Someone turned out to be Dr. Amelia Reyes, a woman with a severe face who worked in a private security firm. Her resume hinted at a past in the government, in jobs she couldn't or didn't want to talk about. Dr. Reyes interrogated me for hours, going over every detail of the last few weeks, took blood samples, hair, and even made a swab on my cheek, then reviewed my positives, muttering to herself while working. Finally leaned back in her chair, her face grim. "Mr. Johnson, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound impossible, but I need you to listen carefully because your life might depend on it." She explained to me that the program on my computer wasn't just spyware. It was part of a much larger system integrated with smart devices, surveillance cameras, even satellite imagery. The kind of technology that in theory it should only exist in high-level government agencies, he said. But that wasn't the worst thing. The substances in his blood are nanobots, he continued, micro-robots designed to monitor and even alter the functions of his body. I felt like I was going to vomit. That's officially impossible. Yes, he replied with a bitter smile, but in the reality that you and I live in, not so much. I frowned my face with my hands, trying who would do this, because that's what we don't know yet, he admitted, but whoever it is, they have resources that far exceed those of any ordinary individual, that is, government-level technology or possibly corporate covert operations. He leaned forward, his eyes fixed on mine. Mr. Johnson, you must understand the gravity of your situation. These people have invested too much time and money in policing you. They are not going to let it go just like that. I swallowed hard. So what do I do? Her answer was simple. Disappear. The next 48 were a blur. Dr. Reyes and her team worked tirelessly to create a new identity for me, complete with documents and a track record that would stand up to any scrutiny. They gave me a crash course on how to live off the radar, how to become someone else. When it came time to leave, I knew I didn't have another option. These people had not only invaded my privacy, they had violated my autonomy, my own body. Who knew what else they were capable of while I was moving away towards a new life? I couldn't help but wonder why what made me so special for someone to invest so much in Monitor, put me together. It was all random, or there was something in me that I still didn't know. Maybe I'll never know, but there's something about it, which I'm sure I'll never take my privacy for granted again, because in this age of constant connectivity of smart devices and digital footprints everywhere, true privacy can be the most valuable thing we have, and once you lose it, you may never get it back. So the next time you get a message that seems to know too much about you, or you feel like someone is watching you, trust your gut, because in this world, paranoia can be the most rational response of all. The saying has always been clear: never get into a stranger's car. I wish I had remembered it before accepting the ride of the man who stopped when my car broke down, because now, as we speed down an unknown road in the opposite direction to where to go, I realized tonight, or it had never been a long day. I drove 3 hours to attend my cousin's wedding, endured the ceremony and reception, exchanged smiles with relatives I barely knew. By the time I got in the car to return home, I was exhausted. The sun had already set, and the road stretched out before me, dark and empty. I should have noticed the signs of warning before, the way the engine coughed and stammered, the slight shaking every time I accelerated, but I was too focused on getting home, getting into my bed and forgetting this day. Then, with one last gasp and gray smoke coming from the hood, my car died. I rolled onto the shoulder, the crunch of gravel sounding under the tires as I stopped. No, no, don't murmur for a long moment. Just I sat there not knowing what to do. The highway was deserted at this time. There were no cars in sight. The nearest town was miles away, and walking alone on the road at night didn't seem like a good idea. Then I saw the headlights approaching in my rearview mirror. Relief flooded me as the car slowed down and stopped behind mine. A man got out and approached me. Window. He seemed to be in his 40s, something years old, with a friendly face and a slight belly that gave away too many beers and too little exercise. Problems with the car? He asked. When I rolled down the window, I nodded, trying not to look desperate. Yes, it just stopped working and my phone is dead. So I can't even call someone. He smiled sympathetically. That's a disgrace. Look, I'm on my way to town. I can take you to the station. Nearest service station. Maybe they have a tow truck. I doubted. Every instinct in my body told me I shouldn't get in that car, but what choice did I have to stay here and wait for another good Samaritan to show up? That would be great. I heard my own voice say, "Thank you." He helped me pick up my bag and jacket from the car and then guided me to his vehicle as I slid into the passenger seat. I noticed how spotlessly clean it was, almost too clean, as if it had been recently detailed. "I'm John, by the way," he said as he was getting back on the road. "Rachel," I replied by fastening my seatbelt. "Thanks again for stopping you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't passed by here." He waved his hand. "No problem. I couldn't just leave you barred there, right?" We drove in silence for a few minutes. I looked at the signs for the miles go by, trying to figure out how far we'd gone. Something felt strange, but I couldn't pinpoint what. Then I realized we were going in the wrong direction. "At fault," I said, trying to stay calm. "I think we're going the wrong way. The next town is east of where my car broke down." John squeezed the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. "Don't worry about it," he said in a suddenly cold tone. "Let's go exactly where we need to go." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean? Where are you taking me?" Didn't answer. Just hit the gas pedal. 70, 75, 80. Panic got the hold of me. I reached for the door handle, but it didn't move. The child locks were engaged. I was trapped. Please, I said, hating how small my voice sounded. Just let me out. I won't tell anyone. I swear. John laughed, a dry, unpleasant sound that gave me goosebumps. Oh honey, we're past that point. I looked out the window trying to find my way around, but I only saw darkness. Interrupted by the blurred lights of the road signs, we were very far from the highway, on some back road that I didn't recognize. My mind was running, trying to remember the self-defense tips I'd read but never practiced. Look out the eyes. I kicked the groin, but how could I do that from the passenger seat of a moving car? As if reading my mind, John spoke again. Don't even try. You're not going anywhere until I say so. Tears threatened to come out, but the blinks with fury. I couldn't allow myself to collapse now. I needed to be alert, looking for a chance to escape. We drove what felt like hours. The landscape outside was getting more and more desolate. Finally, the car slowed down and turned down a dirt road that led into a dense forest. This was all I planned to do to myself. It was going to happen here. The car stopped in a small clearing for a moment. Neither of us moved. Then slowly, John turned to look at me. End of the journey, Rachel said in an almost friendly voice. Time to get out. I shook my head. Pressing at you. Something inside, all the fear broke from me. The anger, the helplessness turned into pure adrenaline when his hand closed on my wrist. I scratched his face with all my strength. My nails tore his skin, making him scream. His grip he loosened enough for me to get free. I threw myself against the door, struggling with the handle. By a miracle it opened. He should have unlocked it to drag me out. I collapsed, cold and dirty, tearing on my knees and Las Palmas. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I got up and ran, plunging into the darkness of the forest. Behind me I heard the car door slam and the sound of footsteps chasing me. The notification sounded softly, as harmless as ever. Time for your morning coffee. I froze with the cup halfway to my lips. I never set that alert. I hadn't even opened the smartphone app. It all started from innocent way. I'd always liked tech gadgets, so when the latest smartwatch model came out I couldn't resist. Sophisticated, multifunctional, with more features than I'd probably ever use. It was a marvel of technology. I synced it with my phone. I explored some basic functions and then forgot about half of what I could do the first few days. Everything was normal. I counted my steps. I remembered appointments that I had programmed, the typical, but then it started to get weird. First it was the coffee reminder. I ignored it. Maybe I said it without realizing it. But then came the lunch alert exactly at the time my stomach started to growl. Then a reminder to call my mom just when I was thinking that I should do it. Matches, I told myself. The clock was doing its job, anticipating my needs. That's what it was artificial intelligence for. No, but it didn't stop there. Notifications started to get more specific. You should take a break. You've been looking at the screen for 2 hours straight. How did I know that? I hadn't activated any screen time tracking. Your heart rate is elevated. Nervous about the presentation? Yes, I was nervous, but I never mentioned the presentation in any app. Then the message came that made me feel a chill down my spine. You're close to Jake's favorite restaurant. Why don't you bring him food to surprise him? Jake was my boyfriend. I'd never told the watch about him or his tastes. Each new notification made my skin crawl more. I started taking notes, trying to figure out how the watch knew so much, but for every logical explanation I found 3 new impossible notifications popped up. I talked to Jake about this. He laughed. For that is it knowing things you couldn't know? The night Jake and I had our first big fight. I got it. I walked out of his apartment full of anger and sadness. I stood on the sidewalk debating whether to call a cab or walk to clear my mind. The clock vibrated on my wrist. Jake's favorite flowers are the white tulips. There is a flower shop 2 blocks from here. My blood froze. Jake had never told me what his favorite flower was, and I had never bought flowers for him. Was when I really felt scared. I took off my watch and threw it in my bag, but the next day when I checked my phone I found a series of notifications from the app. Your sleep cycle has been altered. Try chamomile tea. Jake has tried to call you. Maybe it's time to talk. Your stress level is high. Consider a meditation session. But I hadn't worn the watch. How was I still tracking? That's the breaking point. I tried to do a factory reset. I wanted to erase everything. But when I went into the settings, the option wasn't there. It was like it had disappeared from the menu. I called the company's customer service line. A woman with 2 calm voice replied. We didn't detect no unusual activity on her device. My pulse quickened. Nothing unusual. I blurted out in disbelief. She's giving me information I shouldn't have. There was a strange silence on the other end of the line. Then the woman's voice changed. Colder, more threatening. We advise you to just enjoy the personalized experience your device offers. Any other consultation could bring complications. And hung up. I froze. What did that mean? Who the hell was watching me? After that, everything got worse. Notifications weren't just reminders anymore. They were orders. You're about to run out of toothpaste. Time to buy more. That mole on your back has changed color. You should see a dermatologist. Your mom's blood pressure was high at her last visit. Avoid salty snacks when you visit her this weekend. How did she know that? I didn't even know it. I tried to ignore the alerts, but they kept coming, and the worst thing was that I started to depend on them. The clock reminded me of everything. It made my life easier. It guided me until one night I read a notification that left me cold. You can't sleep. Jake isn't thinking about you either. Something in me broke. I took the car keys. I drove straight to Jake's house. When he opened the door, he looked at me confused. What's up? I showed him the watch. How does he know all this? His lord frowned. What are you talking about? I took a breath. Jake, you work for the company that makes these watches. I saw his expression change from confusion to guilt. For I want to go out. Jake looked at me with a sadness that I didn't like at all. That's not possible. My blood froze. What does that mean? Jake took a step towards me. It means you know too much. I ran the clock. Vibrated one last time. A new notification runs faster. Jake is reaching you. The package was ordinary brown without any special markings, but the note inside it changed my world completely. I've been watching. Your time is running out. 11 words. 11 words that were the beginning of a nightmare that I'm still trying to wake up from. It all started on a Tuesday. Nothing special in the day, just another monotonous shift in the bookstore where I worked. I remember I was arranging books in the mystery section, laughing to myself at the irony of being surrounded by thrillers while my own life was so predictable. The bell on the door rang. I looked up and saw a delivery man come in. Nothing unusual. We were getting shipments all the time. But this package wasn't for the store. It was for me. Delivery for Sarah Collins, said the delivery guy, holding a small brown box. I frowned, confused. I hadn't ordered anything. It's me, but I wasn't expecting a package. The delivery man shrugged. I just need your signature. I signed the receipt and took the box, turning it around in my hands with no return address, only my name and the address of the bookstore printed in an impersonal and uniform handwriting. Curiosity won me over. I retired to the break room and opened the box carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, 11 words written in elegant and precise handwriting. I have been watching you. Your time is running out. At first I laughed. Surely it was a joke, maybe one of. I tried to add some excitement to my boring routine, but as I reread the note, a deep chill settled in my stomach. The lyrics were unfamiliar to me, and something in the tone didn't seem like a joke. I put the note back in the box and tried to forget about it, but for the rest of the day I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me every day. Every customer who walked into the store, every passerby who passed by the window, it was them. They were the ones who were looking at me. When I closed the store that night, my nerves were sad. The way home, usually a quiet 10-minute walk, felt like a never-ending ride through a minefield. Each shadow seemed to hide a threat. Each noise made my head spin. When I finally got to my apartment, I locked all the doors and forced myself to take a deep breath. I was probably exaggerating. Surely it was just a joke without fun. But the next morning my fear came true. When I left my apartment, there was another note tucked under my doormat. My heart stopped for a second. With trembling hands, I picked it up and opened it. The blue fits you well, but I prefer the red shirt you wore last Thursday. My legs failed and I dropped on the floor. This wasn't a joke. Someone was really watching me and knew where I lived. I called work to say I was sick and spent the next hour going through every corner of my apartment, every closet, every possible hiding place, but I didn't find anything out of place, which only made things worse. How they were doing it, how they knew so much about me. I thought I'd call the police, but what would I say to them? There were no direct threats, just a couple of strange notes. She would make fun of me. Instead, I called my best friend Lisa. She listened patiently as she spilled the whole story, my voice trembling with every word. When I finished, there was a long silence. Sarah said, "Finally breathe. You have done something different lately. You have changed your routine." I thought about it. It was all the same. Work, same routine. Nothing I hadn't said. Everything was normal. Lisa exhaled. "Okay, I'm going over there. Let's check your apartment together." Lisa arrived in less than an hour, and we spent the afternoon checking every corner of my house. We opened electrical outlets. We checked behind the mirrors. We looked for hidden cameras. Nothing. Lisa tried to calm me down. It could just be a practical joke, but I knew it wasn't, because the next day another note appeared inside my purse, one that I had never opened since the night before. "Your friend can't protect you. I'll always be watching." Lisa insisted on going to the police, but I hesitated. What would happen if it only made them angry? What would happen if instead of scaring them she provoked them? Instead she stayed with me. We installed locks, new security cameras. But the messages kept coming. Inside my laptop, inside my jacket, even inside the book I was reading, more and more personal, more invasive. They mentioned private conversations, thoughts that I had only written in my diary. It was as if they weren't just watching me. It was as if they were reading me. My mind. A week later I reached my breaking point. I didn't eat, I didn't sleep. My whole world was reduced to four walls and a constant fear. Then the last note came. It was on my pillow. When I woke up, there was no way that someone had come in. I had checked everything before sleeping. But there it was. 3 words. It was over. Sarah, I didn't wait. I didn't pack anything. I just grabbed my phone, my wallet, and ran. I ended up at the police station babbling incoherently about notes, harassment, and paranoia. The officer on duty was kind. She listened to me, took the notes as evidence. We will investigate this, assured me. Meanwhile, you have somewhere to stay. I moved in with Lisa that night. It's been 2 months. The investigation stalled. They didn't find any footprints. They didn't find cameras. Nothing. The messages stopped. But the calm is worse, because now every shadow seems to me a danger. Every strange person could be him. Because I know this isn't over, and I know that at some point another note will appear, and this time it could be the last, so I'm still waiting. Waiting for the next package, the next message. Find out what will happen when time is really up. The eater was the first thing I noticed, putrid, overwhelming, seeping from under Mrs. Kravitz's door, a silent harbinger of the horror that awaited me inside. I knew something was wrong when I hadn't seen her in weeks, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to discover. I moved into the apartment complex 6 months ago, fresh out of college and excited to start my new job in the city. Mrs. Kravitz was one of the first people I met, a widow in her 80s. She always had a smile and a cookie for her neighbors. She took a liking to me from the first day, inviting me to tea and telling me stories of her youth. But lately something had changed. Her curtains remained closed day and night. Her usual cheerful voice no longer greeted me in the hallway. At first I assumed she was sick or visiting her family. But as the days went by, and then the weeks, a latent worry began to eat away. I knocked on her door several times. Silence. I even left her a note offering to buy her groceries or medicines. There was never a response. Then the smell began. First it was a slight whiff, something that I only noticed if I passed by her door, but soon it became an unbearable stench that invaded the entire hallway. It was on a Tuesday afternoon when I decided I couldn't ignore it anymore. I approached his door and knocked harder. Mrs. Kravitz, I'm Alex next door. It's okay. Nothing. My stomach churned. Something was wrong, very bad. I squeezed the doorknob. It turned easily. My heart flipped. I pushed the door cautiously, and as soon as the smell opened, it hit me like a wave, a sten, rot death. I had to cover my nose and mouth with my sleeve to keep from vomiting. The house was dark. The thick curtains blocked the afternoon light. My eyes took a few seconds to adjust. I took a step inside, Mrs. Kravitz. The silence was absolute. My skin stood on end. I reached for the light switch and turned it on. The room lit up, and then I saw Mrs. Kravitz was in her favorite armchair, or what was left of her. My scream got stuck in her throat. Her skin was bruised and torn in places. Her sunken and glassy eyes looked without seeing. But the worst thing was the marks on her body. Pieces of flesh were missing from her arms and legs, as if something had been devouring her. I backed away so fast that I tripped over a small table and almost fell. I ran. I left the apartment, slamming the door shut with trembling hands. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. 911, what is her emergency? My voice as soon as my neighbor came. Out, she's dead. Someone's been eating her. The next few hours were a whirlwind of police, flashing lights and questions. The building was cordoned off. I gave my statement, still shaking as I tried to explain the unexplainable. As the night wore on, I sat on the sidewalk looking at the forensic agents came and go. Then a detective came over. Mr. Thompson, I'm Detective Ramirez. We have a few more questions for you. I nodded silently. You said you knew Mrs. Kravitz well. You had family. Someone to visit her. I shook my head. I never mentioned anyone to me. The detective made a note. When was the last time you saw her alive? I tried to remember. I think 3 weeks ago we crossed in the hallway. It seemed fine. Ramirez's brow furrowed. For 3 weeks. Yes, because the detective hesitated, as if he were debating how much he should tell me. Finally he sighed. According to the preliminary autopsy, Mrs. Kravitz has been dead for at least 2 months. My brain took time to process it. But that's impossible. I saw her 3 weeks ago, I'm sure. The detective stared at me, Mr. Thompson. He's absolutely sure of that. I opened the door. Mouth to insist, but suddenly doubt settled in. I had been busy with work. The days were mixed. It could have been longer, I don't know. I whispered maybe I was wrong. Ramirez nodded, writing down something else. One last thing. You mentioned that the body was mutilated. I nodded with a shiver running down my spine. Yes, it seemed that someone had been eating it. The detective stopped writing. He is completely sure of that. The image of his devoured body flashed in my mind. I swallowed saliva. I felt absolutely the following days were hell. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes I saw his decomposed body and the smell. God, the smell seemed to have permeated my nostrils. I tried to distract myself with work by staying late at the office. But when I returned home, the silence in the hallway made my nerves stand on end until one night I heard footsteps, a soft tapping coming from Mrs. Kravitz's apartment. I sat on the bed, my heart hammering in my ribs. Maybe the police I had returned, but these steps were slow, dragged as if someone were walking with difficulty. My skin stood on end, and then I heard a muffled voice through the walls, humming a hum, the same one Mrs. Kravitz did when she bakes cookies. I jumped out of bed with an icy jump. To the bones I couldn't bear. I advanced slowly towards the door of my apartment. The humming grew louder. Dia stepped down the hall. Mrs. Kravitz's door was ajar. A thread of pure darkness peeked through the gap. My mouth dried up, something inside me. I screamed to turn around, to close the door and forget everything. But then, from the blackness of the apartment, Alex, dear, you've come for your cookies. The silhouette stood motionless outside my tent. A dark sentinel against the pale light of the moon. Held my breath, praying that it was just a trick of the shadows, but as the seconds passed the figure was still there, watching, waiting, and then, with a growing horror, I realized that I was trapped. Miles away from any help with something that wasn't human. I've always been a lonely person. That's why I loved camping. Just me, my gear, and the sun, with the vast wilderness spreading in all directions. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, no constant notifications, pure and utter loneliness. This particular trip was planned as a week-long hike inside Yellowstone Park. I had spent months. I planned, studying maps, meticulously packing my supplies. I was prepared for anything, or so I thought. The first 3 days were perfect. I walked from dawn to dusk, marveling with the beauty intact around me. Every on the night I pitched my tent, cooked a simple meal on my portable stove, and fell asleep, lulled by the chorus of crickets and the distant howls of wolves. It was on the 4th night that everything changed. I had found a clearing, perfect for camping, between a bubbling creek and a clump of towering pines. While I was in the tent, I noticed something strange. An unnatural silence had taken over the forest. There was no birdsong or rustling of small animals in the bushes. Even the stream seemed to have silenced its cheerful murmur. A chill ran down my spine, but I ignored it. It was probably just a predator passing through the area. I said nothing to worry about. Finished setting up camp and got into the tent, zipping it tightly to shelter from the night cold. Despite the unusual silence, I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the day's hike. I'm not sure what woke me up. There was no noise, no sudden movement, just an overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. I sat up in an instant, completely alert. The silence was absolute. There was no wind in the trees. No, you could hear the water of the stream. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath. And then I saw it, the perfectly still silhouette just outside my tent. It was in human form, but it was too tall, too thin to be natural. She stood there, motionless, her head featureless, turned toward my tent. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it must be audible. My mind worked frantically, trying to make sense of what I saw. A bear standing tall on its hind legs. No, the proportions were wrong. Another camper. But who would sit still so long outside a stranger's tent? The minutes passed. Although they felt like hours, the figure didn't move. Didn't even seem to breathe. Just watched my options. I could scream, but if it was a person with bad intentions, I would only confirm that I was awake and aware of his presence. I could try to run away, but my hiking boots were outside the tent, and I would never go far barefoot on such rocky terrain, so I stood there. As soon as he marched, he didn't. As the night wore on, my fear began to mingle with a strange fascination. What was that thing? Why was it here? What did it want? Just when I thought I couldn't take the tension anymore, when I was on the verge of screaming, just to break the terrible silence, it moved slowly. So slowly that I almost missed it. At first the figure began to sink into the ground. It didn't bend or crouch, it just descended as if it was lowered through an invisible trapdoor. In a matter of seconds it disappeared without a trace. I would like to say that I reacted immediately, that they packed me allowed it, but the truth is that I was paralyzed with fear. I remained in my sleeping bag with my eyes wide open until the first dawn lit up the sky. Only then I left the tent, half expecting to see some sign of the night visit, footprints, earth removed, something. But there was nothing. The clearing, Lucia, exactly the same as the night before. If it weren't for the lingering terror that made my hands tremble as I packed my camp, I might have convinced myself that it was all just a vivid nightmare. I abandoned my carefully planned route and headed to the nearest ranger post. Walking faster than I ever had before, every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me startle. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, who was following me. It took me 2 days to get to the station, 2 days of constant fear, of looking over my shoulder, of startling at every shadow. I barely slept, too frightened to close my eyes for more than a few minutes at a time, when I finally arrived, staggering wildly and babbling over impossibly tall figures in the night. The rangers exchanged worried glances, probably thought I was delirious from dehydration or had eaten some bad fences, called a doctor to check me out. But of course they found nothing physically wrong with me. How could the wounds be on my mind, in the shattered security I had once felt in the wild? I gave them a vague version of the story, too embarrassed to tell them the full truth. They offered to call someone, but I refused. Who would call? Who would believe me? The next day I was taken back to civilization in a supply truck. As long as we walked away, distorted by moonlight and fear. But deep down in me I know that what I saw was real and was inexplicable. Since that night I haven't camped back. I can't even take a walk in the park without feeling a shivering down my spine. The loneliness that once annual now seems menacing, fraught with danger. I've searched the internet for similar stories. There are some accounts of hikers who claim to have seen strange figures in the forest, of inexplicable silences falling on the trees like a blanket, but nothing concrete, nothing that exactly matches my experience. Sometimes in my darkest moments I wonder if it followed me home, if even now it's out there watching me, waiting for the right moment to show itself again. I keep my curtains at night, unable to shake off the fear of seeing that impossible silhouette against the light of the streetlights. I know how it sounds. I know most people would say I imagined it, that I'm exaggerating an encounter with any animal, but they weren't there. They didn't feel the unnatural stillness. They didn't see how it sank into the ground, as if the laws of physics don't apply to him. That's why I now stay in the city, surrounded by the constant noise and light of urban life. No more solo adventures, no more communion with nature. I should feel safe surrounded by people all the time. But it's not like that, because now I know that there are things out there in the dark, things that observe and wait with inhuman patience, and the scariest thing of all, I don't know what they're waiting for. I don't know what will happen when their watch is over. I don't know what they were preparing in that forest, and I'm afraid that one day I'll find out, that I'll wake up in the middle of the night and find that silhouette in my room, no longer content with just watching, and that night I'll finally know why he chose me, why he followed me, why he waited until then. I live with him, knowing that the nature I once loved hides secrets darker and stranger than I ever imagined, and wondered how many other campers, hikers and adventurers have seen what I saw, how many of them are still out there living in the same fear, the same questions. So if you plan a solo camping trip, if you long for the perfect solitude in nature, remember my story. And if you wake up one night and you notice that an unnatural silence has fallen over the forest, if you see a tall and thin silhouette motionless outside your tent, don't wait to find out what it wants. Run. Run, and don't look back, because there are things in this world that are better not to see, not to find, not to try to explain, and they are out there waiting in the dark for the unwary who stumble upon their presence. It all began with little things, details so subtle I barely noticed: a cup of coffee out of place, the TV remote on the wrong side of the couch, my favorite sweater that I would swear I had left in the laundry basket folded carefully over my dresser. At first I chalked it up to my own distraction. I had been working long hours at the law firm, coming home so exhausted I barely remembered my own name, much less where I had left things. Wasn't until I found a half-eaten sandwich in my fridge, one that I knew for sure I hadn't prepared, that I started to worry. Is being paranoid. My best friend Jen told me on the phone, "Sure you did, and you forgot. When was the last time you slept?" Well, I was right between a major case at work and my addiction to true crime documentaries. Until the wee hours of the morning, sleep had become a luxury, so I tried to ignore it. to convince myself that I was just tired and watching things where I didn't know it. But the incidents continued to pile up. My bottle of shampoo emptied faster than normal. The books on my bookshelf appeared subtly rearranged. A faint scent of male cologne was in my room when I arrived from work, and it was that smell that finally pushed me over the edge. I knew I wasn't crazy. Someone had been in my apartment, in my personal space. The question was, how did I not want to call the police? What would I tell them that someone was coming into my house just to move my things and use my shampoo? They would laugh in my face. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. I went to a store of electronics and bought a small wireless security camera. It was easy to install, designed to blend in with the decor. I placed it in my living room pointing towards the entrance of my bedroom. The first few days nothing happened. The camera just captured my daily routine. Going to work, coming back, heating dinner in the microwave, falling asleep on the couch with the TV on. I started to feel ridiculous for having spent money on it. Until the fourth night, everything changed. That night before going to bed I reviewed the recordings on my phone, more out of habit than expectation. The video showed my living room in darkness. I slept on the sofa, the television playing an infomercial at low volume, and suddenly the front door opened. A chill ran through me when I saw a figure enter calmly. My heart stopped. The intruder did not seem to hesitate even a second. He moved with the familiarity of someone who knew the space perfectly, crossed the room with a confident step and went directly to my kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out my food, served himself a plate and sat down to eat at my table, as if he were in his own home. I wanted to vomit. This person not only entered my apartment, he lived here, the video continued. The intruder finished eating, washed his plate, and then he did something that made me cold. He went to the couch where I was sleeping. He stood there looking at me for a long time. Then, with a surprisingly delicate gesture, he took a blanket and placed it over me before retiring to my bedroom. I stared at the one on my phone, trembling, feeling nauseous. This stranger had been in my house inches away from me while I slept, with hands careful enough to cover me with a blanket. Disgust, fear and rage mingled inside me as I called the police with trembling hands. This time I had evidence. The officers came quickly. Their faces, they became serious when they saw the search. My apartment from top to bottom. But they found nothing. There were no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing. "He has any idea who it could be?" asked one of the officers. I shook my head with whoever I had problems with. I've been single for years. I can't imagine anyone doing something like that. They assured me that they would increase surveillance but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Without concrete evidence of how this person got in or where he was hiding, there was little they could do. For my part, one knew I couldn't stay there. That night I packed a suitcase and went home from Jen. She was horrified when I showed her the video. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, "what are you going to do?" I had no answer. I couldn't live in fear in my own home. But I also couldn't just leave it all behind. My job, my life, everything was in that apartment. The following weeks became an obsession with catching the intruder. I installed more cameras, motion sensors. I even considered hiring a private investigator. But the person never came back, or at least never, while the cameras were on. I began to see a therapist dealing with the fear and paranoia that now accompanied me day and night. "Sarah," Dr. Ribbs said in a session, "you have considered the possibility that this person is not a stranger." I looked at her, not understanding what you mean. She hesitated before answering. "Familiarity with your home," the way she moved, "suggests that it's not a stranger, is someone who's been here before." My mind ran to everyone who had set foot in my apartment, friends, colleagues, maintenance workers, but none fit in or yes. The weeks passed without new incidents. I returned to my apartment, although never without the feeling that something was out of place. I began to sleep again, to stop startling with every noise, to convince myself that everything it was over, until one morning I found my coffee already prepared. The steam rose from my favorite cup placed on the counter, as if someone had left it there minutes before, and next to it a small paper with a note written in an unknown calligraphy. "I missed you. Welcome home." Panic ran through me like electricity. I checked the recordings. Nothing. The doors were still closed, the windows intact. It was as if the intruder was I would have vanished into thin air, or worse, like I've never left. Now I'm in a hotel, my life hastily packed into a suitcase. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. The police are as confused as I am. My friends think I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am. But I know what I saw. I know someone's been living in my house, and worst of all, I don't think this doesn't feel like the end. It feels like the beginning of something much darker, and the only thing I know for sure is this: I'm going to find it, and when it does, it's all going to be over for better or worse. The first time I realized I was the only one eating at the neighborhood community dinner, I knew something was terribly wrong. But by then it was too much late. I had only lived in Willow Creek for a month. Looking for a fresh start after my divorce it was. One of those postcard neighborhoods with perfectly manicured lawns, white fences, and neighbors who greeted you as they passed by. Very different from my old apartment in the city. When Sarah, the lively blonde across the street, invited me to the annual neighborhood dinner, I was thrilled. It was the perfect opportunity to meet everyone and start feeling part of the community. I spent hours deciding what to bring until I settled on my grandmother's famous potato salad. It was always a hit at any gathering, and I was sure you'd impress neighbors. Dinner night arrived, and I headed to the community center with my salad in hand. The place was already buzzing with activity when I arrived. The tables were packed with homemade dishes, and the air was permeated with a mixture of delicious aromas. Sarah greeted me at the door with a wide and welcoming smile. "Jenny, how good that you came. Oh, it's perfect potato salad. Let's put it here with the other accompaniments." I followed her to one of the tables and left my salad next to a suspiciously gray meatloaf and a jelly with pieces of ham floating in it. Suppressed a chill for tastes the colors I guessed while I socialized and introduced myself to my new neighbors. I realized how incredibly friendly they were, almost too friendly. They seemed to be intensely interested in every detail of my life, my work, my hobbies, my favorite foods. I chalked it up to typical small-town curiosity and answered as best I could. Finally Sarah caught everyone's attention. "Very good, neighbors. The food is ready to eat." There was a flurry of activity when everyone grabbed their plates and started serving themselves. I waited a bit for the crowd to dissipate before approaching the buffet. As I filled my plate, I noticed something odd. Despite the wide variety of dishes, they all seemed to be served the same. The gray meatloaf, the jelly with ham, and some kind of lumpy stew that I couldn't identify. I shrugged my shoulders and helped myself to a generous portion of my potato salad before I found a seat. But when I took my first bite, I realized that the community center had gone completely silent. I looked up. Every person in the room was watching me. Sarah was sitting directly in front of me. Her smile now seemed different, not welcoming, predatory. "What do you think of the food?" Jenny asked with sickly sweetness. I swallowed with difficulty, suddenly aware of how dry my mouth was. "It's good." I made it say. "You're not going to eat?" Sarah smiled wider. "Oh, we've already eaten. We just wanted to see how you enjoy your dinner." I stood motionless, my fork suspended in the air. I looked around waiting to see someone else eating, but not everything. They were just watching me expectantly, with overly wide smiles and bright eyes. A chill ran down my spine. "What are they talking about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice firm. Sarah tilted her head as if I was gauging my reaction. "We've been so excited to have you in our community," Jenny said. "We've been watching you since you moved in, trying to see if you'd fit right here." "Fit into what?" Sarah's murmurs shone under the fluorescent light. "In our family, of course. We are always looking for new members, people who can contribute something special." I felt my stomach churn. A metallic taste permeated my mouth, a bitter aftertaste that had nothing to do with the potato salad. My vision began to blur at the edges. "What did they do to me?" I stammered, feeling how my tongue became clumsy. Sarah smiled this time, showing too many teeth. "Don't worry, darling. The sedative will fully act in a moment. When you wake up, you'll be one of us. It's not wonderful. Number." It wasn't. I tried to get up, but my legs weren't responding. The room spun around me. I watched as the neighbors rose from their seats, approaching me with deliberate steps. The last thought that crossed my mind before the darkness swallowed me was, I should have stayed in the room. When I woke up, something was wrong. At first, I thought it had all been a bad dream. I was in my bed, in my own house. For an instant, the feeling of normalcy almost made me breathe a sigh of relief, but then I tried to move and felt the difference. My limbs felt stiff, as if they weren't completely mine. My skin felt too tight. I wobbled up, and I walked to the bathroom mirror. The reflection that she stared back at me, it was mine, but not quite. My eyes were a little brighter, my smile a little wider. It was like an artificial version of me was trying to mimic my natural expression. And then I heard Sarah's voice from across the door. "Jenny, you're awake. We're so excited for you to join us on your first day as part of the family." I tried opening my mouth to scream, to call for help, but what came out instead was, "I go. In a minute. I'm so excited to start my new life in Willow Creek." I hadn't chosen to say that. I hadn't chosen to smile. But I had done it anyway. Inside I was screaming, but my body no longer belonged to me. The days passed, and I learned more about what I had become. They called themselves the family themselves, a kind of hive mind that had been slowly spreading through small communities across the country. They didn't take just anyone. They watched first. They looked for someone with the right potential, and I for some reason had been special. Not only was I one of them, now I was something more, the bridge between humanity and whatever they were. I went to work, I greeted the neighbors, I called my parents, all while a part of me was screaming inside my own mind, trapped in a body I could no longer control. But then something changed. One day at another neighborhood meeting, I saw a newcomer arrive. He was human, fully human. His way of moving, of speaking, had not been converted yet, and when my body, the one I no longer controlled, offered him food, I realized in horror that they were planning to do it to him. The same thing that had been done to me. Something inside me exploded. I couldn't let this continue to happen. I couldn't allow another person to suffer the same fate, and in that split second, with a willpower that I didn't even know I possessed, I broke control. My consciousness broke through like a wave, and suddenly I was back in control of my body. I breathed hard, feeling as if I had just escaped from an invisible prison. The newcomer looked at me with concern. "You're fine." I looked him straight in the eye, felt the urgency in my chest, and screamed, "Run! Don't eat anything! Get out of here!" Right now chaos erupted. Friendly smiles turned into a grimace of anger. Neighbors moved in perfect synchrony as if sharing a single thought, trying to catch up with me. But it was too late. I had warned the stranger, and I was already running. I ran with all my might with the stranger by my side, while behind us the inhuman screams of the family broke the silence of the night. We ran until our lungs burned, until we left behind the perfect houses, the white fences, the smiling faces. We ran until the well-kept fields gave way to the wild undergrowth. Only then did we stop. We fell to the ground, panting with the sweat running. The stranger looked at me, still trembling. What the hell was that? I was shaking too. I didn't know how to respond. I knew what the family was. I knew what they wanted. I knew they had been infiltrating communities like Willow Creek for years. But I didn't know how many were out there, how many more were trapped like I had been, how many whole towns had already fallen. I looked at the stranger, my lips still numb from the control that I didn't know. I whispered, "But we gotta keep running, they'll be looking for us." We stood up and kept moving on, leaving Willow Creek behind forever. But in my mind a question haunted me. How many Willow Creek were out there? How many more were stuck smiling, uncontrollable, hoping to lure their next victim? I knew one thing for sure. I had to stop them, or at least try, because if I didn't, it would just be a matter of time before the family infiltrated small towns and started taking over cities, and then the whole world. So if you ever get to an overly perfect neighborhood where everyone is a little too friendly, run and don't look back, and especially don't eat the potato salad. My car stopped with a last on that desolate stretch of road, and when the lights of a truck in the distance went through the darkness, I felt a wave of relief. I didn't know that accepting that ride would be the worst mistake of my life. It had been a long day. I had been driving for hours. After attending my cousin's wedding in another state, the original plan was to stay overnight. But stubborn as I am, I decided I could handle the way back without problems. I'll be fine. Let's make sure we stopped at a motel. Should have listened my instinct. But it was so close to home. Just a couple more hours, I said to myself, and then, without warning, my car started to fail. First a knock, then a high-pitched hum that got louder with each kilometer. I prayed that it would hold on until the next start, but fate had other plans. With one last breath the engine turned off. I barely managed to get my bearings before I died from I sat there for a moment processing the situation. Dark night, deserted road with no cell phone signal. I opened the hood even though it was useless. I couldn't tell a spark plug from a valve, even if my life depended on it. And then, as I stood there with the engine smoking before me, I heard the low Jano roar of an engine approaching. The lights of a truck pierced through the darkness, illuminating the road like a headlight. Hopefully slowed down to a stop right in front of my car. A man got out in his 50s with a weathered face and calloused hands. "Car problems?" he asked with a smile. I nodded, trying not to look desperate. "Yes. It just stopped working and my phone has no signal." He looked under the hood and shook his head. "It looks like the alternator. You're not going anywhere tonight." My stomach sank. There's some town nearby, a gas station. Shook his head. Nothing for miles, but I'm heading in the direction of the city. I can take you to a diner that's open all night. You could call a tow truck from there. I doubted. Everything inside me was telling me not to get on that truck, but what other option did I have? To wait and pray for another car to pass before dawn? That would be great. I heard my own voice say thank you. I grabbed my bag and coat as he opened the passenger door. When I settled into the seat, I noticed something strange. The truck was spotless, too clean, as if it had been detailed recently. He got in and started again. My name is John, by the way, Rachel said with a friendly smile. Rachel, I responded by securing my seatbelt. Thank you again. No problem. I couldn't leave you there alone. We drove silently through. A few minutes I watched the signs go by, trying to figure out how far we'd gone. Something felt weird, but I couldn't pinpoint what, and then I knew we were going in the wrong direction. My stomach shrank. Sorry, I said, trying to sound casual. I think we're going the other way. The next town is to the east, right? John squeezed the steering wheel. His knuckles turned white. Don't worry about that. His voice changed, turning cold. Let's go. Exactly where we need. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? Where are you taking me? It didn't respond. Just press the accelerator more. Panic hit me. I tried to open the door, but it didn't move. Child lock. I was trapped. Please. My voice trembled. Let me out. I won't say anything. I swear. John. Rio. A harsh and cruel sound. That skin. Oh honey, it's too late for that. I looked out the window looking for landmarks. Just darkness. The forest stretched out on both sides of the road. I knew I had to do something. I'd read it in safety articles. Go through the eyes, kick the crotch. But how would I do that inside a moving truck? Like reading my mind. John spoke again. Don't try anything. You're not going anywhere until I say it. My eyes filled with tears. But blink hard. No, I could afford to lose control. I needed to stay alert. Wait for a chance. We drove for what seemed like hours until it finally turned onto a dirt road that went into the woods. My heart stopped. Here was where it was going to happen. Off the road, out of reach of any help. The truck stopped in a small clearing. For a moment, the world fell silent. Then slowly John turned towards Rachel, said with a smile, "Time to go downstairs." I shook her head, backing up against the door. "I'm not going to go with you." Her expression hardened. "Don't make it harder." She grabbed my arm tightly. Something inside me exploded. Fear, anger, despair, scratched his face with all my might. Felt the wound, his grip. It loosened enough. I took the opportunity. One opened the door, jumped, fell on the hard earth, feeling the impact on my knees and palms. But I didn't stop. I ran. I went into the woods, listening to John's screams. Behind me I ran until my lungs burned, until the branches tore my skin, until I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. I don't know how long it was before I found the road. The sky was starting to clear. I kept walking, my body shivering with cold and fear. Finally a car stopped. An older couple wrapped me in a blanket. They took me to the police. John was never found. The truck had been stolen. The fake license plates were like it had never existed. I know I was lucky, but the fear is still there. I shudder when someone offers to take me. I am terrified of the road at night, and I wonder how many others have climbed into trucks like that. How many have not been as lucky as me? So if you are ever stranded on a road, give sure if a stranger stops his car to help you, listen to your instinct. 'Cause the difference between getting home and disappearing forever can be just I always thought scratching noises were just mice on the walls. I never imagined I'd find a person living in my attic watching me through holes in the ceiling. The first time I heard it, I was half asleep on the couch with a meaningless reality show playing in the background. It was a slight scratch, like nails scratching the wood, coming from somewhere above me. I turned the TV on. Silence, trying to listen. There it was again. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, great mumble. Just what I was missing. I made a mental note to buy mouse traps the next day, and I got the hang of it. That's what happens when you live alone in an old house. You get used to the sounds, the creaks and moans that seem to happen for no reason at all. You learn to ignore the little noises, convincing yourself that it's just the house settling down. But the scratches didn't stop. If they got worse, I woke up in the middle of the night to that same sound, now accompanied by soft bangs, as if something heavier than a mouse was moving up there. I told myself that they were probably raccoons, or that maybe a squirrel had found a way to sneak into the attic. I would fix it. Eventually weeks passed, and I got used to my tenants' invisible sounds. They became part of the background noise of my life, no more remarkable than the hum of the refrigerator or the ticking of the clock in the hallway. And then things started to change. At first they were small details. A book I was sure I had left on the coffee table appeared back on the shelf. The carton of milk in the fridge was emptier. Then I remembered my favorite mug was in the sink when I swore I'd put it in the dishwasher. I chalked it up to stress, to working too many hours and not getting enough sleep. Maybe I was just more forgetful than I thought, right? But then I started to feel watched. You know that feeling on the back of my neck like invisible eyes were staring at you? I had it all the time, especially when I was home alone. I would turn around suddenly expecting to see someone standing there, but there was never anything, just empty rooms and that nagging feeling of unease. One night I woke up suddenly with my heart pounding. I didn't remember having a nightmare, but something had jolted me out of sleep as I lay in the dark trying to calm my breath. I heard it, gentle, careful, but unmistakable footsteps, and they were coming from the attic. I froze, barely breathing. It wasn't an animal. The footsteps were too deliberate, someone was up there walking. For a long moment I was paralyzed with fear. Then with trembling hands I reached for my phone on the bedside table and dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? The calm voice of the operator, it was like a lifeguard in the dark. There is someone in my house, I whispered, my voice barely audible even to me, in the attic. I can hear him walk. You are safe, you can leave the house. I looked at my bedroom door to get out. I would have to pass right under where I had heard the footsteps. No, I don't think I can. You could hear me. Agree, stay where you are. We already sent units to your location. Stay in line with me. I agreed. I felt, and then I realized I couldn't see me. Yes, I managed to murmur. The next few minutes felt eternal. I lay on the bed, the phone clenched in my hand, listening to the reassuring voice of the operator as I tried to pick up any sound from above. But the attic had fallen into absolute silence. I finally heard the blessed sound of sirens approaching, doors closing, then a loud knock on the front door. Police, there is someone home. I almost let out a sob of relief. I'm upstairs, I shouted. Second door to the left, heavy steps up the stairs, and then 2 officers came into my room. Their flashlights swept the space. It's okay, sir, one asked while the other went through my closet and under the bed. I nodded, feeling a little ridiculous, and if it had all been my imagination, and if there was nothing in the attic. But the officers took it seriously. They searched the whole house, ending with the attic. I waited anxiously in the room, startled. Creak and bang from above. When they finally lowered their faces were serious. Sir, said the older officer in a deep voice, I think you'd better watch this. With shaky legs, I followed them upstairs. I had never spent much time in the attic. It was just a storage space full of boxes with Christmas decorations and old clothes that I always said I was going to donate. But as soon as I got to the top from the stairs, I knew something was very, very wrong. In the far corner, partially hidden behind some boxes, was a nest. There was no other way to describe it. A pile of blankets and pillows surrounded by empty food wrappers and water bottles. A small battery lamp was next to a pile of books. My books, the same ones I had thought I had misplaced in the last few months. But the worst were the holes, dozens of them, drilled into the floor of the attic, my ceiling, each one positioned over a different room in the house. Horror settled in my stomach when I understood what they were for. Whoever had been up here had not only been living in my attic, had been watching me. The day I surprised my neighbor looking out the window of my room. At 3 in the morning I learned that the kindness he showed was just a facade, but I had no idea how deep his obsession was or how dangerous it really was. I had moved into this quiet neighborhood just 6 months ago, looking for a fresh start after my divorce. The house was perfect. A cozy 2-story home with a white fence and a back garden that overlooked a small grove of trees. It was what I had imagined. An escape from the apartment clothes that I had shared with my ex. My neighbor Todd was one of the first to welcome me. Arrived the day after my move with a friendly smile and a plate of homemade cookies. If you need help with anything, just tell me, he offered me. He was a man in his late accounts with a friendly face and a helpful attitude, the kind of neighbor anyone would want, or so I thought. Over time, Todd, he became a constant presence in my life. He was always outside when he went out to work, greeting me with a cheerful good morning. He offered to mow my lawn when he did his. He invited me to barbecues with other neighbors. He was nice, too nice. Then the little things that made me feel uncomfortable started. He was in my kitchen preparing dinner. When I felt someone looking at me, I looked out the window and saw everyone in his garden. As soon as our eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be busy with his bushes. I shrugged my shoulders. Maybe I had just been distracted. But then it happened again and again. Whenever I was at home, I had the feeling that I was being watched. The objects in my garden appeared in different places from where I had left them. My wind chimes ended up tangled. Although there had been no strong wind, at night, I swore I'd seen a shadow move out my front window. Small things that were easy to ignore, but together they formed an unsettling pattern. I started to be more cautious. I kept the curtains closed. I doubled security on the doors and windows. I even considered installing cameras. But I was feeling silly. I was really paranoid about an overly friendly neighbor, and then the night I saw it with my own eyes, it all changed. It was 3 in the morning. No. I got up to drink water and walked past my bedroom window, and there I was, all standing in his garden, looking directly at my window. When he saw me, he didn't look away, he didn't move, he just smiled. A chill ran through my body. I ran to call the police, but when they arrived everyone was gone. The officers checked the area and took my statement. There is no crime in which anyone be in their own garden, they told me, patted me on the back, and left the next day. Everyone greeted me with their usual smile as if nothing had happened. That night I made a decision. I was going to find out what was happening to everyone. That night I made a decision. I was going to find out what was happening to everyone. I waited until night fell, watching her house from my window. The lights downstairs where they turned off the second level first, then the ones on the second level. I waited another hour making sure I was asleep. Then, with my heart pounding in my chest, I scurried away. His house. The lawn was spotless. Every bush meticulously trimmed, a perfectly manicured yard, too perfect. I approached the basement window. It was covered from the inside with a dark material, but there was a small crack in the corner. I bent down, gluing my eye to the tiny space. What I saw made me suddenly recoil. A screen, dozens of them, each showing different angles of my house, my living room, my kitchen, my room, even my bathroom. The most recent image in one of them. The screens froze my blood. It was me at that very moment, kneeling by his window looking inside. I jumped to my feet and turned on my heels to run back to my house, but Todd was already standing there on his porch with a flashlight in his hand and his smile on his face. "Beautiful night, right?" he said in a calm voice, as if nothing was happening. My legs were shaking, but I forced myself to stand my ground. "What the hell are you doing spying on me?" I blurted out in a voice firmer than I felt. His expression didn't change. "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, bowing his head. "You should go home. It's not safe to be outside so late." My skin stood on end. I wanted to yell at him, face him, but something in his tone, in his relaxed but tense posture, told me not to, so I backed away slowly without hitting my back until I was close enough to my door to enter and slam it shut. That night I didn't sleep. I checked every corner of my house looking for hidden cameras. I found 3, one in the living room, another in my room, and one last in the bathroom. I destroyed them with trembling hands, and the next morning I went to the police with the evidence. I thought that with the cameras, the images of his basement, and my testimony would eventually do something. But when the officers arrived at Todd's house, the basement was empty. There were no screens, there were no cameras, nothing. It was as if they had never existed. Todd opened the door to them with his usual smile, polite and relaxed. "There must be some misunderstanding," he said in a friendly voice. "I would never do something like that, and without evidence. The police could do nothing. They advised me to install a security system, and I went empty-handed." Todd looked at me from his porch when I came home, smiling. "That was the last night I spent in that house. I left the next day without telling anyone because I understood something. Todd wasn't just a stalker, he wasn't just a strange neighbor, he was something else. Something he knew how to erase his track, something that had done this before, and that he would do it again. Maybe with the next person to move into that house, maybe with you. So the next time you notice that your neighbor is too friendly, that he watches you a little more than usual, that his smile never goes away, run, before it's too late." The boy's eyes were what tormented me the most. Cold, empty, too conscious for someone so young. I should have trusted my instinct and left him in the woods. But when I realized my mistake, we were already too deep, and something told me that I was no longer the one in control. It was supposed to be a simple hike, a way to clear my mind after a grueling week at work. I chose a trail I had never been on before, looking for a change of scenery. The path was more overgrown than I expected, but I liked it. I pushed fallen branches, climbed over fallen logs, and advanced further and further into the thick of the bush. When I heard it, a soft, bland, almost drowned out by the murmur of the wind and the singing of birds, I stopped, sharpening my ears. There it was again, definitely the cry of a child. My heart beat faster as I strayed from the path, advancing towards the sound. Who would leave a child alone in the woods? I pushed a clump of dense bushes and saw him, a small figure curled up at the foot of a large oak tree with his knees hugging his chest. "Hey," I called softly, not wanting to scare him. "You're all right?" The boy raised his head suddenly, and his gaze caught me like a hook. I couldn't be more than 8 or 9 years old. He had dark hair, matted, and skin so pale that it almost looked translucent under the dappled light of the forest. "I can't find my brother," he said. His voice was flat, emotionless. We were playing hide and seek and now I can't find him. A chill went up my spine even though I didn't know why. Maybe it was the lack of fear in his voice, maybe the way his eyes didn't blink. I tried to smile, calming the uneasiness in my chest. That's scary, I said, trying to sound reassuring. You want us to look for him together? What's your name? The boy got up in one movement with an unnatural grace. I'm Alice, he replied, and my brother's name is Thomas. He pointed to the deepest part of the forest. He went that way. My instinct screamed to turn around, to go back to the trail, to get out of there. But I couldn't leave a child alone in the woods. Oh, yes, I said, forcing myself to smile. Let's look for shots, but we have to be quick, soon nightfall. Alice nodded without changing her expression. Without waiting for an answer, she began to advance between the trees. She moved too fast for the density of the forest, as if she knew exactly where she was going. I followed him, trying to ignore the knot in my stomach. With each step the forest became darker. The trees seemed to close in on us. The branches were like gnarled fingers that stretched out, catching him. He had when the light faded with unnatural rapidity. Alice called, trying to stay calm. I think we should go back. We can get help. Alice stopped abruptly. I almost bumped into her back. She turned her head slowly, her eyes fixed on mine. We can't go back, said Thomas. It's close. I can feel it. Before I could answer, she walked away even faster. I had no choice but to follow him. My instincts screamed. The forest felt wrong. The trees twisted into impossible ways. The shadows seemed to move when I wasn't looking. I took out my phone to check the GPS. Dead black screen. Looked at my watch too. Not working. The air became thick, hard to breathe. Alice Jade. Feeling fear begin to paralyze me. Please, enough is enough. Alice turned, and in the growing gloom her eyes were shining. We've always been here, whispered. We've always been here, whispered. My body froze. His features began to change for an instant. Alice was no longer a child. He was something else. Something that writhed in the bark of the trees, that whispered in the wind. Something that did not belong in this world. You knew it, Alice said it, or whatever he called himself that. Deep down you knew he was not a lost child. A guttural sound, almost a purr, emerged from his throat, and yet you followed me. I didn't think about it. I ran. I ran with everything I had. The branches scratched my skin. The roots seemed to move under my feet, trying to catch me. The forest roared with an unnatural sound, as if the air itself vibrated with rage. I didn't know where I was going. I was just running. Then I saw it, a crack of light between the trees. I ran faster, feeling that something was right behind me. My heart was pounding against my ribs. I lunged into the light with my last drop of energy. Suddenly I was outside. I was slumping over the grass when I looked up. I found myself on the edge of a park. In the distance there were families walking, dogs running, kids laughing. Everything seemed normal. I turned slowly to see the forest. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just trees, just a forest. There was no Alice. There were no shadows twisting. But I really knew what was inside. I stood up with my legs still shaking and walked away without looking back. It's been months since that hike, but I still wake up at night panting with the echo of a whisper in my mind. We've always been here. I don't hike anymore, and if I ever hear a child's cry in the woods, especially one with eyes too wise, I won't stop. I won't watch. I'll just run, and I'll never look back. 'Cause some woods aren't made for us to explore, and some hide-and-seek games have higher stakes than anyone can imagine. The first night I heard footsteps in the empty house. I told myself it was just the old pipes settling down. By the third night, I knew I wasn't alone, and the truth was far scarier than any ghost story. It all started when my best friend Lise asked me to take care of her house while she was on vacation in Europe. Her house, it was a beautiful Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town, the kind of house I had always dreamed of having for her. Supposed I accepted without hesitation. Is a big old house, warned me. Lise can get a little unsettling at night with all the creaks and weird noises, but don't worry. It's just the house settling in. I laughed at the time. I had grown up in an old house. I was used to the sounds they made. Plus I looked forward to a few quiet days away from my roommates. The first few days were perfect. I spent my mornings writing my novel, enjoying the absolute silence of the countryside. At night I would curl up by the fireplace with a good book, savoring the peace. But on the fourth night something changed. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the hallway, outside my room, soft, measured, as if someone was trying not to be heard. My eyes opened suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest. I held my breath, pricking up my ears. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I could hear the creaking of the wood, as if someone was shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Eternal seconds passed before the footsteps continued down the hallway. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning in the bright daylight I felt ridiculous. Surely it had been my imagination, or maybe just the house settling down as Lise had said, but that night it happened again. This time I was in the kitchen making myself a late-night snack when I heard noises in the upstairs. Sounded like someone was opening and closing, rummaging through the rooms. My hands were shaking when I took my phone. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I heard noises in a house I was a guest in and that was probably empty. They would surely think I was a paranoid caregiver scared by his own shadow. Instead, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and went upstairs. Every step was a hammer blow in my chest. I went through every room. Nothing. The drawers were locked, the closets empty. I even checked under the beds. Nothing. I tried to convince myself that it was just the wind, that everything had a rational explanation. But deep in my mind I knew I was lying to myself. The steps were too deliberate, too human. The third night I woke up to the sound of the shower running. For a moment, in my drowsy state, I thought that Lise should have come back sooner than expected, but then I remembered Lise was in Europe. I was supposed to be alone. I stood motionless in bed, my heart hammering in my ribs. I heard the water run for a few minutes, and then it went out. Absolute silence. Seconds as the same soft and wet footsteps began to echo in the hallway. The unmistakable sound of bare feet hitting the wood was too much. I grabbed my phone and my keys, ready to run off and not come back, but when I got to the stairs I froze on the first step. There was a wet footprint, perfect, of a bare human foot. I don't remember running back to my room. The next thing I knew I was curled up in a corner, clutching a kitchen knife with trembling hands. At some point I must have fallen asleep, because I was woken up by the sunlight coming in out the window. The house was quiet. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't forget what I had seen. I spent the day in a state of constant nervousness, jumping with every noise and calling Lise. But what would I say to her? Your house is haunted. It wasn't exactly something I could try. As night fell I decided I'd had enough. If there was anything in the house I was going to find out. I put my laptop to record video in the hallway pointing towards the stairs. I also placed my phone recording in the living room. If anything moved in the house this time I would catch it on camera. I lay down on bed with my eyes fixed on the computer screen, watching the live feed from the hallway. The hours passed. Nothing. My eyelids started to droop, and then a loud tut woke me up. Suddenly in the screen I saw a shadow move quickly. I didn't have time to process it before switching to the living room stream. The room was empty, but then a shadow crossed the wall. There was no one in the frame, but something was there. My hands were shaking as I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? There is someone in the house with me, I whispered. Please send help. Stay on the line. You can go to a safe place. And then I heard the footsteps endo the stairs approaching my room. God are coming. Stay in line. The police are on their way. My breath was caught in my throat. The shadows under the door darkened. The door handle started to turn. I held my breath, preparing for the worst, and then Jenny opened. My eyes blink. At the door was Lise, wrapped in a towel. I walk water. What hell are you doing here? She asked, looking confused. My brain couldn't process it. You should be in Europe. Liz frowned. I came back early. I've been calling you all day. I looked at my phone. 10 missed calls, dozens of messages, but footsteps. The shower. Lise sighed. Oh God. I forgot to tell you that my cousin has been staying at the guest house. When the police arrived, I had to explain everything. By the end of the night, everyone was laughing. The paranoid caretaker scared by perfectly normal noises. I laughed too. But even today, months later, there's something I can't forget. The first night, when I heard the footsteps outside my door. Lisa's cousin hadn't arrived even then. Who was walking in the house that night? Maybe I'll never know, but every time I hear footsteps in an empty house, I remember that wet footprint and my laughter disappears.